No, 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 no! Ah!
CoCoTALK would like to thank the patrons who sponsor our show. So our heartfelt gratitude goes out to Al Hartman, Alan Murphy, Alan Huffman, Amigos Retro Gaming, Blair Ledoux, Brendan Donaghy, Brian Weasler, Karen Anscomb, D. Bruce Moore, Davey Mitchell, Diego, Eric Canales, Glen Hewlett, Graham Vebke, Grant Leighty, Henry Strickland, Jason Downs, Jenna Farron, Ken Reichert, Kyle Etter, Malfunct, Michael Pitsley, Rick Hewlin, Paul Fiscarelli, Paul Shoemaker, Paul Thayer, Rob Inman, Stephen Wagner, Steve Batson, Steve Rasmussen, Terry Steen, Terry Steggy, The Backyard Shed Gang, Tom C., Tom S., Tim Lindner, Tom Heron, and Tony C. Thank you ever so much, patrons. CoCoTALK is an unscripted live broadcast. Anything can and will happen. The views and opinions expressed by members of the panel and the live audience are their own and not necessarily those of the CoCoTALK show, its sponsors, affiliates, or subsidiaries. Open minds encouraged, sense of humor recommended. If any off-color comments were made, we're sorry.
Hi, this is Dale Lear, designer of TRS-80 Color Baseball, and you're listening to CoCoTALK.
This is CoCoTALK, the world's leading live talk show featuring the Tandy Color computer. It's time to drop your socks, grab your real-time clocks, and let's rock.
CoCoTALK is rocking the 8-bit world, keeping the Tandy flame alive. We may be mocked, but we'll never stop, cause CoCoTALK is rocking the 8-bit world.
Welcome to CoCoTALK episode 226. Special guest today, Stewart Orchard.
CoCoTALK is rocking the 8-bit world, keeping the Tandy flame alive. We may be mocked, but we'll never stop, cause CoCoTALK is rocking the 8-bit world.
And we're on.
Welcome, everyone.
Hello, everybody. Oh, let's see. Did we even put an agenda together today?
Do we ever have one?
Yeah, not usually. What the heck?
I'm just not used to seeing the panel so small after last week's show. I can actually see faces instead of its tiny little postage stamp things.
We can fix that if you want.
You invite a bunch
David's
of guests,
here.
David?
All right. Hey, why don't we do some panel introductions here today? So on my top left, we have a man with a big garage, Ron Delvaux.
Hello, Facebook, Ron's Garage. Check it out.
All right, next over, Doug Bell.
Hello,
How you doing?
Duncan, Oklahoma.
Next over, we have our second backup streamer, Grant Leighty.
Hello, everybody. Kansas City.
All right, and the man with the news, L. Curtis Boyle.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the show. I just wanted a big thank you to everybody that either watched or took part in the Dragon Talk special last week. It was a huge success. I know it got broken into 4 parts originally, and some people that speak Spanish are watching the broken versions because actually you can get the closed captioning for it. But last time I checked, we had, I think we're closing in on 500-600 views now on at least the part 1 portion for people to watch it, and the main stitched together one, which is one of our biggest shows. So thanks to everyone.
Cool.
Wow. Nice.
All right, next over is myself, your host today. Next over is Stu. He's our special guest. We'll come back to you here in a bit.
Hi, everyone.
Next over, Ciaran, I believe is how you pronounce your name, right?
Close enough. Hello.
All right. Me and names do not get along. All right. Next over, Mark Overhoster.
Hey there. Glad to be here.
All right. Down at the last row, Patrick Euland.
Howdy, folks.
Otherwise known as Rick.
That's right. Tell you, names and me, they don't get along. And last but not least, David Ladd.
Hello, everyone.
Hey,
David, how excited are you to be here today?
Um,
I've got a clip for this.
Oh, I'm happy to be here. I was just pulling your leg.
You know what? I forgot to hit the button.
His
Last
mic is
up
a little,
is
David Ladd.
There we go.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
Hey, David, are we going to get stuck in the elevator this year at CoCo Fest?
Oh, don't worry, Grant. I'm sure there's activities that could be done in that elevator.
Oh, Jesus. I shouldn't have gone there.
This isn't Team Speaker Regulars, David.
Okay. Hey, how about we get back with Stu here? And Curtis, you have the floor.
Okay, so a big welcome to Stewart Orchard, who prefers to be called Stu, I believe. That is correct.
Yep, that's right.
So he's a Dragon Games author from both back in the day and recently. He was also one of our guests on Dragon Talk last week, so a big thank you again for that. We've also got a fellow UKer by the name of Ciaran Anscomb, who's also here as well, who's going to be demoing some of Stu's stuff. And also they've kind of collaborated on some stuff and they know each other a bit too. So usually when we try to do these interviews with a guest interviewer as well as the regular panel that knows the person better than the panel does, we tend to get better interviews because there's questions asked that we would never think of asking. So thank you to Ciaran for being here as well. So I guess the first thing off here, and we kind of touched on this a little bit on the Dragon Talk special, but since this is your spotlight day here, we'll go through it a bit again. So how did you get into computers? What was the first computer you used? And how did you get into the Dragon? And those may be cross-linked.
Well, that's a simple question. We should be done in within 4 hours, I reckon.
Okay, go for it. It'll be still shorter than last week's show.
Right, let's throw the script out the window. A key year is 1983. I've made some notes here. And just out of interest, I wondered what sort of interesting things were happening in 1983. There's too many to list, but interestingly, ARPANET was migrated to TCP, so the internet proper was born in 1983. And that was also the year that Richard Stallman announced the GNU project. So it's quite an important year in computing. 1983 also gave us Return of the Jedi. Sally Ride was the first US woman in space. And a Russian by the name of Stanislav Petrov averted global nuclear destruction. So we're here thanks to him. Anyway, also
none of that isn't as important as you getting a Dragon, though. I realize that. So
yeah, and to cap the year off, I got a Dragon 32 for Christmas. And the reason I got a Dragon for Christmas was I nagged my parents for weeks and weeks because my friend had one and I had to have one too. So I then spent basically weeks in all my spare time sort of typing in the examples that the Dragon sort of programming reference. That's quite a good programming book actually, as computers go. So I learned quite a lot of BASIC quite quickly just with what came with the Dragon. And my friend's dad was kind enough to give me a tape of BASIC games to sort of get me started. And it was games like sort of Hangman and Battleships and the Star Trek game, I'm sure many people on the panel are familiar with. There's an adventure on there as well, Dragon Dungeon. So for someone who never really used a computer before, all these sort of different games sort of gave me sort of very interesting sort of start to a computing hobby. And also important at the time was the Dragon User magazine. So that sort of highlight of the month, getting Dragon User and sort of reading it through and typing in the games.
Just before we go on there, had you used a computer in school before, or were you only exposed to computers through that friend of yours that also had a Dragon?
That's the first time I'd used a computer, was going around my friend's house and playing with his Dragon. I was aware of other computers at the time. Ones I remember fairly well, the Atari 8-bit machines, but they were more marketed more as games consoles, like the 2600. So that was my perception of computing back then. I didn't.
So your schools did not have computers at that time then?
It would come shortly after that. So I think it's possibly the years above me that got to use them. So the school I was going to, it was BBC Micros, but I wouldn't get to use them until the next year.
Oh, okay.
So, and interestingly enough, that's the other computer in which I have an interest. I've got quite a few computers in my loft, and the Dragons are the main one, but the only other computer that sort of held my interest was the BBC Micro. I mean, I've got an Atari ST in loft and Amiga, but I'm just not interested in them. They're just not fun in the same way that a Dragon is. And so as people who owned CoCos and Dragons will remember that feeling well in the 80s of sort of the envy of the games that other people had on their platforms, on the C64 and other machines of the day. But yeah, I'm glad I stuck with the Dragon because it's sort of set me up well for life. I think if you own a CoCo or a Dragon and you stick with it, you must have a certain kind of mind, and that leads you into sort of a computing profession or a technical or engineering.
Yeah, we've actually talked about that on the show before, where people at CoCos, they tended to be more the software and hardware hackers, like the ones that didn't just do games, like they would program all kinds of things. And I mean, databases and whatever else, and they would get careers in IT or programming type thing, whereas a lot of the Commodore people went and just got, quote unquote regular jobs because they just use it as a game machine that you mentioned.
Right, yeah, because our machine didn't shine in the graphics department, it didn't shine in the sound department. You had to make up for it by making an interesting game in other ways, either gameplay or the concepts or just being clever with it. Yeah, I'm very glad I was stuck with the machine. So yeah, most of the next few years, I'd amuse myself with typing in games at magazines, buying games on cassette. I mean, you used to be able to buy games in shops back then. When it was mentioned last week, Boots, the chemist, used to stock Dragon stuff. So yeah, I remember buying a couple of games in a chemist of all places. But most stuff was mail order. I don't know if it's similar for the CoCo.
Our third party was definitely that way. I mean, if you went to Tandy Radio Shack, and there was thousands of them all over North America, you could walk in there. But unlike were they called Radio Shack or Tandy stores in the UK?
We had Tandy stores, sort of more focused on electronics, and more recently more sort of electronic sort of toys, really. But yeah, for a long time it was electronics from a hobby sort of perspective, and maybe audio gear, sort of speakers and stereo.
Yeah, because I mean we even had Tandy, computer centers, Radio Shack computer centers type thing, where they just dealt with nothing but computers, but they also had the standard 6,000 stores, whatever it was, and they were strictly forbidden from unless you were some sort of special franchisee license or something. You weren't allowed to sell third-party stuff in the store at all. You couldn't even really mention it too much unless the manager happened to know about it. But from what I've heard, the Tandy stores in the UK actually were selling like Dragon games that would also work in the CoCo type thing. Like they were allowed to bring in some of the third party, but I don't know how many stores you guys had compared to the thousands we had here in North America at that time.
I'm not aware. I don't think there was a Tandy near where I lived. I mean, years later, when I sort of moved to the part of the world I'm in now, there's a couple of Tandy stores nearby, and I would go to them for sort of electronic bits and pieces, just a electronics hobby, which I was into at the time. So it wasn't a source of Dragon sort of software or hardware.
Okay.
Yeah.
So basically, we were the same as us, because I mean, anything third party up here in North America was mail order from magazines or whatever. It wasn't. I mean, we did have a local store here that briefly carried CoCo third party stuff, just when the early 80s, when they were carrying everything 8-bit, because home computers were new, so they'd have like a shelf with Atari 400, 800, Apple II, TI-99 and an odd Tier City Model 1.3 and CoCo game, all on one shelf. But those stores within a year or two of that, like by 83, 84, had already specialized on a certain platform, and they weren't competing with Radio Shack, so all the third-party stuff just went away for the CoCo. So it was basically just ended up mail order if it was third-party, or Radio Shack stores themselves if it was first-party.
Another thing which struck me from that time was we had to make do with a black and white TV set for our hobby. So weekends are always good because you can sort of set up in the lounge and sort of actually use your computer in colour. Until you got kicked off because Dad wanted to watch football or something.
Well, the other thing is too that you guys, because you guys were on PAL, you didn't have the artifact colors we did, so some of the games were supposed to be black and white.
Yeah, there is artifacting, but it doesn't work in the way that it does on the CoCo. I mean, one issue with the Dragon is there's two crystals. There's one which controls the color subcarrier frequency, and that's an independent crystal to the main clock of the machine. So there's no fixed relationship between the computer's clock and the video clock. So any artifacting you did get was like a weird shimmering rainbow. If ever you got like a high frequency dot pattern on the screen, you just get this awful sort of shimmering rainbow of colors.
Yep.
But you could sort of tune the motherboard to mismatch the frequencies as much as possible, such that the colors would just vanish. So yeah, it's quite peculiar. But I mean, you probably know there's a different kind of artifacting you can get on PAL by placing colors above each other on scan lines. If one scan line's one color and the scan line below it's a different color, the TV receiver will actually blend those because it's just part of the way the video is encoded and decoded. It sort of blends pairs of scan lines together and that was the key to PAL rejecting interference. But I don't know the details of it. I think Simon Jonasson did a bit of work with the PAL artifacting.
Yeah, I know Nick Marenetes did too, because his Donut Dilemma, because Australia was PAL as well, and he actually it's a vertically based artifacting versus a horizontal like we have, and his Donut Dilemma actually took advantage of that to make 6 colors on the screen at once in a P mode 3. I mean, you try to run it on an NTSC, it just looks like stripes going across the different colors.
That's right. Yeah, yeah. A UK TV set couldn't discriminate colors on separate scan lines or adjacent scan lines, I should say. The luminance would show. If the two colors were very different brightnesses, you'd see stripes. If there's the same luminance, like red and blue, then they'd just blend together into a purpley color. So I was quite happy sort of buying games, playing games, but one piece of software I bought, which was sort of a game changer for me as far as the hobby was concerned, was a micro deal title called the Dragon Composer. Now I think that's a rebadged piece of software from Speech Systems, just called the Composer for the Tandy CoCo. Don't know if you've heard of it.
Yeah, that's the 4-voice music player.
That's right, 4-voice music. And for me, that was like an insight into the world of machine code, allowing you to do things that you could not do from BASIC. I remember sort of when I bought its composer and tried it, I took it around a friend's house and his dad was sort of baffled by how this thing would work. Because, you know, as far as everyone was concerned, the Dragon had one voice, how could it have 4 simultaneously? But and I didn't understand how it worked at the time either. It'd be years later before I figured out how it worked. But that sort of gave a clue that machine code was the way to do more interesting things. So I sort of tried to learn about machine code from articles, but I could never quite get it. And the reason I couldn't quite get it is no one ever explained you needed special software to actually use machine code. You need an assembler and possibly a debugger as well. So I mean, I actually found myself trying to type examples in out of the magazine and just wondering why it wouldn't work and trying to figure out what it was I was missing. But eventually, somebody gave me a copy of the All Dream assembler on cassette. And that came with a manual with examples, and thanks to that, I was up and running very quickly. Yeah, I was always amazed at how fast it would work compared to BASIC. I mean, if you used to program in BASIC for several years and you think that is the built-in language of the computer, you have no idea that behind the scenes is this machine code running sort of hundreds, sometimes thousands of times faster. Yeah, I found that mind-blowing. So I very quickly thought, I would love to write a game, and sort of one game that appealed to me from another friend was Arkanoid. That was a great game on the C64, and I just wondered if I could capture a little bit of it on the Dragon. So thus Bulldozer was born. That would have been about 1988 when I started coding that. So that was all done on cassette, and that was all done with a cassette-based assembler as well. And
ouch!
It's looking back, it's a complete nightmare. I don't know how I stuck with it, because you haven't got enough space in memory to hold all the source code. So I just found myself compiling libraries of source code into object code and writing down all the entry addresses of all the library routines, just so you had a bit of memory left to work on the current bit of source code. Pray that you didn't have to change anything that you already written. So you might have to go back several stages to recompile from the beginning and do it all again. But yeah, that was all on cassette. I remember
Rick Adams talked about doing that too when he did Double Back and stuff. Not Double Back, Temple of Rom, because it was all on cassette too. And the same thing, you'd have to divide it onto multiple tapes, and you'd load in this chunk, and then you'd have to overlay this other chunk. And as you said, you try to go back. Exactly. I did want to ask you one thing about Bulldozer in particular, just before I forget. But you've got some unique power-ups in that are not in the arcade game. Were those original ones that you figured that you wanted to add, or was that something you'd seen on a different version of Arkanoid somewhere else?
I think some of them I added in because the game was quite hard to play, for me at least. I'm not very good at that game. So a lot of them are from Arkanoid, like Catch, where you catch the ball, and the laser, and sort of slow down and speed up, I think, from Arkanoid. And there's another bonus you very occasionally get, which I think is called Boost, letter B, take you to the next level. I copied those. So just to make the game easier, I added this P thing in, the Powerball, just to plow through the bricks, because that's quite appealing watching that.
Yeah, I mean, the first time I tried it there, I wasn't expecting that because I hadn't read any directions. Like, oh, this is a really nice, black and white Arkanoid game. And all of a sudden, this one power-up hit, and then the ball just literally goes through the entire screen diagonally, taking out every brick under it without even stopping. Going, this is awesome. Why doesn't the real Arkanoid have this?
Yeah, I thought it was a cool thing to have. I think also put in one to speed up the bat, just so you can run a bit quicker. I think that's an exclamation mark. So if you hold shift down, you can move your bat a bit quicker, which sort of becomes essential as the ball speeds up. I mean, the game isn't perfect. There's quite a few flaws in it. I wouldn't dream of criticising somebody else's game, but if somebody writes a game, they'll get nothing but support from me. But as it's my own game, I can be very self-critical about it. And I think the biggest problem with the game is the lack of angles that the ball can bounce in. You can do a 45-degree angle, and it can do a steeper angle, and that was it. And that's simply because I didn't have any concept of fixed point math back then. I'd only just developed the concept of sort of animated sprites. And when you do sprites in machine code and sync it to the video display, you're just very impressed by how smoothly everything moves on a real monitor. And to preserve that, you sort of limit the number of angles that the ball has. If I paid more attention to Arkanoid, I say it works just as well with all those different ball angles you can get. But yeah, at the time, my maths wasn't strong enough to do things like fixed point. I discovered that later.
And how old would you have been when you wrote Bulldozer, roughly?
Oh, wow,
you were still in high school, right?
Yeah, that was 88. That was released November 88, so I would have been 17 then. But yeah, I think I wrote it at the end of high school. Had to find someone to publish it, and I think it's finally published in November of 88. Yeah, other problems with the game were collision detection. I didn't get that quite right. I mean, I spent ages drawing diagrams on bits of paper with bounding boxes and whatnot, but I failed to account for the ball can hit 2 bricks at the same time. I just thought it can hit one, then we'll deal with the next collision, next frame. But very occasionally that can do something quite weird. If you play it enough, you'll see the ball sort of tunnel between 2 bricks, or worse still, it will sort of stick to the side of the screen and sort of come down the side of the screen. They weren't fatal flaws, but quite annoying to see them after you release the game. You haven't got a chance no chance of fixing it then. And another thing I added, which I don't think is in Arkanoid, is I put a final screen in. So once you made it through all the screens, you get a final screen, and it is completely evil. And my friend who eventually completed that game, he turned up at school one day and just said, "I hate you," because he got to the final screen, he didn't know what to do, and he just died in seconds, having got through 30 levels. But
actually, I was going to ask you about that too, because you mentioned on your blog post, I think, or maybe even on the show last week, that you had an ending to Arkanoid where this final boss screen, but only one person you know of has ever completed it enough to get to that screen.
Yeah.
Since none of us are probably going to be good enough to make it either, can you kind of describe, without giving too much away, exactly what that last level is like?
I'm happy to describe it. It doesn't seem likely anyone will get there now, but yeah, the same person who completed ROTAB also completed Bulldozer. I think they just had lightning fast reactions. I don't know, superhuman, no idea. But the final screen, what you're faced with is the ball pauses in the middle of the screen, and it sort of vibrates and then turns into a supersized ball about the size of your bat. And now the object is to not hit the ball with your backs. If the ball lands on your back, you lose a life. So you're trying to avoid it, but you've got a laser as well. So the ball's bouncing around, chasing after you, and you're trying to shoot the ball with a laser. And if you get enough hits in, you win, you complete the game. But yeah, it's completely evil because the instructions on the tape inlay don't mention it at all. So you'd have no idea what to do when you got there. So
your friend eventually did win that level though, or you just made it up to it?
Yeah, when you know how to do it, it's quite easy to do, but it's just figuring out what it is you need to do. But we quite liked, back in the day, we quite liked the idea of a game you could actually complete rather than play forever. And, for as long as you can stay awake, or the machine will run continuously for. So the idea of a game that finishes is quite appealing.
Yeah, and that's something that was actually a little bit rarer back then, because everybody was basing stuff in arcade games, and arcade games, of course, are made to suck quarters out of you. So they don't really have an end per se. Like they just repeat the same thing, like Galaxians or Space Invaders. I know Nick Marenetes had that same philosophy where he took existing arcade style games, but he would make them have an ending. Like he took his Space Intruders, which is basically a CoCo 3 Space Invaders, but he put the Phoenix mothership at the end, and you actually win if you kill the alien in the mothership type thing, which is a bit different.
It's quite common for games to be really difficult to play, like coin-ops were really difficult to play. But there's a reason coin-ops are difficult to play. It's to take your money, as you say.
Yeah.
But there's no reason for your game that you play at home that you've paid for. There's no reason for that to be difficult to play. But we didn't quite get it then. So I think quite a few games, including mine, were a little bit on the tough side back then.
Well, we kind of discussed that last week when the Amigos did their different philosophies of the different areas of gaming, and the UK European seem to be much harder games on average. Like you really had to be skilled to get anywhere. And it didn't matter what platform either. I mean, it wasn't unique to the Dragon.
Yeah, I think one problem is maybe the coders, including me, may not have been the best game designers. So modern games are written by teams. You have coders and artists and designers who design the game and the gameplay, and separate people to do the music. But if you're doing it all yourself, you can't be good at everything. You might think you are at the time, doing your best at everything, but it's going to have strengths and weaknesses, because you will have strengths and weaknesses.
Yeah. Now you ended up selling, I'm not sure if I pronounced it, is it Couga software?
That's right, Couga software.
Couga software. So how did you meet up with him to actually get your game actually released as a commercial release?
He was the owner of Couga Software is a guy called John Foster, and he was a friend of a friend. a fellow Dragon owner knew him by correspondence over a bit of software he bought from him. My friend mentioned to him that I'd written an Arkanoid clone, and it's just one of those sort of fortuitous circumstances. He said, "Oh, you know, would I be happy for him to sort of market the game for me and sort of do a 50-50 split?" So he would do all the marketing and selling and sort of packaging, sort of creating the tapes. So he'd take 50%, I'll take 50%. Yeah, I had his hand off. I mean, to me, that's free money. I'd already. You don't value your time back then. You probably spent thousands, tens of thousands of pounds worth of labour in modern terms, sort of creating this thing, but you don't think of it like that back in the day. So, but 50-50 split seemed quite good to me. That'd be quite cool. Just to see my name in the magazine.
Yeah, and you actually got a 4-Dragon review from Dragon User magazine too, which must have been pretty exciting.
I was really pleased with that. Just not only, my name to get mentioned in a magazine and my game to get mentioned, but to get quite a good review as well. Yeah, I was very pleased about that. And that would sort of gave me motivation to carry on and write the next game, which, as you all know, is called ROTAB for short. Just before we move on from Bulldozer, there's one little feature which I suspect not many people around now remember, but the tape release of Bulldozer had a scrolling message showing the storyline while it loaded from cassette. So I just arranged for it to load a block of data off the tape and then sort of advance the story along as it went. But that's where the Bongo Beast was born. Bongo Beast featured in the storyline to Bulldozer originally.
Oh, okay. I didn't realize that. I did have some, I've got some screenshots from your blog and stuff. Like you had a P-Mode 4 graphic intro screen for Bulldozer too. Did you draw that yourself, or is that something?
Yes, I did. Yeah, I drew that myself. I'm amazed sometimes at what I was able to do back then, because I'm not sure I could do it now. Must have had a lot of patience. I don't know. But I even wrote the software to actually draw the graphics. So all the software I use to write.
Yeah, actually, I'll share a screen here just so we can show people what it looks like, because the version we've got floating around on the Computer Archive does not have the splash screen in it that I know of. So I don't think most people have actually seen it. Let me see if I can share here. So you can see on the top here the Bulldozer. I like beer. I like that T-shirt. That was
yeah, that's a reference to a TV show from the 80s. Try to remember the character. I think it's a Harry Enfield character. Well, UK people know who I mean, but it's a character called Bugger All Money, and he wore a T-shirt which said "I like beer, me." So I thought that'd be a good thing to have on the Bongo Beast T-shirt.
And actually, you can see on this is part of your blog post for Return of the Beast, where you kind of go through your history designing games and stuff. And your sense of humor is already showing. You're just in the caption loading screen. Color hadn't been invented yet. Well,
that's what captions are for. You've got to write something stupid there. If you take yourself too seriously, you sort of become very sensitive to criticism. So if you don't take yourself seriously, you can get thick skin.
Yeah, and actually, to be honest, your whole blog's got a lot of humor scattered throughout it. It's actually a great read. So I'll be covering that a little bit later too as well. But I'll put the link out. It'll be in the Discord for the show notes here, so that people can see and find the blog and actually go through and read it. It's a very entertaining and interesting and technical read all at once.
Well, I need to entertain myself as I do it to keep myself interested. So.
And then for those who have not seen Bulldozer, here's a little clip. Now, this is, I think, your original video that you put up quite a few years ago on YouTube. So it's only in 240p. The resolution isn't the greatest, but it's enough to kind of give you an idea. I don't know how the sound will be here, but. I mean, that'll just give people an idea. You know, it's a well designed for a 2-color version of Arkanoid. I mean, you actually have some like cross hatching techniques and stuff to draw the different bricks. You can tell them apart without having the colors that we did on our version on the CoCo. And your display portion at the top there with free men and score and stuff actually looks better than the version we have on the CoCo, to be honest. But you did a very good job on it. So,
thank you.
Can I ask, is that deliberately supposed to be the sunshine logo from Dragon User, or is that just coincidence?
It's probably copied from an Arkanoid screen. A lot of them were. It's such a long time ago. I can't remember the thinking.
I do know the first couple of levels are pretty well identical to Arkanoids. I think, you probably did get the maps for the original Arkanoid layout.
Yeah, probably the ones I remember as far as I got. I used to rely on my friend a lot, who had the inhuman reactions. It could get quite a long way in these games.
Now, was he a Dragon owner too, or did he come to your place to play this?
He was a Dragon owner. He was the first person I spoke to when I started at a new school, because parents used to move around a lot, sort of from place to place, and I had to keep making new friends wherever I went. And I remember being dumped into this new school in the middle of the year, didn't know anyone, and I was just put, I think it was like a craft design technology sort of lesson, and everyone had their projects which had been going for weeks, and I had nothing, so I just turned up. But the guy in front of me, who turned out to be Simon Harrison, he was building a monitor stand, and I saw he'd put a little Dragon logo on it. So I sort of tapped him on the shoulder, and I just said, "You'll never believe this, but I own a Dragon too." And his face just lit up, because he was like the only Dragon owner in the village, and suddenly just magically appeared behind him was another Dragon owner. So that was the beginning of a great friendship, that was. Yeah, we had a lot of fun together.
Are you guys still friends now? Or are you like over?
We sort of lost contact sort of after university, sort of went different ways. I think the last I heard, he's actually a school head teacher sort of on the south coast somewhere, sort of Southampton, I think, headmaster of the school. So he did all right for himself. I mean, I was more into sort of sciencey maths sort of subjects. He was more into the English and sort of history, languages subjects. So it's quite a good sort of team to get together for sort of. As far
you're
as
covering all the bases between the two of you there.
Yeah, quite a keen and sharp mind. Yeah, he always wanted to get into journalism, so how he ended up in teaching, I don't know.
I also got a comment in the chat there from Scott Cooper, said he liked the sounds on Bulldozer.
They do work quite well, that game. The reason they work well is because there's not a lot happening. So there's not very many cycles spent drawing the graphics. So that leaves you lots of cycles over to actually produce the sounds. So I think the sounds in that game are sort of above average for a Dragon game. I mean, obviously they're not a patch on something like you would get from Commodore 64, but for the platform, they were quite good. Yeah, I was quite pleased with
I
those.
agree. If you don't mind me asking, and if you remember, how were sales for Bulldozer, especially after the Dragon User? Did you see a big pickup after the big review came out?
I'm not really sure numbers. I mean, I didn't make an awful lot of money. I didn't make a huge amount of money. I sort of came along too late in the scene. Sort of a few months later, the Dragon User magazine folded due to sort of dwindling subscriber base. And once your national magazine's gone, that's all the companies will follow suit. They'll lose interest in the platform as well. So,
yeah, because they have nowhere left to advertise, really. So, and we didn't have the internet back then to put a web page up saying for sale.
That's right. Sort of after Dragon User, there was like the National Dragon Users Group, which ran for quite a long time. I think that kept going to year 2000, I think. But that was like a newsletter format, sort of once every 2 months. It just didn't have the same sort of impact or weight with the sellers that a proper national magazine would have. So I sort of joined the party a bit late to really sort of get a big benefit from it, but I did have a lot of fun, no regrets.
So Stu, you made enough to get like a motorcycle instead of like Nick Marenetes having the larger car.
I bought a guitar amplifier.
There you go.
I bought a drum machine. I did okay. I did
Okay, that's good.
Yeah.
Cool. Anything else on Bulldozer before we go on to your next project?
I think we covered most of what Bulldozer's about. I find that one harder to remember because I think there was much more work in ROTAB than there was in Bulldozer. But yeah, I don't think I have much else to add for that. Another thing not many people know is around that time I was building and selling voice synthesizers. I doubt anybody remembers that. I didn't sell many, but I sold a few.
I certainly didn't know that, but I remember seeing your name in Dragon User when I was cataloging it recently, and I thought, oh yeah.
Yeah, there's one issue where my name pops up a stupid number of times because I've got the games, the voice synthesizers. I've won the competition, would you believe? I won a copy of Jet Set Willy from Dragon User. Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't know about that either. I got one other thing I'll show on Bulldozer. Actually, I forgot I have my webpage, which you approved this week. So thank you for doing that. But you have your thank you, which is got a little bit of cheeky humor in it too. So I thought I'd show that screen. You can see they are got a couple of the layouts, and those are based on the original Arkanoid ones. But I'd like to thank the following people: me for writing the game.
Yep, thanks me.
John Foster for marketing it, my mum for the coffee, and the alien Bongo Beast model.
Well, I needed one to draw the Bongo Beast for the loading screen. So very competitive rates as well.
And another thing I would like to point out, this is kind of, I don't know if it was generally a European thing or a Dragon thing, but you also had configurable key controls, which I mean was nice for people that trying to play a game on both the Dragon and the CoCo. Because of course the keys are mapped differently, so you could just fix them up to properly work, which not every game did, and I don't think most North American ones ever did this. But it's a really nice feature to have because sometimes it's not the fact that you're trying to remap it between two machines that are slightly different. It's just that the way you would like playing a keyboard game, you prefer your arrow keys separate or you prefer them clumped together, and this way you could just define it to whatever plays best for you. And that was fairly unique. I didn't see that in North American games too often at all.
I suspect that was added by another publisher sort of after release, because I know the game changed, well, not changed hands, but it went for a couple of different publishers, and it would have been them who cracked the game to supply it on disc because they didn't ask for my input on how to.
Oh, really? So you never got any sales from, or like any money from the sales of that?
I think I got £1 for each disc sale for the game, which is better than nothing. But I think they did all the clever stuff, which was repackage it for disc format, and they must have added a screen to redefine the keys. So I remember being asked if it would work on a CoCo, and at the time I had no idea what a CoCo was, but it's just explained to me if I stayed out of the ROM then it should be fine. I had no idea the keyboards were different, so somebody else must have come along and remapped the keyboard or put options in to redefine so that the user could redefine them.
So one other question I guess I'll ask I just thought of is, had you ever considered designing it for use with a joystick? Because that's something you wouldn't have had to change. That's one thing that's identical between the two. Or did you have joysticks back then, I guess is another question.
I mean, I don't think I did have joysticks at the time. After the game, I'd be able to afford some, but not at the time of Bulldozer. And I think it's true of a lot of Dragon owners. You get used to playing the games on keyboard, and because you're used to them, you prefer to play them on keyboard.
Yeah, and you guys had a real keyboard, unlike us back in the day.
It was a nice keyboard, and yeah, the Dragon 32 keyboard was reasonable, and the Dragon 64 keyboard was absolutely fantastic. It was much, much better than anything else around at the time, bar possibly the BBC Micro. I mean, that had a very good keyboard as well. But yeah, these things made the Dragon expensive to manufacture, which didn't help in the long term. But
no. Anyway, so I just wanted to share that little intro screen because I thought it was kind of cute and funny, which is a theme you'll see in your blog.
When I discovered that you could turn the text screen orange as well, I used it for everything. Such a change from the green screen.
Okay, I don't have any other questions about bulldozers. If you want to go on to ROTAB, which is also our featured game of the week this past week, which we'll get into later too.
Okay, so ROTAB, John Foster, the owner of Cougar Software, he was actually kind enough to give me his cartridge version of All Dream, which made things an awful lot easier because you didn't have to load the assembler off cassette anymore. You know, you could turn the machine on, load your source code in, and you're sort of ready to go. But you still had the process of having to load various pre-compiled libraries in first, and then your source code, and then you could start work. But yeah, it's much easier. So the development process, even though it's still source code on cassettes, it was still a lot easier than Bulldozer. So I was able to make a much bigger, sort of more ambitious game. I should also mention that Cougar Software had another title called Mandragore, which you probably not encountered in the US. I don't know. It's very.
I haven't, no.
It's a very distinctive looking game. I mean, the guy was really good at artwork. So the graphics are very striking. So it's hard to describe the game. It's sort of like horizontal, sort of platform based. If you remember the coin-op kung fu, it's that style of traveling along floors.
Where you're kicking and you got knives being thrown at you.
Yeah, it's not a martial arts game. I was just trying to think of a game which sort of had that.
So it's a sideways scroller? Or?
It's a sideways scroller. I think the backstory was you're sort of like a Tomb Raider going into a pyramid and sort of plundering it. So you're going along floors and you're up against giant aardvarks and ants and all kinds of strange things and mummies. And there's end level bosses. And then when you defeat the end level boss, you go out to the next floor. So it's worth looking for because purely on the graphics, it's a very unusual looking game. But,
and that wasn't written by you. That was written by somebody else for Cougar.
That was John Foster. That was his game.
Oh, he wrote it himself. Okay.
Yeah. I think that's Cougar's bestseller. Just one screenshot would sell the game. You know, you wouldn't have to describe it. So he did pretty well out of that. So he wanted to sort of set himself up on more profitable platforms. So he got a grant or a sort of career development loan. And he bought, I think, a couple of Spectrums and a couple of Amstrad machines, and he started developing for those platforms and was sort of happy to sort of publish other people's games for the Dragon platform. So last I knew, he had published a couple of sort of budget titles for the Spectrum, but I don't know what he did after that, if he sort of if he stayed in the games industry or not.
Yeah, I'm just going to see if I can pull up a screenshot or a video of it here. I think we actually have covered it as one of the videos that Cuthbert Dragon did a while back. Just see if it rings a bell here. Assuming YouTube wants to load today. Anyway, keep going on. Oh wait, here. Oh yeah, we have covered this. If this is the right one, you can tell me if this is the correct one or not.
Yep, that's it.
Yeah, that was an impressive one because you actually you'd go across, you'd have to jump over things and shoot, and then you'd lower yourself to the next level and come back the other way type thing. Yeah, it was pretty impressive one. I remember I was commenting on how well drawn the shapes and stuff were. I didn't realize that was actually made by the person that ran the software company though.
Yep, that was his first title. Yeah, everybody talked about the graphics. It was just so unusual, so striking, and so well done. Yeah, that game did really well on that.
Cool. Well, thanks for mentioning that because I didn't know any of that background story on that one. So anyway, on to ROTAB.
ROTAB, so 1989 now, and development is proceeding on the cartridge version of All Dream, still cassettes, but there you go. So the genesis of that game is it's based on my favorite coin-op, which is Time Pilot 84. And I just wanted to capture a bit of the vibe of that game. So it's like a 360-degree scroller, or I don't know how you refer to it, as an 8-way scroller maybe, but you can fly in any direction basically over a moving background. And the problem I had at the time was you just could not get the graphics throughput through the processor to have a fully detailed scrolling background. I just couldn't see a way of doing it. So we ended up with this sort of checkerboard pattern.
The crisscrossy lines dimension.
Yeah. There's some inconsistency in the naming of the game, because a friend Simon, he said, you should call it Chrissy Crossy. But I got all sort of grammar Nazi on him. And I thought, well, the pattern is crisscross, isn't it? So therefore the adjective should be crisscrossy. So I was adamant it should be crisscrossy, and he was sure it should be Chrissy Crossy. And I think the game publisher decided it should be Chrissy Crossy as well. So you just haven't got any consistency in what the game's called, depending where you look. Of course, years and years later, I realised that Chrissy Crossy is exactly what it should have been called, because it's just more silly. But there you go. It took me a while to learn that.
Yeah, I'm just showing screenshots of the title screen and then the intro to level 1. No, not the rhubarb.
Oh, yes.
It's a bit of other nonsensical humor.
Yep, another opportunity for a caption now. I remember that rotating globe. That was written in BASIC to render 4 frames of animation, just in slightly different positions. And so what you see on the screen is just 4 frames of animation sort of looped over and over. But the original program was written in BASIC to draw all the dots.
Yeah, actually, that was one of the questions I was going to ask about it, because that was a really nice effect. I mean, when I ran it on artifact colors, I might as well show what that looks like, because that's what it looks like on my website, because I took it on, CoCo, obviously. Because of the fringing between the blue and the red there, it doesn't look quite as good as it does on the black and white. So this is one, if you have a CoCo 3, it's definitely preferable to play an RGB monitor, because it comes out pure black and white like it was designed to. But the whole rotating effect looked really awesome, especially for a CoCo 1 and 2 level Dragon 3264 level game, because it really gave you a nice 3D effect.
Yeah, I'll put it in purely to look cool. It serves no function other than to have something to look at on that transition screen. So I like the blue and orange there. It sort of makes the screens look more alive. I don't know if it animates very well. I can imagine the grid sort of flashing different colors as it scrolls. I don't know how distracting
it does a little bit. It'll shimmer between the red and the blue on the vertical stripes. The horizontals will stay white.
Right. Okay.
I mean, I'll leave this up here while you're talking about it, so people can see. And if you have something specific to mention about some part of the game, I'll see if I can find a screenshot that matches. So please continue.
Okay. I had to get this game ready in time to launch at a show. There was going to be a dragon show on the South Coast again. That was a Hove dragon show. I mean, people in the UK who were around back in the day might remember it. So I remember being up really late one night, panicking, because I had to write some duplication software to actually produce tape copies of the software. And I could not get it working, and I was getting more and more panicked. So in the end, I sort of tracked it down to the stack during development was in the middle of memory somewhere. You sort of had your object code one side and the source code the other, and the stack in the middle somewhere. But of course, on a clean boot, it stacks up near the top of memory, and we kept getting overwritten by the duplication software, and it kept crashing. Yeah, quite a nightmare. I think I was up at 1 in the morning on a school night or something. It was not good. But yeah, fortunately, I got it ready in time so that John Foster could actually produce a pile of cassettes ready to demonstrate at the show. And I'd sort of travelled down to Hove. That's near Brighton. I don't know if anybody knows the UK very well. So it's a large sort of seaside town, sort of south of London. So it's one of the last big dragon shows, actually. So I travelled down and met John Foster there. We shared a hotel room. We got funny glances from the hotel owner. I remember him saying, "There's not going to be any funny businesses there, lads." Of course, we had no idea what he meant.
Had you ever met before in person?
We met once before. Actually travelled up to Sheffield, where he lived. That's sort of more in the middle of the UK, sort of up north. Simon and I actually travelled up to meet him, just to sort of hang out for a weekend and have a laugh. We actually watched Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade when it came out in cinemas, actually. So that helps place it in time. So that would have been early 1989, I think that was. So, yeah, good times.
Got a couple of comments from the chat here. I'll throw in here too.
Okay.
Erica says the work you did in this game is outstanding, Stewart. Neil said above standard releases for the time. Scott Cooper says the spinning globe looked awesome.
Oh, great. Thanks, guys. I mean, I did put a lot of effort in to try and make it as good as I possibly could. So, yeah, I mean, again, there's flaws in it, which I'll pick out shortly, but I was, at the time, very pleased with what I'd done. Yeah, it's just a shame that there wasn't a National Dragon magazine to advertise it in. Sort of the last computer show was like the last chance to actually make people aware the game existed.
Now, by this time, obviously, you had joysticks because you have the joystick option up in the menu screen there.
Yeah.
And at this time, were you aware of the Tandy CoCo? Were you aware there was a whole North American market where there was magazines still going up until the 90s, or did you have any clue any of that was all going on?
I had no idea how big the CoCo scene was.
This is a game I think would have done well in North America if you'd sold it, with one of the distributors here. Yeah. And Rainbow went up until 93, so you could have advertised it up until then.
Yeah, I mean, I remember being asked to stay out of the ROM, don't use ROM routines. That will help with compatibility with the CoCo, but I didn't really know what that meant. So the load and save options, where you can save your high scores and load them back in, they're all sort of RAM resident versions of tape routines. Back in the day, we thought it was very important that you could save your high scores to tape, because some other games allowed you to do it as well, notably Rommel's Revenge, which is like Battlezone clone.
Yeah.
So, you could save your scores to tape. So what you'd often do with your friends was pass a tape around, so they could sort of load your scores and then add their scores to it, just so you could compete with your friends, so you could get the best scores. So yeah, Simon would hate me because I was really good at Rommel's Revenge. That's probably the one game I could actually play better than he could. He would beat
kind of like
me.
Ron Delvaux. He's got a couple specialty games he's really good at, and most of the rest he just doesn't bother with.
Yeah, anything that requires reactions, I'm not very good.
Actually, just before we go on here, I just want to make sure anybody on the panel have any questions for Stu here, because I've been kind of hogging him the whole interview here. So does anybody have any questions for him or comments?
I had a sort of tangential one about something mentioned at the beginning. One of the first things you got was Composer.
Yes.
It's interesting because in your blog you've done sort of quite a bit with music stuff, and for each one you've put together a little demo, and it sounds really good. You obviously have quite the musical knack. And did it start there, or have you always been interested in that side of things?
I think Composer sort of awakened that side of me. Prior to that, my exposure to music theory would be at school, and sort of anything at school just instantly makes the subject boring. I mean, school in the 80s would just kill every subject. I mean, all the subjects I hated at school back then, I love now. It's just a matter of making the subject interesting. I mean, I like history now. I hated it at school, but I'm going off on a tangent. But yeah, Composer definitely. Just playing with it and making noises, and then with my friends actually transcribing proper pieces of music. So I distinctly remember doing Bohemian Rhapsody with a friend on Composer. I think we did a Phil Collins hit. Yeah, It's in the Air Tonight we did as well. And there's another song we did, We Close Our Eyes. Remember that one? I'll have to dig through my old tapes and see if I can find these. Just
that would be quite interesting.
Yeah.
But no Beatles.
I've got a lot of tapes in the loft. I really do need to go through them and just see what gems I can find. So I did type in a lot of programs out of Dragon News, so it'd be sort of nice just to post them up to the archive, just as a record of them.
A quick little aside on the composer, actually, there was a version of Country Roads by John Denver done in the composer. And it was the first multi-voice music I'd ever heard on the CoCo, kind of a similar response you had. And somebody had sent it over, and this would have been right after the composer was released. This would have been early 82, late 81, somewhere around there. And a friend of mine had upgraded his CoCo to 16K because I only had a 4K one at the time. And Country Roads, I listened to his place. This is awesome. So I decided to run it on mine. Of course, it was too big to fit into RAM. But I discovered that if I let it load, and I did 8 on the counter on the tape deck, and then purposely made it iWare, would load enough of the song to play about the first minute. And I played that for my parents. And they were impressed enough. They wanted to hear the rest of the song that they actually contributed some money for me to get a 16K upgrade finally because I couldn't afford it on my own. So the composer directly got me a RAM upgrade. So I'm pretty thankful for that.
Paid for itself.
Yeah. Anyway, continue, please.
What else we got? Oh, fun facts. Well, depends on your definition of fun, actually. So in ROTAB, all the sprites, they're sort of shifted on the fly. There's no pre-shifted graphics in there at all. So every byte of every sprite goes through a multiply command to actually shift it into the right position on the screen. So looking at it now, I'm surprised it works as fast as it does, knowing how much work goes into drawing each sprite. To be honest, it wouldn't have even occurred to me then to pre-shift graphics. I didn't encounter the concept of pre-shifting graphics until I was idly sort of hacking into Manic Miner, and you saw that the animations of the characters in Manic Miner were also the degrees of shift. So as, I don't know if you've ever seen Manic Miner, but sort of one of the sprites would be like a rabbit dancing, tightrope dancing across a table. So the frames of animation were tied up with the actual pixel shifts within the bytes at the same time. But when I saw that, it's like a facepalm moment. Oh, that's how you draw sprites quickly. But I got away with it in ROTAB.
Yeah, and you've got some bigger sprites too, like the boss monsters. I've got that on the screenshot here on the right-hand side in the middle. There's the first boss monster. And of course, each one is different. I think I've only gotten up to the 3rd level, which I'm calling the Space Donut because I don't know what else to call it. I don't know if you had custom names for each of the bosses.
And the ring-shaped one, I would have called either the Lifesaver or the Polo Mint. Yeah, those boss sprites, actually, there's a little bit of compression going on with those. You only have a quarter of the sprite in memory, and then it's sort of just rendered into a buffer just by mirroring, sort of horizontally and vertically. So you'll see that every one of those is symmetrical, about 2 axes. And the ones with faces, you just got one eye and half a mouth, and they're mirrored across as well, just to cram it all into memory.
Oh, okay. No, I didn't realize that.
Fun fact.
Hey, Stu, the screen 5 down at the bottom with snow in it, was that difficult to make look random?
It was, and I can't actually remember how I did it. I suspect I did it by walking through the ROM and applying some operation just to disguise any patterns that were remaining in it. So it may look different on a Tandy, I don't know, or on a different machine. I've no idea. I sort of tuned it with the Dragon. It didn't occur to me that it would play on a different platform and possibly look different. But yeah, I'm pretty sure that random effect would have come from ROM.
Curtis.
That being a source of random data, in inverted commas.
Curtis, is it true that on the CoCo, there isn't really a good random generator or whatever? And is that the same with the Dragon?
Well, you can make your own random generators, but for stuff like white noise or for white noise on the screen like this, I mean, going through ROM code and basically just dumping the bytes out from the ROM usually is fairly random looking, because it's like a chunk of print using it's a chunk of the P mode command, a chunk of CLS or whatever else. So it's it's pretty well random, and you actually animated that, so it does the whole white snow that you'd see on the old TVs, which actually, ironically enough, young kids today have no idea that even existed because you don't see that anymore. It's actually the cosmic background radiation you're actually watching, but it was a nice effect. It was kind of startling to me to see that when I died, which was fairly quickly the first time I ever tried playing ROTB, but it was a nice effect I'd never seen really used before in a CoCo game or Dragon game.
Yeah, it's a case of every aspect of the game, try and throw something cool at it, or whatever looked cool to a sort of 16 or 17-year-old at the time. But
the levels progress very well.
I'm glad they do. I did spend a lot of time sort of tuning it, because one problem was I wasn't that good at the game. So I think I've just had parameters for each level. I mean, if you play the game a lot, you may notice that the enemies sort of seem to be grouped into zones, depending on how far away you are from the sort of the central region. So each level is just defined by a set of parameters, just saying how much of each thing was in each zone. So I think it was a case of make it difficult for the last level, but not stupidly and impossibly difficult. So I could do the last level if I started there, for example, and then just sort of gradually sort of ramp it up from easiest to hardest just by adding more and more in sort of on each level. And there was a temptation to sort of bring in some of the enemy types later, but you kind of want everyone to see all the enemies fairly soon, just so everyone gets a chance to see all the enemy types. So I think by the time you're 6 or 7 levels in, you've seen all the different enemy sprites. So the only variety you get from that point on would be the level names and what's the boss sprite going to look like. That'd be the only other thing which would sort of make you want to get to the next level.
Yeah, and like Bulldozer, this actually has an end too. You have a final screen that, once again, only one person has ever actually made it to.
That's right. There are 15 levels, and when you complete the 15th level, it just takes you to the final part of the story. So the story you'll be familiar with from the instructions that come with the game, but when you finish the game, you get a final bit of story just as a reward for completing it.
And once again, I guess we'll ask, since most of us are never going to be good enough to get there, unless we do cheat folks or something about that. But what's the final level, and how is it different than the regular levels?
I think there's a spoiler on the cassette inlay which sort of spoils it, but you have to remember that the whole premise of the game is the main character allegedly didn't pay their gas bill, and the head of bill payments is sending them to the crisscrossy lines dimension to face hordes of evil twisted aliens purely for not paying the gas bill. Now, if you complete the 15th level, then you'll get the final bit of story, which sort of explains that you've won, you're victorious, you're going back home. And then there's this thought, this nagging thought that comes to the front of your mind, which is, I don't have gas, which is like a punchline to the whole game.
And you're right, that is totally spoiled in the inlay.
Yeah, you can blame the publisher, who just wanted to put something in there that was funny, that would just help to sell the game, which I don't blame them, but they sort of did that without consulting me.
Yeah, I just highlighted, it's probably hard to read on the screen here, but a quote from the inlay, because I actually did see this on the World of Dragon archive. The quote is, "It has come to our attention that you have not paid your gas bill. Failure to pay within the next 24 hours will result in your being transported into the Christy-Crossy Lines dimension to fight millions of evil, twisted aliens."
That's right. I mean, and it's happened to us all.
Well, obviously, yeah.
Pay your gas bill. Are there any more fun facts? Depending on what you think fun is. I couldn't figure out how to clip the sprites, because I mean the sprite routines are already immense, especially the boss sprite routines, because it was just a huge mass of self-modifying code with multiply instructions and tons of cryptic labels. That was the other thing back in the day, because you didn't have a lot of memory to hold your source code in. You would tend to have like 3 and 4 letter names for your symbols. So, which is fine at the time that you're coding it, but it'd probably be incomprehensible now if you look through the source code now. But the clipping, I wasn't sure how to do that. So the way I've achieved it, by clipping, I mean, so a sprite is actually nicely chopped off at the edge of the viewport rather than just overlaps onto the sort of status area of the screen. So the way that's done is all the graphics are rendered to a large buffer, and the viewport is just like the central portion of the buffer. So there's no clipping at all. It just copies a small portion of the buffer onto the main screen, which neatly clips all the sprites.
Okay.
And you may notice I've set the viewport down at the bottom of the screen rather than sort of centered it.
Mm-hmm.
And the reason for that is the copy routine, which is copying from the back buffer to the screen, is actually racing the raster down the screen. And it only just beats the raster when it reaches the bottom of the viewport. So I had to push it down there so you didn't get a little sort of tear line at the bottom.
Okay, so that was like an Atari 2600 type level timing issue where you're racing the beam. And that was published, title of that one book about how to write Atari games, because you only had basically enough RAM for one scan line at a time. But you were timing it with the beam as it goes down at 50 hertz on PAL.
Yeah, the more I think about the Atari 2600, the more impressive it gets, what it's doing. I mean, it's launched in 1977, something like that?
Yeah, 77, yeah.
Over 100 colors. I mean, pretty good sounds. And there were a lot of really good games.
Yeah, and it did have its own sound chip, so that was alleviated from the CPU somewhat. But the graphics, I mean, you had enough RAM for one scan line, so, and you had your sprite, 4 basic sprites, whatever it was. But
yeah, the games that were possible on that, it's sort of magic. The way they did it, drawing one scan line at a time.
Yeah,
like Invaders cartridge was pretty good, I remember, and Asteroids was pretty good. Pitfall was like the killer game, wasn't it? An awesome game that was.
Yeah.
And then there was loads of really crappy titles which sort of contributed to the sort of video game crash in '83. So it was an important year, 1983.
Both good and bad.
Yeah, the video game market just died because people discovered home computers. Started the next chapter.
I was going to ask you too. You had the one friend that was kind of like your Dragon tester for your games and stuff here. Did he actually contribute anything to the games? Any ideas or stuff like that? I think you mentioned in your blog that some of the titles of the different screens, like No, Not the Rhubarb, etc. You kind of collaborated on that. Did you not?
Yes, yeah, he contributed a lot to the storyline and the level names. I mean, the very concept of Alien Bongo Beast, that was his idea. I mean, that dates back even further. I mean, I don't know if you ever had this in the States, but there was a game, there was a software compilation called the Cascade 50, sort of 50 games on one cassette.
Not that particular one, I don't remember.
No, well, the
you
Dragon,
have covered it on here.
Yeah, the Dragon release was particularly bad. 50 sort of basic programs, very few of which would even be worthy of publishing in a magazine. But of course, the selling point was, but it's 50 games on a tape. So I'll tell you how bad it was. The copy I had, one of the games just cut off halfway through at the end of the tape, just ran out of tape. So you couldn't even load the last game. But so Simon and I had the idea of producing our own compilation of really poor quality rubbish software. So we would write things which did nothing, things which would come up with an IO error or a syntax error after making you type in lots of information on a setup screen, just stuff like that, just to completely take the mickey out of this Cascade 50 tape. It was so bad. But I'm sure one of the games featured the Alien Bongo Beast then. So that would have been the sort of Simon's sort of genius for coming up with sort of these crazy ideas. But yeah, he pretty much wrote the storyline for this game, sort of with minor input from me. And the level names was sort of like a 50-50 split. So I came up with half the level names. He came up with the other ones. I mean, Rhubarb, that's me. Julie Andrews, that's Simon. No idea what he meant by that. So one of the levels is called Here's Where You Get Yours, Julie Andrews. Who is still alive. Dame Julie Andrews.
Stu, when you were in coding back then, did you two things actually? Did you leave your name in the code here and there, or did you ever have back then? Did they have any Easter eggs that were you aware of stuff like that, or did that come later?
Yeah, it didn't occur to me as a thing back then. I became aware of it later, a few years later, but at the time, for me, it was just enough that my name was mentioned on the title screen, so you know where the game came from. And the other problem with the way I developed games at the time on cassette was there wasn't a lot of spare memory for anything which wasn't absolutely necessary for the game. So there aren't any Easter eggs as such in there. So,
I don't know. I kind of call the weird level names kind of an Easter egg just because it's absurdist humor type thing.
It is because I mean, very few people are going to make it all the way to the very end. So not very many people are going to see the level names. And the way I've encoded the level names, they're not going to pop out of a hex dump because I think they're just encoded as offsets into a glyph table, I think. So you wouldn't even see them in a hex dump.
They don't appear in a hex dump, and neither do translating all the bytes up several characters make them appear in a hex dump. You're right.
Okay, so what you want to do, Ciaran, is to divide them by the glyph height and then add an offset and see what that gets you. Or okay. ask me what the level names were. No,
that sounds easier.
I was going to ask if you remember all of the level names, but presumably you have them written down somewhere.
They are written down somewhere. I can remember a lot of them. I'm sort of loath to spoil them just in case somebody wants to sort of.
Well, can we pick one? What do you think is the funniest out of every level name in there that you remember?
I do like Simon's one. Here's Where You Get Yours, Julie Andrews. No idea what that means. But, there are a few in there.
I quite like the denouement to meeting Cougar's parts distributor.
Yes. Yeah, actually, that was neither me or Simon, that one. There was a third friend who got in on the act and he came up with that. That was Philip Smithson, I think his name was. He's another friend of ours. I think we're doing our A-levels at college at that time, actually, now I think of it. So we would have been in the sixth form common room, sat there chuckling to ourselves while everyone else was staring at us, wondering what was wrong with us.
I got a lot of that in college.
There's another level called Mildred's Musical Marrows. I mean, again, these are like a Rorschach test. You know, you project onto them what you will.
Did you want me to play the little clip here I've got? This is your original clip from your blog, Tier. Just gives you a little bit of gameplay. We'll play a bit more gameplay when we get to the game on results, but I can play your clip.
Go for it.
And you got the tracking missiles.
Yeah, that was my favorite feature from the arcade game, Time Pilot 84, was these little sort of targeting boxes would appear around certain types of enemy. And then you just wait for it to get a lock and then press the missile button. And then your guided missiles let loose. So I had to have that. It took me quite a long time to perfect the homing as well.
Yeah, I mean, one thing you mentioned in the blog too is this is one where you kind of regretted it, that sound was more of an afterthought because you found out you'd run out of CPU time doing some of your fancier graphic effects, like when the player's dying. And then you basically thought, having to slow it down to give the slow motion effect to really drill into the player that you've just died, that ended up being in your favor. It actually was a nice effect, even though it was not planned to be in effect at all. It was just, the slowdown of the CPU at the time.
Yeah, the in-game sound effects, I mean, they are pretty weak and it is totally my fault. because I had no trouble with the sounding bulldozer, because I had lots and lots of cycles every frame, it didn't occur to me it would be a problem on this game. But yeah, too late, I discovered that it's going to be very difficult to add sound to this game without slowing it down significantly. So you've got these quite thin, sort of tinny sound effects in the game, which are not great, but better than nothing. But I suppose the player deaf sound effect sort of rescues it a little bit. I mean, and for those who are not programmers, they'll just see that as a neat sort of slow motion effect. But of course, it's slow because it's producing large chunks of sound just to do at least one decent sound effect in the game. And it's the same sound effect for when you kill the boss as well. So yeah. I think if it wasn't for those sound effects, you could safely say the sound effects are absolutely terrible in this game. But fortunately, there is something for you. So, couple of bugs in the game, and a few people have found it recently. I think, was it Tasman? Scott Cooper, is it? I don't know if I got the name.
He's one of the
right.
people that was playing in the game on Challenge. One of some of the better scores. So.
Yeah, he discovered a bug, which a few people have discovered, is you can just fly in one direction, firing continuously. And if you've cleared the formations, then you never die. So if you put some paperweights on the keyboard, you can get an infinite score, basically. That didn't occur to me until after release. So again, after release, you can't fix it, so you're stuck with it. And another bug my son found a couple of days ago, which was if you die while fighting the end level boss, if you happen to die when the boss is stationary with respect to the grid, it won't wander off the screen, so you can never respawn and you're just stuck. Which I thought was incredibly unlikely, but he then almost did it again a few minutes later. He managed to die with the boss moving very, very slowly with respect to the grid. We had to wait the best part of a minute for it to gradually shuffle off the screen to allow you to respawn. But yeah, that didn't even occur to me back in the day. So,
yeah, I've never seen that effect. But
no, I didn't.
I've never seen that. I've played this quite a lot, but what I have seen is if you die and you've defeated the boss, but you die and it sort of brings you back, that you're still playing for a brief period and the boss sneaks his little head back in on the bottom of the screen, and then the level ends because you have actually defeated him.
Yeah, saw that a couple of times. And we also had a crash the other day, but I don't know if that was a power glitch. I mean, I've never seen it crash anywhere else other than a few days ago. So I don't know if that's a power glitch.
I've never seen that.
Well, it didn't crash completely. It just, some of the graphics became corrupted. So I don't know if there was a glitchy.
Yeah, it could have been a brownout or something.
Yeah, something like that.
Erico in the chat, Erico Montero says these are amazing features, not bugs.
Yeah, I forgot to say features. Annoying features.
Anything else on ROTAB before we go to your unreleased third game?
I think we've done ROTAB to death. Yeah, I've got nothing more in my notes to add. I'm surprised I was actually able to talk about it that long. This is such a long time ago. I don't remember it that well. I can remember sort of certain points during the development, but not a great deal of it.
So the next one you labeled as BP on YouTube, and you did talk about it in your blog a little bit. And this one is actually, I remember we found it when we found your blog a couple of years back on the show. And the parallax scrolling effect is something I have not seen on CoCo 1 and 2 games pretty well at all that I can think of. We have seen on the CoCo 3, but it's very visually impressive. Now, this was meant to be a clone of an arcade game too?
Well, it started life. I mean, it completely changed identity at some point. I mean, the original concept was a game called the Dreadnought Factor, which was released on the Atari 8-bit machines, the 400 and the 800. And the concept of the game was it's sort of up against large sort of capital ships like Star Destroyer sort of layout. So you'd have to take out the gun turrets and sort of take out things on the bridge and take out the engines to defeat them. So that was the initial concept of the game, and I was demoing it at the computer show where we released ROTAB. But because the scene started imploding, then I sort of gave up on development of that. But I would sort of come back to it later. I thought, I'm going to do something with this, because I had a vertically scrolling tile engine, and I just wondered what I could do with it. And I just got the crazy idea of doing these platforms with the parallax background behind it. I think there probably is an arcade game which looks a bit like that, but I can't remember its name off the top of my head. So,
and rather than me playing this little short clip here, we actually had Ciaran do a test earlier. He's actually going to play it a little bit live. Now, is this a game you're planning on going back to at some point, or is it basically the way it is released now is as far as it's going to get?
I might come back to it, but I know
you'd lost the source code at some point, but I don't know if you ever recovered that or.
Yeah, because I got disk drives later on. Disk drives are worse than cassettes for trashing stuff. I think that's partly Dragon DOS is partly to blame, because it's full of bugs. Sort of even the bug fix versions still have bugs, and it's very easy to trash disks, especially 80-column disks. But it is quite a few people have asked me would I be prepared to revisit it one day. Yeah, I've got to get other projects out of the way. So I resurrected this off of what I could find on cassette. I don't know if you know, Ciaran, but if you press, I'm trying to remember, if you press either number keys or arrow keys, you can change your weapons. Oh, you found it. So the idea would have been that you collect power-ups to change your weapons, but because it's just like a test bed of ideas, you can, these are crazy, these things.
Yeah, because the graphical detail in this one is pretty incredible. Your ship actually like rotates a little bit as you're moving it around. You've got stuff firing in every single direction. You know, sound effects are fairly constant as long as you're hitting things. The parallax scrolling effect with the two different speeds of scrolling, that looks awesome, to be honest.
I mean, it does slow down quite a bit when you get a lot of sprites flying around. And again, nothing's pre-shifted here. It's all every byte on the sprites is multiplied onto the screen. But you can see I've thrown a lot of different ideas in. And the sound was the first time I'd actually realised how to do sound properly. So the updates to the DAC are sort of embedded in the graphics routines, so it can produce sound and draw graphics at the same time. So you got a much sort of deeper, sort of fuller sound effect.
Now, was this meant to be for the Dragon 32, or would this one have required a Dragon 64?
Development was on a 64 to fit source code and object code in memory at the same time. But I think you could possibly put a binary into a 32 if you rearranged things. I'm not sure. It does eat a lot of memory up because of, I think it's double buffered, this game. So you got two graphics buffers eating up 12K of memory just to give you the 2 video frames. So it might be a tight squeeze in a 32, but I think it'd be possible to do something with it. I mean, the code name for the game was Black Planet. Probably couldn't call it that now because that's the name of social media sort of website. So try not to duplicate names that are sort of current. I'd have to call it something else, but I don't know what I'd call it. I think I just called it BP in the blog, just short. Short for Black Planet.
Well, presumably the social media site is just ripping off Sisters, so
who
cares?
Plus you have prior art here too. You might be able to argue that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think the social media website might have more
lawyers and money.
A few more lawyers than I have. Yeah.
A couple comments on the chat from seeing that one, which is not one we've really seen before. So Tim Gilberts goes, wow, stunning. Erica Montero said, damn, that looks outstanding. Tom Gun 07 says, that's impressive. Eric also mentioned slowdowns are fine. Old 8-bits do it here and there. And then Eric also added, man, particle explosions and all. And I have to agree. I mean, this is one of the most visually impressive vertical scrollers I've seen on a Dragon 3264 / CoCo 1.2 level game, period.
I mean, I could basically throw everything at the game because it wasn't being produced to be sort of published. There wasn't a deadline to meet, so I just sort of pick it up now and again and add a little bit more to it. And sometimes you'd see another game, you think, oh, that looks cool. How could I do it in this game? I mean, clearly it slows down. You'd have to sort of trim things down a bit to actually turn it into a playable game. But yes, it does look kind of impressive compared to other Dragon games. But
I mean, it's playable. It just doesn't have scoring or objectives, but it's a playable game. And having the switchable weapons, which I didn't even realize until Ciaran told me that I think yesterday.
Yeah, I only just remembered seeing it. There's sort of 5 or 6 different weapons you can choose from. Of course, you see the homing missiles again. Every game I do now, it will have a homing missiles in. It's standard.
And for an unreleased game, it's an awesome looking demo. And I was wondering, like you said, this is one you showed at the Dragon show.
Yeah, it didn't look like that then.
Okay. I was going to say, I was wondering what the reaction was to seeing something like that.
I mean, it was something which looked like something nobody had ever seen before on the platform. I mean, but what you would have seen at that show would have been something looking like a Star Destroyer scrolling down the screen using that same tile engine with gun turrets and various other features. So it's an appealing idea for a game. It's a small ship versus a large capital ship. For some reason, I decided to change the concept completely into just a platform shooter.
Yeah, it's a very impressive engine. So if you ever decided to get it back to it, I would love to see a finalized game on that. That's one of the most, like I said, most visually impressive for that first gen CoCo Dragon.
The tile engine I've improved beyond all recognition. In Return of the Beast, the later demo, the tile engine has so much higher performance than what I achieved then. So I mean, I was still sort of learning tricks in machine code back then because you didn't really have many people to bounce ideas off of then. You sort of had to discover everything yourself back then.
That's a question actually I have for you. Because up here in North America, we had Delphi, we had CompuServe, we had Genie, and a bunch of these other massive online platforms. We also had the whole BBS system with FidoNet, et cetera. And a lot of people did start sharing ideas. I think probably in the late 80s is probably accurate, mid to late 80s. Maybe they started sharing ideas in forums. People were actually helping each other out, like, how would I do this? And they, try this, type thing. Did you have any of that in the UK at that time?
I mean, I imagine there's user groups and newsletters and fanzines you could subscribe to, but at the time, I was just getting my information from Dragon User, the national magazine, and later on the newsletter, the National Dragon Users Group, which did have some technical emphasis, but it had nothing like the sort of technical resources that you might have enjoyed in the States. I mean, sort of reading through a few old hot CoCos, I've seen there's much more emphasis on technical articles. I mean,
yeah, here, depending on which magazine. Color Computer News, which unfortunately published till September of '83, was probably the most technical out of all of them. Rainbow was more user-oriented, though it had technical bits too. But I know, like, we had the FidoNet, EchoNet echoes and stuff here even before the internet started to take off, and a lot of stuff was shared on there. Did you guys have a BBS scene that was?
Not that I'm aware of. I mean, using a phone line would have been pretty expensive then, so that probably would have put most people off, even if such a thing did exist.
And again, Ciaran, you never saw that either in this time frame?
No, what we did have was BT, and we didn't have the idea over in North America, at least, where you had free local calls and stuff like that. That wasn't a concept that would ever really grace our shores.
So even local calls cost you per call?
Oh yeah, they always did.
Okay, I didn't realize that. Yeah, they would make it expensive to try to run a BBS link system then, yeah.
Yeah, telephone was pretty expensive. I have a vague recollection of a service called Prestel, which is like a teletext service that you could dial into from computers. But I think you would see that at school with a BBC Micro. I think the BBC Micro was designed around the concept of displaying teletext style displays, or Prestel. I'm not quite sure what you call it in the States, possibly video text. So it's a sort of a standard
I think
medium.
It's two different things.
Right.
I think Prestel was a video text implementation, maybe, don't quote me. But teletext was another specific thing designed for broadcast in the hidden lines in a TV signal. And yeah, the BBC Micro included the chip that was generally included in TVs.
Yeah, Tim Gilbert's in the chat, who was on our show last week too, said I had Micronet and used it a lot. I was using that in 1985. I'm not familiar with what that is. I don't know if either of you are.
Sorry, what was that?
Micronet is something Tim Gilbert said he was using back in 1985. No. Okay. I'll have to have Tim explain that. So yeah, that's a demo I'd definitely would like to see, finished as a game if you have the inclination to do so, because it's an awesome looking demo. And of course, your next one, which we demoed on the Amigathon, Stevie and I, with Stevie playing it a few weeks back, is a very impressive demo too. And one thing I found out from talking with Ciaran this past week when we were kind of setting up some possible questions and demos for your games, is that you actually have the demo that Stevie and I use is basically the Dragon 32 one. That's actually maxing out your 32K of RAM, which is very impressive on the visual side. It's very impressive on the sound, music side, especially on the intro. Very well detailed graphics and smooth scrolling in all four directions. But then you've started work on a 64K version of it where you've added in boss monsters, you've added the homing missiles that you're so fond of, et cetera here. So I was going to have Ciaran kind of demo that, play a little bit of music, which I believe, if I understand correctly, you actually composed that music yourself too at the beginning, right?
Yep, that's my music, although you have Ciaran to thank for the music engine. So Ciaran produced a piece of software he called CID, spelt CYD, and that's a great project. I forget the name of the project it's based on, but sort of Ciaran's rewritten it for better performance, and I believe also to have a music scripting engine driving it. So it gives you sounds reminiscent of the SID chip in a C64. And I think that's kind of where sort of Ciaran left it, as a means of playing Commodore 64 music and enjoying it on a Dragon and sort of hearing it rendered on a Dragon. And that's kind of how I've used it for the intro for Return of the Beast. But since then it occurred to me it could be sort of used as a music engine in general, and I've sort of tweaked it a bit since. Let's have a look at what's going to appear here.
Yeah, so Ciaran will demonstrate the 64K version with some of the extra things we did not show on the Amigathon show.
Maybe. The 64K version doesn't have the music intro. Do you want to hear the music intro first, or do you want to hear this? Just see the 64K.
Yeah, maybe
version?
the intro music first, just so people know what we're talking about. What the SID system or SID simulator that you've written is capable of doing on a 0.895 megahertz machine in software, and then we'll switch to the 64K version, which will show some new things we have not shown on the show before. So it's got like percussion sound effects and multi-voice music. It's a pretty incredible engine for the CoCo 1, 2, Dragon 32, 64 level machines. We've kind of gotten used to doing this on a CoCo 3, but we have twice the megahertz to throw at it.
Yeah, Ciaran should be proud of that. That's a fantastic music engine.
It's a bit better than the old Composer, eh?
Yes, yes.
For what it's worth, a lot of credit has to go to Remy, I forget his surname, for CoCo Sid, which is what the core was based on.
Oh, yes. Yeah, I was trying to remember his name.
Yeah.
And at that time, I think when Remy wrote it, that was a CoCo 3 only engine, wasn't it?
I can't remember. He might have started that way. There were a bunch of us on the old CoCo3.com forums, sort of back and forthing, optimizing parts of it. I'll load up the 64K one now.
Yep, this is one I have not seen yet, so I'm looking forward to this.
Looks like you've got invincibility on.
So this is how it starts. Is there a way to turn that off?
It'll be an additional switch somewhere in the source. If you look near the top of the source, there'll be a few options.
I will have built it as was.
There's one of your bosses too.
There we go.
As you can see, like four-way smooth scrolling, you've got a bunch of shapes moving around. Your ship can rotate. What is it? 16 positions?
16. Yeah.
Yeah. So you got smooth aiming and stuff. You've got the tracking missile, which is new. The boss monster, which is new from the version that Stevie and I demoed. So that's also a very impressive game, kind of like the one we just showed before, BP.
I think I've taken it even further, even than that demo. So I think it's possible I haven't posted it to GitHub. There's sort of two different enemy types. So you've got the formations. Not recently, but one of the last things I did was add like the jet formations that you might remember from ROTAB. So yeah, it's been a while since I've done any work actually on the game. So my memory's a bit hazy as to exactly what state I've left it in.
No, it's a very impressive demo. I know Steve and I were very impressed when we played the 32K version earlier. I did have one question on the music composition. So you're using Ciaran's SID simulator thing that's based on the original one by Remy. To actually write the music score itself, did you actually use the Dragon to generate that, or was that done on some other machine and then you just transported over the Dragon to actually play?
I mean, the whole project is built on a PC to produce a binary to then load into real hardware. But
to compose the music itself, did you have like a C64 SID player of some sort that you used to generate, or did you actually do it in raw data?
Yeah, I literally just type in every note and every duration by hand, and just in assembly macros, I think, and then build it, and then have a listen on the emulator, find out what it sounds like.
Okay, because I kind of pictured you were using like on the CoCo 3B Ultimuse or Lyra or Lyra on the CoCo 1.2 to have an editor where you move the notes around and whatever else. But you actually did that all as raw binary, just figuring out this number is a C note in the third octave or something like that, and I want this percussion sound over here. You actually did that all with data. Wow.
Pretty much. I mean, that was feasible for that demo tune because there aren't that many notes in it. It's just repeating sections. But on my list is something to convert from the XM file format, so I can actually use a proper tracker to actually compose the music, because it was my plan to put a lot of music in this game, just so it's different from other Dragon games, which tend to not feature much in the way of music. So yes, on the long list of things to do on the game is write some script to convert from a standard music format into something that Ciaran's player can play. Of course, I've tweaked Ciaran's player a bit just to produce sounds, that I like, to make it sound a bit different to a C64. There are some sort of short examples of what I've done with the engine actually in my blog, just sort of short snippets of music, if anyone's interested.
Yeah, we'll post in the links for the show here in our Discord. I will post a link to directly to your blog. Plus, your blog is reachable, I think, from the Return of the Beast entry on my webpage as well. I've got a direct link to it too, so people want to catch up on your blog and all the progress you made over the years. Now, you kind of had paused on it for a bit there. Are you actively back on it, or thinking about getting actively back on it?
I haven't been active for a while, but it's never sort of far from the thoughts. I think the problem I have at the moment is maintaining focus on a project. I'm just finding it sort of hard at the moment. I mean, a good example is this week I was trying to update one of my projects. One of my projects is sort of a minimal drive wire server, just so I don't have to load in a huge sort of Java engine to load binaries into a real machine. So I've got a little bit of Python script just to serve up binaries and disk images. And one thing I wanted it to do was add TCP/IP to it, sort of a network port, just so I could also talk to it via a Becker port from XRAW. But I've spent all week just staring at this pieces of code, just not really been at focus properly. There's something wrong with networking in Python. I can't quite put my finger on it. So,
yeah, I know the focus thing, is sometimes I get that problem too, working on Nitrous 9 and the bazillion other projects I get going on too. So
when I really get into something, I become completely obsessed, and that'll be all I do for weeks, and I'll just exhaust myself with it. So yeah, I'm just waiting for next burst of enthusiasm to come along. I mean, one thing I have been thinking about was actually animating that rotating globe in real time. That'd be something I'd love to do, rather than just play a pre-rendered sort of animation, actually draw it in real time, and sort of, which gives you options sort of zooming in and out and moving it around, and just making it generally more interesting, and just make it look like this new game sort of an improvement on the old one. So, I mean, I've got some routines for the perspective sort of transformations and the rotations. I just need to put it all together and actually do it.
We have a comment from Mikey, who's actually the author of PyDriveWire, and he says, "I tried PyDriveWire. I would like to improve Dragon support," and he's actively been adding features to it to catch it up to the original Java DriveWire. So that might be an option for you.
Yeah, that'd be good. I mean, one of the reasons I produced my own, because I don't like writing software if there's already something available out there, but one of the motivations behind me creating my own was to create something which works like TorMod's micro drive wire server, which is a little box which you plug into the Dragon's printer port, and it's powered by the printer port, and it's just a little file server which works using the drive wire protocol, which is really, really useful. But one of the features it uses is the sort of named objects to actually load files directly off the server, which was present in the Java version, which I'm not sure was present in the existing Python version. But sort of named objects sort of key to what I want to do. So I just very quickly produce something in Python just for my own uses. And yeah, it's up there on the GitLab account, just in case anyone else would find that useful.
Well, since you're on our Discord now, Mikey's also active on our Discord. If you two want to chat about it either in a public thing or just direct message each other, if you need to keep anything private, that might be a good idea to help speed up the development of that.
Yeah, that could be cool.
So I want to thank you so much for being on for the interview and going through all your games here. Now I've got a couple last little comments I wanted to throw at you before we get onto the Game On Challenge and probably a commercial and bathroom break. First of all, if you do end up finishing BP and Return of the Beast, I think there's enough interest in the retro community that you probably could start selling it again and actually make a little bit of money back for your efforts. I mean, we've been seeing some other people doing that, like Nick Marenetes. He's been, selling over 100 copies of pretty well every game he's released in the last 10 years. So there is an opportunity. You won't make a living or anything off of it, but at least you'll get some return back on there, and you can set up like a Patreon or just a direct link page. You can sell it electronically only. You can sell it with, the international companies that will make CDs and make the cases and stuff for you, so you don't have to worry about any of the physical manufacturing. You just send them graphic files to put on it, and away they go. And I for one would support you that way, and probably buy both of those games because they're incredible technical feats to me. I don't know if you have any thoughts on that, but
I mean, it's cool that that is now possible, because 30 years ago, I wouldn't have imagined that there would still be anything resembling a market. It seems crazy to think about it. I think if I did it, it'd be like a charity edition, raise some money for a charity.
Yep.
Maybe.
No, we've had that
something
too.
like that.
There's, people will give $5 and then goes to the charity of either your choice or it can be the charity of their choice, I think.
But yeah, I've got to complete the game first, and then decide.
Oh no, obviously, yeah.
And then decide what on earth I'm going to do with it. I mean, I might create a GMC version, and so that could be just marketed in the States purely to recover the costs for the producers, for example. Or you might want to produce it and support a US charity, maybe.
Yeah, or you can start collecting cars like Nick does with his. I mean, mind you, they're tiny little matchbox ones. But, so that was one comment. The other thing I have a comment on here, and this I'm guessing you probably don't, but maybe you do now. Have you ever gotten a CoCo 3 or run it through the emulator? Because there's of course a lot of extra graphic, capability and sound capability and speed, etc. And considering using some of your technical programming skills to write a CoCo 3 game, because I think you could just do absolute wonders with that.
I mean, I missed my chance to own one. So I knew back in the day, I knew a guy called Eddie Freeman, and I bought quite a lot of equipment from him that was sort of access to his requirements. So a lot of Dragon equipment and tapes and discs, controllers and whatever. And he had a CoCo 3, and he says, when I sell this, I'll give you first refusal. And I thought, that'd be cool, because I'd heard about this machine. It sounds like probably the pinnacle of what you could achieve with that processor. And so it'd be a great machine. Yeah, I would have killed for one back in the day. And of course, he tried to get in contact with me, but he couldn't because I let my email account lapse. So I missed out on the chance to own one, PAL CoCo 3. So presumably he managed to sell it to somebody else a happy owner of one. But,
well, there's still some people in Australia, like I know Ciaran got one from Brian Palmer in our group here, because he gave him one of the excess PAL ones, and Ian Maverick might eventually, he sold them on occasion too. I don't think Nick will give up any of his. He can speak for himself on that one, but
no.
It's a beautiful machine, but I could spend the rest of my life just playing around with the Dragon 32 and 64.
Well, now you got like the Super Sprite board and stuff too. You could support too, because that's actually going to be both a CoCo and a Dragon upgrade board, and it's got sprites and hardware sound and everything else. You could probably do some wonders on that too, and free up the CPU for actually driving the great game engine.
Oh yeah, it could be a Super Sprite edition and various others. Yeah, I think there's a few sort of various sort of hardware add-ons that could be targeted, particularly sound.
Yeah.
For what it's worth, unless it's gone since I last checked, there was a CoCo 3, an NTSC one on sale on eBay in the UK it's for £250.
Is that all?
Yes, that's all.
I saw Dragons. I mean, I was amazed to see a Dragon 64 go for £450 recently. That's mind-boggling. Yeah.
Holy cow.
Yeah. Somebody had put it on there, buy it now, and somebody did. £450.
Wow.
I mean, they have shot up in price in the last year, the 64s. So I'm glad I've kept mine. I mean, I've still got the box as well. I'm quite pleased I stopped the box falling into pieces.
£450 and no power supply.
That's quite common now. No power supplies.
Well, John Whitworth is actually working on actually making new power supplies for the Dragon, I think was what he was posting on the Dragon group. So that should hopefully be a problem of the past rather than the present.
Yeah, I think that's a power supply board, which you then plug your own sort of standard adapter into. So that's a great solution for those who want a Dragon. But of course, half of them now come with no power supply.
I got a question. I just recently hooked my SDC up to my Dragon, and it's been a lot of fun. But Why didn't they put an on and off switch on the Dragon instead of on the power supply?
They did. You have a Tano which didn't. It swapped the power switch for a channel select switch.
Dumb.
Oh, so that's a difference between the North American manufactured Dragons versus the Wales and the Eurhard ones then.
Yep. Yeah, there's a power switch right next to the sort of the power inlet on the back of the case.
So what channel was it?
Speak Ron so we can see your video there.
Hang on a minute. I gotta fix. None there. See it?
Okay, so that's the power brick, and it's actually got the power switch on it.
And the switch is right here. You know, right there.
Oh, okay.
Right where your foot can accidentally switch it off.
Yeah. You'll have to set this next to the computer so I have a place to switch it on and off with. Dumb.
So was the Dragon on VHF or UHF?
UHF, I believe.
That makes sense, yeah. So it probably looked like crap on American TVs because they weren't built with having the CPU so close to the video output.
I mean, the Dragon performance as far as emissions goes was dreadful, truly terrible. You couldn't use an AM radio in the same room. The amount of interference there was probably completely illegal in the States, I'd imagine.
So I had a ZX81 which was imported to the States that had UHF video, and it was beautiful. And then I saw a bunch of Timexes with VHF video, and you could hardly tell what was on the screen.
Wow.
And I assume that Tano has a similar problem with their Dragons because they're forced into 3 and 4, which are pretty close to CPU speeds in a harmonic sense. Anyway, interesting.
Does the Tano have a composite out? Might do a bit better with that.
It does.
Yes, it does.
And the inside of a Tano case is actually coated to reduce emissions externally. Although if there's a crosstalk from the CPU, it won't help with that, of course.
No.
I actually use my Commodore 64 composite output. It's one that blends the chroma and the luma together in the audio. I just have to reverse the two RCA connectors in order to use it with the Tano.
Oh, the Commodore. No, the modulator was internal, wasn't it?
Well, the Commodore 64 had a composite output, and so it has a DIN. Mine has a DIN 5, which is the older style. But and then Commodore used split luma and chroma, kind of like S video. But the one I have is a homemade one. It combines the two. I think it has like a cap in there or something. And I found I can use it on my Tano if I just reverse the audio and video outputs. And so, yeah, I use the same cable on my Tano as I use on my Commodore 64.
Well, I got a decent picture with a modern TV in channel 3 or 4 using a heavy duty. It's a rated, RCA jack, RCA cable, and a RCA to F on the back of the monitor, and then into the Tano machine, and it seemed to be pretty good. You just have to lay the cable away from the computer, and you're better. If you have it close to the computer, you get,
Okay.
Well, thanks again, Stewart, for coming on the show.
Welcome.
I don't know if we have any other questions, but I think we do need a commercial/bathroom break here pretty quick.
Can I just show you something, one cool thing for a couple of seconds?
Okay, sure, go ahead.
I don't know if you can see that. I'm surprised this hasn't happened in the CoCo world. I mean, PCB rulers are everywhere, but you never see.
Oh, an actual ruler says Dragon's Rule. That's cool.
You never see a computer themed one, so I thought I'd get in there and create a Dragon themed rule. So it's just covered in sort of programming information. sort of hardware registers, whatnot. It's just every bit of you. I don't know if you can see that very well at all.
It won't focus.
Like it.
That is cool. I especially like it says a too much information edition.
Yes. Yeah. And there's even more on the back and inches.
Oh, wow. I haven't seen anything of that for the CoCo. I don't know if anybody else has.
But yeah, that's something the CoCo market's crying out for, is a PCB ruler. But yeah, I haven't seen a Commodore one, haven't seen a Spectrum one, or for any other platform. So get in there quick before the market's flooded.
Yeah. Okay, well, thanks again. You're welcome to hang around the rest of the show if you want. Participate in any of the other discussions. I'm imagining you'll hang around for the Game On Challenge because it's your game featured this week, which is coming up right after the break. But
yeah, definitely. Yeah.
If you need to go afterwards, you can. But if you have time to hang around and want to, please feel free to do so. Same with Ciaran as well.
It's going to be a bit of a long break.
What's that, Mark?
It's going to be a bit of a long break.
Yeah, I think we all need it at this point here.
All right,
I have to make room for some more coffee.
Hi, this is Eddie Zerbinski from beautiful Quebec City. Vous écoutez CoCoTALK.
As you're enjoying CoCoTALK, we also want to remind you about the CoCo Discord server. This is a place where people come to connect, to ask questions, to provide answers, to share information, and to socialize. So when you're done, why don't you head on over to the CoCo Discord server and we'll continue the conversation there. The easy to remember link is discord.cocotalk.live. See you on Discord. CoCo123 is the Glenside Color Computer Club community newsletter that's been in publication since 1985. While the Rainbow magazine may be gone, it doesn't mean you still can't have a cool CoCo periodical. Head on over to the Glenside Color Computer website at glensideccc.com and then click on the Documents link to view all the past issues of the CoCo123 newsletter. Not only can you read all of the past and present issues, we'd also love to hear some submissions from you. So if you'd like to send an article, a column, something to talk about, maybe even a program listing, send an email to glensideccc@gmail.com. We'd love to hear from you. The CoCo World Map is a cool community resource where you can view coconuts from around the world. Head on over to map.cocotalk.live and see where your fellow Coconutians happen to be living on the planet Earth. If you would like to submit yourself to be on the CoCo map, send an email to cocotalk@cocotalk.live, and we look forward to seeing you on the CoCo map. Hey guys, it's Stevie Strode. If you've been watching CoCoTALK for a while, hopefully you understand that everyone is welcome to join this show. You don't need an impressive resume to get on. You just need to enjoy the CoCo and be willing to talk about it. There is no wrong way to CoCo. There is no wrong way to be a fan of the CoCo. There's no wrong way to be on CoCoTALK. You just have to want to talk CoCo. So if you would like to join us, then reach out to us on our Discord server, which is discord.cocotalk.live, or send an email to cocotalk@cocotalk.live, and let's get you on the show and let's talk about the CoCo.
Hi, I'm Tim, and you're watching CoCoTALK Live. And I'm playing Daggerath online like that idiot from the book.
Can you dial back on the condescension there as you respond there?
Hi, my name is Glenn Dahlgren. You may know me from a few things that I've done in my past. Let's see if we can figure it out. Maybe it's the PC games that I've done, like Unreal 2 or Wheel of Time. But maybe not. It might be because of the books that I've written. Child of Chaos. I have another one coming up called Game of War. And that's going to be released very shortly. But it's probably not that. I think I know what you might know me from. And that is my CoCo games. Because I ran Sundog Systems for a while in the heyday of the CoCo. Can you believe I got this framed? That's how much of an important piece of my life Sundog Systems was. And I'm going to be on CoCoTALK on Saturday, August 28th from 11 a.m. Pacific Standard Time or 2 p.m. Eastern. So feel free to come and chat, ask me anything you want, or tell me anything you want about the games that I made, or anything. I will see you then.
I'll mute my mic so I don't get any extra noise.
Okay, hi. I'm Glen Hewlett. Probably known for doing my Pac-Man transcode, and I just finished porting Williams Joust to the CoCo 3. So I'm going to be on CoCoTALK on September 18th. So if you want to see me, get on the show.
High Score Challenge
with Nick Marenetes.
All right, and welcome to this week's results. This week we played ROTAB with 13 scores submitted. Mr. Dave, 7,250. Rich N, 11,425. Bob and Coco, 13,800. Rick U, 18,200. Canadian Retro Things, 32,475. David Craker, 34,525. L. Curtis Boyle, 39,100. Tom C, 39,525. Paul Shoemaker, 59,000. Ed Orchard, 72,050. Buck Owens, 102,525. Tasman, 123,800. And the number one score this week belongs to Ciaran with 261,000. Way to go. Thank you to all this week's participants.
Okay. And thanks, Nick, for doing the high score list. So we've got a video here from Canadian Retro Things, Ken, a bit of gameplay, which we'll kind of play in the background while we discuss the game. And of course, we've discussed a lot of the development side of the game already with the interview with Stewart. So this will concentrate more on gameplay. And one thing that he had mentioned during the interview, and actually we found in the Discord, is that there is a couple of cheats if you want to just rack up score. If you take care of all the fleets of things, and then you just fly one direction and you hold down the fire button, you can basically go for infinity and just keep shooting the little random ships that show up. And I think it was it Tasman in the Discord that actually did that, just to kind of like after, not as part of the official challenge, but actually racked up score like 400 sub thousand. So that technique definitely works, though it's kind of boring. So anyway, for the rest of you guys, any tips, tricks, things from playing the game? The one I would do is when you get to the boss monsters, there's that technique of kind of swirling around because you have to hit it a couple times before your homing devices work on it, so that you eventually it'll start aiming at it out on its own. But the first couple shots you have to aim manually, physically yourself. And if you just try to fly straight at it, it'll just crush into you and kill you. So there's that kind of swirling around in a bit of a circle there to kind of get it kind of going in an arc around you that seems to really help, and then you can kind of get through it. That's my one tip trick that I figured out.
My only real tip is pay attention. Rack up the lives in the early levels because you'll need them later on.
I come in here from Nick Marenetes. Tasman, yes, that did that, and he said as he says he likes to break games. Now, Ciaran, on your particular score there, since you weren't using a completely going for the score and ignore the trying to solve levels technique, how far did you get? Like, what Boston monster did you get up to? I got up to the third in my score.
I'm afraid I didn't count them, but I got to the level after meeting the parts distributor on that one. I've done better in the past, but this time that's where I got to. And I won't, as before, I won't say what that next level is called because it's a good joke.
You're going to make us earn it, aren't you?
Yeah, you should.
For the other people in the panel that actually did participate in the score list, like Rick Euland, what was your opinion of the game, and what things do you think about it as either as gameplay or just in general?
Well, yeah, it was kind of like the arcade asteroids, if you will, where there's a fun way to play it, where you swirl around and shoot all the things, and there's a boring way to rack up points. And I couldn't I didn't have the patience for the boring way to rack up points, so I died fairly young, but it was fun. Yeah.
I like the momentum of it too, because you'd fly, especially at like a diagonal or something, and you gradually would slow down, kind of like in Asteroids 2, where you have that momentum going on, where you don't just, let go of the.
Interestingly, I tried 2 different joysticks, and I was never able to go like 45 degrees right of north.
Yeah, I had the same issue on the joystick on mine too. Might be a timing difference between the CoCo 60 hertz and the Dragon 50 hertz. I'm not sure.
Well, yeah, my Dragon name was like 839 or something when I typed Rick in. So.
But I hit that same issue, so I ended up playing keyboard actually, in my case.
Oh no, I like the joystick because you got the smart missile kind of automatically. You didn't have to do 2 different things, which is sort of hitting my mental capacity.
When I was a kid, I used to play it on keyboard all the time, where you had explicit control over everything, and I loved it. I can't play it like that now.
Oh, so you use joystick on it in your case too?
Definitely, yeah.
And you didn't hit that, if you're going to the upper right, it wouldn't quite catch the diagonal?
No, but I was playing it on emulation, which is a little bit different. It could be, there's a bit, when you set the comparator value that you're comparing against, you have to wait a little while before it's before the DAC gets up to swings the comparator. It might not quite be good enough on real hardware, or maybe old hardware.
Yeah, or it could be the timing between the 50-60 hertz too, depending on how it's driven, I guess. I know we had a problem on Photon recently where the emulators had to be patched because Jeff used a little trick where he set the comparator to one axis and then he immediately set it to the second axis and then read it twice in a row. And the delay of having the second write, the PI takes a little bit of time to actually do the change. So the first read would read the first value he wanted, and the second read would read the second value immediately after, as a way of saving CPU time, having to stick little no-ops and stuff to time it, which unfortunately broke every single emulator for the CoCo 3. It broke MAME, it broke VCC, it broke OVCC. So Tim Linner quickly hacked together a patch to the game itself, and now he's submitted a change to MAME to actually get that to work. But that was a trick I hadn't seen anywhere else, so it might be kind of related to that. I see Scott Cooper mentioned the bosses at the end of each level reminded me of Sinistar. That I can see that a little bit, the giant face, especially in the first level.
That game was scary in the arcade. It just shout at you and scream. It just, if they turn the volume up on the thing,
beware, I live.
Yeah, you'd jump out your skin the first time you heard it.
Yeah, the CoCo 3 version actually does the voices quite well. It's it's digitized from the arcade, so it's basically the same thing. Unfortunately, it plays quite a bit slower. That's one bad point, but it visually looks stunning, and it definitely has the voices and the sound effects from the original arcade. So, but until you mentioned that, I hadn't really thought about that. But yeah, that's true. That when that big face is coming after you, it's just like the Sinistar when it's coming after you in Sinistar. I don't know, was that part of an inspiration that too? Do you think, or not at all?
I don't recall Sinistar then. I mean, I've seen it since and noted the similarity, but I think that is a coincidence. Because the boss in ROTAB sort of based on the Time Pilot 84 boss, which is just a large sort of octagonal thing which fires sort of just
so on Return of the Beast, that boss that Ciaran showed off earlier on the 64K version, that's also based on the Time Pilot 84.
Yeah, that's more like Time Pilot 84 than my earlier game.
Ken of Canadian Retro Things, whose video we're watching, he said joystick was way better for me. I agree, it would definitely be easier. The whole auto tracking, not having to hit a second button. I mean, I guess we could patch it to run 2-button joysticks on the CoCo 3, I guess. But
my friend beats the game on using something like a Comics Speed King digital joystick. I think that's what he beat the game with. I don't remember him complaining about not being able to access directions, but I didn't use joysticks much then.
Okay.
I checked that it worked on floating sticks, but I didn't really like floating joysticks.
I don't think any of us did, except for certain particular games. Canadian Retro Thing, since you're in the chat here and this is your video playing, were you using a digital stick or did you actually use one of the old analog sticks? I'm just kind of curious if he'd hit that problem, because maybe he played it with a digital stick and that the problem didn't show up there.
I've got to say, if you used a Conic Speed King, that's the one that has the finger activated trigger, right? So
Yes.
your finger probably had a bicep like Popeye by the time you were done.
At very least, very calloused. Any tips or tricks or comments from people that played the game here?
I mean, I don't have the reactions to play that game properly. I mean, one tip is to not fly around at full speed. The slower you move, the more time you've got to avoid things, particularly the bullets, which sort of head towards you in the center of the screen. If you're not going at full speed, you've got much more time to sort of change direction and avoid them.
Oh, Ken said he was using an old Black Beauty free-floating joystick on his. So
when the bullets come in at you from the direction you're flying, and you're shooting up, and maybe some baddies are there too, and you don't see them, I won't say it. This is an American show. Can't swear on American shows.
It's the right feature.
It's a real feature.
Yeah.
Dave and Ciaran Very in the chat. Dave says, "I love the retro look and sounds of this game, and we'll keep playing it." And that's a good talk about the quality of a game if somebody wants to keep playing it after the challenge is officially done, because a lot of people play the game for the week and then it's on to the next week. And then the fact that he's enamored enough of the game, he's going to keep playing it irregardless.
Wow.
There's a good feather in your cap there, Stu.
I have to say, I'm just blown away by sort of all the nice things people are saying for this game that was dead and buried 2 decades ago. It's a nice feeling, I have to admit.
Well, the thing is, for a lot of the CoCo users, since we've never seen these games from the Dragon before, that's why I try to cover them on the Game On News part, is that these are new to us. These are not old games. We've never seen them before, and sometimes they're very much more impressive than some of the stuff we saw locally here. Because once the CoCo 3 came out, a lot of developers just kind of switched over to it over the span of a couple of years, and there wasn't much new CoCo 1 and 2 stuff coming out at all. And you guys kept pushing with that original hardware platform, for years afterwards, and even tweak things further than we had done here. So you actually have some of the most impressive stuff, to be honest.
Yeah, towards the end, I mean, there were people just making games for the love of it. There was no money in it at all, sort of by the end of the 80s. So there's a few titles released at the end of the 80s which didn't reward the authors, but they were good quality releases.
Yeah. And like I said, the market now, the retro market in general, and the CoCo and Dragon in particular, I think does have enough support now that if you decided that you wanted to, sell it for $5 for a digital copy or something, I think you would make a little bit of money. Like you mentioned, you can donate it to charity if that's not something you're interested in, but if you just wanted a bit of a reward, I'm sure there would be some support. I mean, we support Nick all the time, and look at him.
He hasn't moved in the whole time I've been watching. Is he all right?
I've learned the art of sleeping with my eyes open.
Yes, Nick is good at sleeping while on the show.
Oh, you're another one.
Ron, what are you trying to show there? Can't quite see. Because you have to unmute Ron and talk so the camera switches to you.
Your Donut Dilemma, Mine, Space Intruders, Bash, and Z89. Now, looks like Steve Bjork got top billing, and this is in a rainbow. And then there's Donut Dilemma. So it's Steve Bjork and Nick Page in Game Point. See Game Point.
Yep. Now I do remember those ads actually, and I bought pretty well that entire list there at Rainbow Fest.
Pretty cool. Yeah.
So Nick's made a ton of money off me. Stu, you should go for it, I think.
We only knew the names, we never knew the people. Probably same with you Dragon guys, huh?
When I first met Stewart at a Dragon meetup, I'm not sure I was able to speak that much because I was a bit of a fanboy.
That's how I felt when I met Lonnie at I went to a CoCo.
Yeah, Lonnie Falk at a Rainbow Fest is what you're referring to. The publisher of Rainbow.
Yeah, and I walked up to him and I had nothing to say. Good to meet you, sir. That's it. Shook hands. Didn't ask him a question. Just couldn't,
I was kind of lucky because when Bill Noble and I went to our very first Rainbow Fest, or maybe it was the second one we went to, probably the second one. That's when we'd started using the CoCo at work. We had that super system I keep yakking about all the time. But we talked to Lonnie about that on the elevator ride somewhere. And he became quite enamored. He ended up talking to us for like 10, 15 minutes and said we should write an article and all this other stuff, which we'd started. And then we had a videotape kind of made, and then the tape got lost and work got super busy. We just never finished it, unfortunately. I really wish I could find that tape. It was pretty good. But yeah, the fanboy thing, I remember PenFest 2000, which Nick actually flew down from Australia to attend, and he was actually one of the main organizers.
Flew up.
Yeah, or flew. Yeah. It's up and down, down is up, but you're on Australia, so it's kind of hard to tell. But yeah, I remember Mark Hawkins, one of the microware programmers that did the CoCo 3 ROMs, and he also did a lot of the CoCo 3 level 209. He had a huge fanboy, and I can't remember who it was now. But he actually ran up to Mark and said, "Here, autograph my back." And he handed him a Sharpie and leaned over to let Mark sign his back. And Mark was just kind of like, "Whoa, what's going on here?"
I think Ron had a good idea, though. All the old school should have an ad page of their stuff. Just, forget who originally sold it. Just here's an ad for all of my stuff. And donate $5 to.
Something we've talked about on the show before is that a lot of us, when we were younger, I mean, we were filthy pirates, let's be honest, because we were kids. We couldn't afford software, and a lot of the authors kind of got ripped off. And we've talked before, like maybe we should set up a page where people, because now that we're adults and we actually have income, that maybe we should have a little contribution page for the various authors, even if they haven't produced anything new, but just to pay, to pay for a game that I stole from you years ago. Here's a little bit of money just to say, thank you for the game. I'm sorry I ripped you off.
The guilt page.
Yeah. And actually, I don't think that's a bad idea, because I mean, some people aren't going to start writing games for, on old platforms new now, though some will. But it would be nice to just do it as a thank you, I think, to all the authors, because I mean, they could have made a ton more. The games were good enough to buy. We just didn't have the money back then.
Set up a retirement fund.
For what it's worth, Stuart, pretty sure I paid money.
You're one of the few.
I mean, honestly, Return of the Beast and BP both would be ones that I'd be willing to pay for. Whether you want to do that or not, that's up to you, of course. They're definitely good enough, and the retro scene is enough. I mean, we had Stefan from Germany who's importing some Infocom engine games and creating new games using the Infocom engine for various platforms, including the Dragon. He's selling, full Infocom style color box and the whole bit. And there's definitely a market for retro games now, I think, for new ones on old platforms.
How many of you guys here ever used a where you divided up your hard drive and had sections for games, and then never turn your CoCo off because you would lose it? What do you call it?
Partition.
No, when you we don't even use it anymore. It's
like a RAM drive.
RAM drive, yeah. I mean, how many? I tried it for a while at my first CoCo. It was 128K, the easy way, and I would put 32K areas and load programs in, and then if you hit a certain, I forget. I think there might have been a program to select, for a different area, and then run it, and then. But if the program crashed, I think you lost your whole. Didn't you lose your whole RAM drive?
Yeah, and some of the games or some of the programs back then, if you the only way you could get out of it was like reset or something, or sometimes they even trapped that so you couldn't. So you'd run the game and then you're stuck, and then you have to shut it off, which means you lose the RAM drive anyway.
So wouldn't the thing to do is be put voltage on your RAM somehow, or? And then have that.
Yeah, but if you have a game that forces, like a lot of games trapped, especially the North American ones with NTSC, they would trap the reset button so you could hit reset till it's blue type thing.
Yeah.
So you had no way to get out of it. So if you loaded your RAM drive with 3 or 4 games and you played that particular game, you have to shut it off to even get out of it. So it wouldn't have been as useful.
Crazy.
Right. So nowadays we just need a nice Optane drive, and then it will just remember anyway, and life is good. Unfortunately, that costs more than a CoCo does nowadays. So There's that problem.
Oh, at the rate CoCo's 3s are going, it might not be for long.
Right. We may catch up. Yeah.
And as Stu mentioned earlier, they saw a dragon that went for, what was it, 450 pounds?
450 pounds.
And without a working power supply.
No, I think that was complete.
No,
that was complete.
Made that up.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
that was made up. But still, it could have been.
And 450 pounds, what is that these days? That's about $550 US?
Just probably about $450 US.
Yeah, as far as purchasing power goes, it's probably equivalent.
Google says $613 US.
Yeah, so I mean that's a lot. I mean, if I translate that to Canadian, that's you're looking at $750, $800, and if you translate it to Australian, it's probably add another 50 to that. So
Well,
it's getting to the point where Dragon's almost $1,000 Australian.
The problem is you get people cleaning their garage out, and they go and they see that just sold for $450, and they got one, and they're going to put it up. Well, let's make it just a little cheaper. $399.
Well, and the problem is if you list something for a reasonable price, it will disappear in 15 seconds and then it will appear from an eBay reseller for 550 pounds or whatever.
That's one problem with the current eBay style market is that people are buying them to flip.
Wow.
Hey, so what's the game next week?
I'll get to that in just a second. There's one other comment I wanted to read out here from, I think it was Canadian Retro Things. He mentioned, and he, of course, it's his video we're watching. He said, this is one now in my rotation of games to continue playing. So that's the second person that has said that they're going to continue to play it after the challenge. So
wow,
it's definitely a popular one.
I'm blown away. I'm amazed.
Anyway, you were asking what the next game is. So I don't have a nice, teaser with a blank screen and all that kind of stuff like Nick normally does here. So I'll just make do with showing the webpage entry. So you won't have to guess the game because the title's right on the top of the screen. But I will show it here. It's a cartridge from Radio Shack. It's one of the best arcade clones, non-licensed, that I think the CoCo had. Actually, it's one of the ones that's closest to the arcade game, though visually it's a little bit different, but the gameplay is very close.
Oh, yeah.
So, of course, Polaris is a clone of Missile Command. Now, it's based on the arcade Missile Command, which had 3 separate fire buttons so you can fire from each of your silos, or in this case, submarines. And this makes the gameplay a little bit different. Like I know, Ron, you helped pick the defense game, which is more based on the Atari 2600 version, where you have one central firing point, and it just reloads from your side silos as you run out of bullets.
Right.
The difference with the arcade game and Polaris is that the amount of time it takes to fire, like if you're trying to shoot a missile that's coming down the left, you want to shoot from the left because it'll get there the quickest, especially when they start getting in later levels and they're really going top throttle speed-wise. So you want to shoot, the shortest shot so that it doesn't take too long and you miss it and it just goes and kills your islands off. So the gameplay is a little bit different. Now it uses the keyboard for the firing keys because you have 3 of them. And they've got 2 sets of keys you can use. One's on the, I think it's ZXC on the left and comma period / on the right. So if you're left or right-handed, it plays equally fine either way. And this is also a fairly unique game that it goes through all the P mode colors. Like it basically rotates through 8 sets of colors as you're going through. So you get to see the entire CoCo Dragon palette in one game if you get through it all. And then, of course, it just wraps and gets harder and harder. And they got smart bombs, and they get super smart at the end where they'll just hover over your explosions for infinity, it seems like, until you run out of bullets, and they just never fall into this stupid explosion and die. So it's a really good game. It was a 4K cartridge. I don't know if this was available on cartridge for the Dragon. Did you guys have that in the UK? Either Stu or Ciaran, if you want to.
It doesn't ring a bell.
Not for the Dragon, but friends of the family had a 16K CoCo with a non-extended basic, but they had this, so I have played this quite a lot.
Okay,
I found defense.
Another high score from here and then.
I found defense on the pack you can download from for the Dragon, and I played it, and it's exactly the same as the CoCo. I don't know if I got converted later, or did you guys play defense?
Yeah, Defense was released by Microdeal, I think. So, and
Yeah, it was one of the ones they
one of the
rebranded from
earliest games.
Spectral. With that deal they had with Spectral and Tom Mix and a bunch of others, they would have them in. But yeah, this game should work on the Dragon. I mean, the joystick should read exactly the same. The graphics are exactly the same. The sound's exactly the same. The keys probably are remapped. So you'll have to figure out what the different key mappings are for the two sets of three. Maybe a combination would work better as far as placement goes. But it should run fine. I mean, it only required 4K on a ROM card, so it should easily run.
This is a good example of the game on the right here. Do I have time to fire all the way from the right side of the screen over to the left side of the screen to get to this thing because I'm out of missiles on the left?
Yep, exactly. There's a lot more tactical to this than the Atari 2600 style ones, which I'll be honest, most of the other 8-bit conversions I've seen are all based on the Atari 2600 model. I'm trying to struggle to think if I can think of one on any other 8-bit machine that actually followed the arcade model with the 3 unique bases to fire from. I can't think of it on the top of my head. If Bolt's still on, if he has one, or is he still on? Oh, he's away from the desk.
Well, Polaris was a rocket that was shot out of a submarine.
Yeah, these aren't bases; these are submarines. Can't you see?
Well, I was talking about the arcade version there. Sorry. I mean, obviously, this is a completely original game because it's got subs and not missile bases, right? And islands instead of cities. So it has nothing to do with Missile Command at all.
Right.
The modern version would be called Trident, presumably.
Yeah, probably. Sorry, that's the game challenge for this next week. So submit your scores to our Discord channel. Take a screenshot of your high score and throw it out there. And we'll see who gets the best scores in this. I used to be really good at this game. I used to be able to wrap the entire color set a couple times. I will bet money I can't do that nowadays. I don't know if anybody else has any other fond memories of the game, but we'll see who gets to participate. And I would love to see if some of the Dragon people give it a shot. Like I said, you might have to figure out key mappings and stuff, or if you're playing an emulator, it's simple enough. You can just remap the keyboard to match. So,
do you think that programmers today should start programming for the elderly?
No, that leaves you out, Ron.
Because none of us can play that like we used to, evidently.
Well, some of the emulators have the option to speed up the games and stuff. Maybe you just need one to slow it down. I'm going to play this at 50%, 25%.
You could take a little test before you play the game to see what your actual speed is.
Yeah, please click the following 3 color boxes in this order, and then as you slowly drag them out because you're old and can't do it, it adjusts the game speed down appropriately.
Be like a handicap level, like for golf.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I will make one other comment before we go on to the next part here, which is a game on news. But it's funny that talking to a lot of the game authors, and I think Ciaran said this, I think Stu said this, and I think Nick said this, that all of them aren't very good at playing their own games or even playing games in general. They like writing them, but they're not so much a game player, especially in adult life. Is that accurate? Sorry, Ron.
How about Nick?
Me? No, I never play them. Yeah, I don't play any of my games. I don't play any games. I just write them.
But are you good at playing them when you do?
I was once. Not now.
See, we need the old folks game.
Yeah, the octogenarian game. That's what.
Yeah.
Stu or Ciaran, is that the same? Like, am I saying that right? Is that the same for you two?
Yeah, I mean, probably Chucky Egg and Rommel's Revenge were the only games I could play well. Other games, there's always plenty of people who could beat my scores. My brother routinely beat me at all games, including the games I wrote. A couple of my friends would beat me at the games I wrote. For me, the pleasure is in the creating of the game. It's not to create a game for you to play. It's just to create something that somebody else might play.
So is that something your brother says to you? I can beat any game you can write.
Yeah.
You've got to remember to add that back door so that you can always hit the magic monster killer or whatever.
Well, I did forget to mention both of my games do have a cheat mode. But I haven't mentioned them. Until now.
I see some disassembly starting soon.
He's going to come back next week then.
No, I think we've tied up his time for 2 weeks. We had him on for over 6 hours last week already, so I don't know if we want to do that again.
He was the one with the sores, right?
I think that was all of us by the end of that show.
Yeah, he said, "Are you getting saddle sore?"
Still sat here from last week.
You haven't moved, geez, you can't.
My legs are
Stuck
stuck.
to the chair.
Numb bum.
Yeah.
All right.
So, Ciaran, was your experience, just before we go into the game on news segment here, was your experience as far as writing games, because you've written dungeons and
yeah, well, yeah, I wouldn't say I was terribly good at the ones I've written. The things I'm doing well at the Game on Challenge were things that I played a lot when I was a kid, and the muscle memory is still there. But yeah, I'm not very good at any modern game I try and pick up.
Yeah, because I noticed your score on ROTB was actually pretty well. You won. I mean,
yeah, I'm pretty good at that one. I played it a lot. The muscle memory is still there. I know when to slow down and how to weave through the bullets and stuff. But yeah, I'm not very good at picking up new ones.
Okay. Anyway, sorry, Mark. You were going to introduce the next chunk. Okay, so game on news. And of course, the one that a few people mentioned in the chat already is going to be the main headline there. We were supposed to have the author, Glen, on for a brief talk about it today, but he unfortunately wasn't able to make it at the last second. He's going to be our feature interview on the 18th of September, though, so we can save our questions for then. So here's his blog post announcing that Joust, the transcode. So this isn't a clone. This is an actual taking of the original code from the Williams game, the arcade game itself, and basically just emulating the sprite and the sound hardware, and duplicating the game like Donkey Kong by Sockmaster and Glen's earlier Pac-Man, where you're actually playing the real arcade ROMs. So he's got it available for download. You can get it there on his site. And I think I've got a little bit, unfortunately, Stevie was working on getting a video made for it, but he didn't get time to finish it. So there's one on Facebook. And unfortunately, every time I try to zoom this thing up, it tries to do a real full screen where it takes all the menu stuff down, which I already know from experience does not share through Zoom whatsoever. So it'll be a little small video, but it will play a little bit of it so you can at least get an idea for it. And I think this has sound in it too. So you guys can hear the sound effects. The sound effects are digitized samples right from the arcade as well. So all the sound effects are there. Can you guys hear that okay?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But for those of you who played the arcade game, I mean, you almost can't tell the difference so that you look at them side by side. Some of the colors are a little bit different because the original hardware had 256 color palette. CoCo 3, of course, only has 64, so the colors are slightly a little bit of a shade off. But other than that, it's pretty well dead on. Including your track modes, the ROM self-test at the beginning, your high score screens, everything.
So what original processor?
6809, same as the CoCo.
Oh, okay.
It was this was an easier transcode because it's basically a 1 megahertz 6809, so the same chip as the Dragon and the CoCo 1 and 2 had. And then he had to emulate all the extra hardware, which took up the remainder of the 2 megahertz we have or 1.78 megahertz we have on the CoCo 3.
Are there a lot of games like this out there that haven't been done?
There's a few.
Yeah, I'll mention one right off the bat here because Glen we've demoed it before. He was working on Defender, and he actually hit some problems where it just would randomly crash, and he kind of got frustrated and dropped the project, and they switched to Joust. Now he's discovered there's a few hardware self-protection tricks on Joust, and those are both Williams games, Defender and Joust. And it was basically to make sure that people weren't screwing around with the ROMs. And learning those techniques there and then applying it back to Defender, he thinks he can get Defender done. He's actually actively working on Defender again. Now, I don't know if it's going to be done by the time we do the interview with him. It'd be great if it was. But yeah, he's actively working on the Defender transcode as well. And I did want
Defender.
What's that?
I want Defender.
Yes. We watched the demo at CoCo Fest last time, and he had the track mode working where he was flying around and shooting stuff and the whole bit, and it looked awesome. As does this. I mean, this was a fairly quick transcode, and we'll get into that when we start interviewing him on that. I did put an entry up on my webpage. You ready for this one as well? That you guys can take a look. So I took a couple quick screenshots, etc. One thing he did add here is he's got a couple basic programs on the disk. It's distributed when you download it, the disk image. And what they do, there's one called config, and you can configure the game. So how many points do you need to get a free man? Are you defaulting to RGB or composite monitor? Do you want to play with joystick or keyboard controls by default when you fire it up? And then he's also got a program called Save. Now, what he did here was a bit unique. He allows you to save your scores from the high scoreboard to disk, as Stu was mentioning with ROTAB. But he was trying to make it as compatible as possible with everything, emulators, real hardware, etc. And one issue we've had with some people trying to write directly to, say, the disk controller, like a lot of people have done, is that it doesn't work with DriveWire, for example. And, sometimes ROMs aren't quite the same between an HDB DOS and something else. Sometimes that doesn't work quite right. So what he did here is he actually wrote it, because everything's been written to work with BASIC, because it would be totally useless if you couldn't type save and save something. So he's got a little basic program you run. So basically you play Joust, and once you figure you're done for the session for the day, you hit the break key and it exits cleanly. And then you run the save program, and it'll then grab the scores out of memory that's still there and then save them to disk. And the next time you reboot Joust again, those scores are back. And one of the config options is you can reset that anytime you want. So it's a pretty neat system, and it actually works with DriveWire, works with all the emulators, works with real hardware. I will mention it requires a 512K CoCo 3, does not require 609, works perfectly fine on the stock 6809. For those that haven't done the upgrade, you won't need to on this one. And it's an amazing, well done transcode, and I think hopefully this will settle. Like we've had the joking back and forth about what is the best Joust game on the CoCo. A few of us think Lancer because the physics for flying are better. I'm one of them. Buzzard Bait because
is that what Nick Marotta keeps having on the background?
Yes, he keeps putting Buzzard Bait on there because that's his favorite, because it's got bigger graphics and better sound, which I will agree with. And then Pegasus and the Phantom Riders, some people, including I think Bo, think that's the best one because it actually added some innovations to the original Joust concept. But this one, because it is the arcade game, I think that probably should win as being the best Joust one.
Oh no, I was going to say it. The one thing that is going to be missing from this is the better control scheme that was introduced with Buzzard Bait.
I don't know. I still think Lancer plays better. Sorry.
Way to stir the pot, guys.
The endless debate continues. Anyway, it's really nice because we're getting like literal MAME level arcade games now. We've got like Glen, his very first one was Space Invaders. Now he never did the sound because that was actually based on analog circuitry. And he actually had it like the original one, it plays sideways. So you literally have to tilt your monitor on its side to play it properly. And then he did Pac-Man, which was a little bit different, a little bit iffy because he didn't try to scale the graphics. He actually has it vertically scroll to cover the entire 240 pixel high. And that throws me off a little bit. I mean, it is arcade perfect, but it doesn't quite scream arcade in my ear. Of course, Donkey Kong by Sockmaster was the one that started the whole transcoding for the CoCo 3. But now we've got a couple really, really good ports that are, pretty well identical to the arcade. Like we're actually getting our own little mini MAME at this point. You want to play real arcade games? I mean, even use the same MAME keys, 5 for drop coin and 1 or 2 to select 1 or 2 players. So definitely, I recommend everybody go out and download this. If you have a CoCo 3 and 512K, or if you have one of the emulators, VCC and MAME, go grab it. Go ahead.
Curtis, this has nice sound and everything. What did the original machines have for a sound chip? Did they have one or?
Yeah, they did. I can't remember the details. I did look it up a while ago.
So he's having to emulate that, huh?
Yeah, and the sprite chips. He's got to emulate the sprite chips too. So.
Wow.
The coding of the actual game logic, that's the one thing he saved on this versus some of the other transcodes like Pac-Man or Donkey Kong, because those were based on Z80/Z80 processors. So that you had to translate the machine code itself, instruction by instruction to try to get it to run identically. At least in the case of this and the upcoming Defender, at least the CPU is the same, so you don't have to recode all that stuff. It's just trying to get the sound and the graphics to run when it's making a call to a sprite chip to say, go move the shape over here. You have to do that all in software.
And both Joust and Defender are both what they call east-west games. In other words, the screen is oriented the same way as, say, the CoCo is. It's not a vertical. You don't have to rotate the screen.
Yeah, like he did on Space Invaders, which was rotated, yeah. And Scott Cooper in the chat's absolutely right. Yes, Buzzard Bait took advantage of analog joysticks. Still like Lancer better. Good word from you, Scott, there. I totally agree. And Dave Gerrie says, I played this version. It's perfect.
Would this be better played with the joystick that, who is it that made that wooden joystick with the...
Neil Blanchard with the big fancy? Yeah, I mean, that is arcade literal hardware, like arcade buttons and arcade joysticks there. So that probably would, yeah. There you go, Neil. Got you in there. There's also the keyboard playing option here, which actually has two sets of keys because you can play two players head to head. So there's a set of 3 keys on the left side of the keyboard and a set of 3 keys on the right side. So even if you don't have joysticks, you can play this game. And we'll mention that too. I did try that, and I did use it for the emulator when I was taking screenshots, but it doesn't play as good as with the joystick on the real hardware. So anyway, go ahead and grab that. It's another monumental programming feat on the CoCo 3, I think, to have an arcade, literal arcade game running in the CoCo 3.
Does he use quite a bit of memory for this particular game? I mean,
it takes 512K. Most of that's the digitized samples. Actually, I should mention there's a zip style compression routine. I can't remember the original author, but the decompressor for the 6809 was written by Doug Maston, who is one of the authors of Contras on the CoCo 3 from back in the 90s. And he contributed the code to Glen to do the decompression on the fly. In fact, when you run the loader, you'll see it loading chunk 1 of 7, decompressing chunk 1. Because he fits the entire thing with all the digitized samples that fills 512K to take the old samples and all the graphics, etc. But it fits onto one floppy image. It doesn't need multiple floppies and flipping disks or anything like that. It fits in a 160K disk just fine. So a big shout out to Doug and the original author, which I wish I could remember his name off the top of my head, but contributed that to the project, which he'll be using on other ones too.
That's pretty cool.
Einar Saukas, something like that.
Yeah, that kind of rings a bell. But it was really good because it's a very, very small routine. I mean, the decompression routine, I think, is around 256 bytes or something like that. I've actually written an unzip utility back in the day, and this is old PKZip 1.0, not 2.0. And I tried to compress that as much as I could on assembly in 699. I think it took about 7K for me to do that, not including the data memory, which is huge. Okay, next up, Jim Gerrie. He shared a game called Theseus and the Monster for the CoCo 1 and 2, and it's not for the MC10 for a change, which is a bit of a rare thing for him. That demonstrates the SG6 mode we were talking about a week or 2 weeks ago, I guess now, which only allows 2 colors in black. Your choices are blue, red, black, or purple, orange, black, but a slightly higher resolution. So this gives you a 64 by 48 pixel versus 64 by 32, like the standard Semi-Graphics 4. And it uses the same amount of RAM for the video screen. So this is just kind of a little demo thing for the CoCo to show that particular rarely used graphics mode running. Let's work a little bit here. So it kind of looks like a Berserk style game, but you notice the pixels are a bit more square than they normally are, and it does give you a bit more vertical resolution at the cost of color, unfortunately. Okay, next up, and this is getting back to some of the old news that happened 2 weeks ago. Of course, for the Dragon Special, we didn't have time for news. So the Dragon Special was running long enough. I'm sure Stu and Ciaran would have killed us. We made them sit for another hour and a half. So this is Paul Shoemaker has done an assembly language program to do animating compiled sprites called 30 Birds, and you'll see why it's called that shortly. And we just kind of testing like what would the speed be like to animate 30, animated shapes on the screen at the same time. And Paul's one of the guys who've been slowly learning assembly language too. And we've got another one coming up a little bit later that does that as well. And as Stu mentioned, that first time when you start writing your assembly language routines after using BASIC for years and you see the speed increase that you're capable of doing, it just stuns you. Next up, and this was posted by Chris Poacher, also on the Dragon Special, and this was on the Dragon Facebook group on Facebook, pointing to this YouTube video. This is from a 1980s computer show from the UK called Magic Micro Mission. And I'll let Stu or Ciaran, hopefully one of you guys have seen this show back in the day, and kind of explain it a bit before I play the little chunk of the video here, because this actually shows, it looks like part of the show was basically having kids play a brand new game that got released and kind of giving their review impression of it. But I don't know what the general show was about, so if you guys can maybe explain that.
No, what came out of the Facebook thread was that this was a regional program that I certainly didn't get down in the Westwood/TSW region. I don't know about Stu, but I certainly never saw this.
I've no memory of this.
Okay, so this was just like a regional program in like one city then?
Well, one region. I mean.
Okay. So they did do it, but I'll let them, kind of explain the game here. But I'll just play a little clip from it.
Now it's time for the verdicts from our famous five, including David Gower. David, hello. Oh, sorry. Robin, hello. What are you playing here? Cuthbert Goes Walkabout, isn't it?
Yes. It's okay as long as you're very skillful with a joystick. You've got sort of ants which are trying to eat you all the time.
That sounds nice.
And you're on a grid and you have to sort of paint out the grid. Where you walk, a red line appears.
Right.
When you form a red line round a box, it turns yellow. And when you turn the whole grid yellow, you go on to the next grid.
You've been eaten?
Oh.
Haha. How many would you give out of 5 then?
3, I think.
3 out of 5 for Cuthbert Goes Walkabout.
Mandy, you've been playing amazing.
So anyway, there's more to the show. Obviously, if you guys want to go catch an old retro show from the 80s.
This is how people used to dress in the 80s as well.
Maybe on a Doctor Who set.
No, just generally here in the UK.
Yeah.
Was this post-punk then, or?
Yeah, we all used to wear headbands.
Yeah, it wasn't much better here in the US. So
that's true.
These are colored.
The puffed up hair was definitely a thing here too. So.
Thankfully, they don't make us dress like that for the show.
There's a thought. No, I'm just kidding. I thought it was pretty cool because I don't remember seeing too many. We've done a little bits of some local TV shows here that have done educational stuff with the CoCo, like Reverend Fuzzy did back in the day. But I don't recall a generalized video game show that actually would have featured CoCo stuff, at least not that I can remember. Every once in a while, Computer Chronicles would have some CoCo related story, but that was pretty rare.
Yeah, it's a great find. I had no idea the Dragon made it onto the TV.
Yeah, it was funny because we were looking for TV ads for the Dragon because we did have quite a few of those in North America for the CoCo, and even Australia had CoCo ads. But from what people have told us, and in the UK, there never was a TV commercial for the Dragon at all. It was all print magazine type stuff. So this was the closest that somebody had found for it.
Well, not in this country. There was famously the Smash robots doing something in Spain.
Yeah, I haven't heard about this. What is this?
There is a Spanish advert with robots discussing the Dragon, but they look incredibly like the robots that we used to advertise a powdered potato, or mashed potato mix.
Okay.
That was voted one of the greatest TV adverts of the 20th century, the Smash robots.
I mean, everybody can remember the tagline, can't they?
Yep. So, which proves it was successful.
Robots? No.
You have to see it to imagine it.
I'm trying to remember. We played some Spanish ad on the Dragon Talk special. Was that the same one? They were talking about OS9 or something?
That should be the one.
Yeah, that's it.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Then I do kind of remember it now. Of course, it was in Spanish, so I had no idea what they're saying.
Our tech staff doesn't have that queued up.
Yeah. Well, if we played it last week, I should still have it queued.
Yeah, we'll let you search the 6.5 hours of footage there later for that there, Mark.
It should be on the share drive. So
yeah.
Yeah, well, it's probably still in the scene collections. I've got it. I can flip over to it if you really want.
If you want to, we can queue it up here, or do you want me to finish the game on segment first, and we'll do it before we start the regular news?
Let's see. Was that the commercial 3, the Spain show?
Probably. I'll stop sharing. And let you.
Presenta Connecta el micro, pica l'Star.
També en el camp de l'ensenyament, gràcies als gràfics per ordinador, s'aconsegueixen notables guanys pedagògics. Els alumnes, a l'hora d'aprendre el maneig de l'ordinador, troben en els gràfics un al·licient per interaccionar amb el micro.
We won't worry about it for now. If you want to catch it, we did play it last week, so please go watch the entire 6-hour episode last week until you find it.
And hit that like button and subscribe.
It's in one of those 4 parts.
And go back to sharing the screen here. So Cuthbert Dragon, as usual, has been fairly busy. And I won't go through them. One I found kind of cool was he actually did his review playthrough of Blockdown, which is Ciaran's game that the secrets were revealed last week. So you've already got a gameplay video.
Yeah, I was quite chuffed by that. Steve Batson let me know that was up there.
Now, does anybody know who Cuthbert Dragon is? Because he or she has shut off all comments, and I've been trying to get a hold of him because I would love, because he's got real hardware he's playing this on. This isn't on emulators. But he's got a ton of new stuff in here. There's a few here that I have not seen before. I think Shuttle Zap was one. I'm not, because the show's already running a bit long, I'm not going to go through a whole bunch of them, but there was 1 or 2 I wanted to try to play. Bugged. Is this one you guys are familiar with on the UK part of the panel? Which appears to be a semi-graphics Pango, from what I can tell. Stewart, Ciaran, have you ever seen that one before?
No, I'm not familiar with that one.
Which one are you pointing at?
Bugged.
No, I saw that, and no.
So you push the blocks to knock the monster out, similar to a Pango style game, but it's done in semi-graphics, which is something we saw a lot more on the Dragon than on the CoCo. And it looks like semi-graphics 24 just by those circular things with the little lines through it there that he's using the highest graphics mode, semi-graphics mode. But I'd never heard or seen of this one before. I don't think it's on the World of Dragon archive either, is it?
Dungeon software, possibly.
Anyway, it's kind of cool. It's a pretty good version of Pango, if that's what it is supposed to be, that I've never seen before or heard of before or anything else. So, and once again, one of the other higher semi-graphics mode games that we saw so little of in North America, but the Dragon actually took advantage of more than we ever did, which is a shame because it's one of the few places you can actually get 9, 10 colors on the screen at once. I think most of the other things here we have seen at some point in the last few years. Oh, Evictor, I think, was one I don't think I'd seen before. You guys remember that one?
I've not heard of that one.
Doesn't look familiar.
I'm not even really sure about the gameplay, but I'm guessing you have to bomb through those blocks until you hit the red thing in the bottom center there, and you've got to dodge shots from the guns and that weird barrier shield TIE fighter thing that shows up every once in a while. I can't remember if he actually gets to the point of killing it or not. Oh. Yep. Oh, energy 0. I think he died there. Or maybe he's refueling. So neither of you have seen that one either?
No, it's a new one on me.
Seems to be by Wizard Software.
They had quite a few titles, didn't they?
Yeah, the one that I recognise most is Computer Fruiter, which I suppose is probably a fruit machine, but I definitely remember reading that name.
I mean, if anybody can figure out who this Cuthbert Dragon guy is, I mean, it sounds like he's got some games that should be in the archive. that nobody else seems to have heard of or seen.
These are on the archive.
Oh, these are? Okay.
Yeah, both of them are. I found them in the last downloadable version of the archive that Simon made available.
Actually, this is kind of a side thing, but a question about the archive. Like, you've got a game link on a games page link on the left-hand side. You can pick, and it gives you an alphabetical, 3 pages of games. But there are a ton of games that if you go to the software section that are there that don't show up in the games page at all. Is there any chance that's ever going to get caught up? Because it looks it's getting quite different. Like, there's a ton of stuff available if you go manually hunt it down.
I think it's been broken a few times, so it's a continuous work in process to keep the wiki sort of up to date with the actual archive of software.
Okay.
Yeah, and I don't think Simon has a lot of time for it.
No.
I mean, a lot of time generally. I mean, I'm sure he puts as much time as he can into it. He has some helpers, but they probably don't have that much time either. Wizard Software, who did that last one, might be better known as Meridian, who did Under Beings of Croth and other things. P.H. Oldmore.
Okay.
I mean, better known to people who had dragons. These won't mean anything to most of you. But Under Beings of Croth is a good adventure game with an excellent little high-res screen.
Here's a hi-fi bargain from your nearby radio.
So anyway, I mean, if you want to catch up on some of the Dragon games that were out back in the day, or even modern ones like Lockdown, Cuthbert Dragon's page is excellent. He's playing on real hardware. He's even got a funky new TV you might have seen there that kind of reminds me of who's the guy with the lava lamps? Rob's Retro Rambles type of thing. So he's
all right.
Up this kind of red, plasticky looking TV. It looked modern in the 70s or 80s.
He's still got a service mark of the light.
Yeah, the
bar
blinds.
over the.
Yeah. Anyway, he's got a ton of new videos here the last couple of weeks because we didn't cover them last week. So there's 40, 50 new games to take a look at, or new to his channel anyway. And every once in a while, he throws in ones that even some of the people in the UK haven't seen before, which is kind of cool. So he's got some rarities there. Now, you said Bugged is on the archive, Ciaran?
Yes. Hang on. By Dungeon Software. That was it.
Okay. It's cool to know that they're actually available for download. I'm going to have to actually download some of these and make some page entries for these. The other 600 and some odd games I haven't got up there yet. Next up, Mr. John Bodekar-Schaller, if you're still handy there. Don't know if you're handy or not, but if you wanted to talk about.
I'm always handy, Curtis. I was just I was eating an unhealthy amount of pizza, and I didn't think anybody needed to see that.
Well, you were away for a little bit because I tried to throw it to you earlier.
Oh yeah, that was me going to get the pizza.
Oh, okay. So did you want to intro the video here and then also mention the live taping tomorrow?
Sure. Yeah. So Aaron and I did an episode of the CoCo Show all about Pit Stop 2. Of course, I'm sure most people are familiar with Pit Stop 2. Its notable features being the sort of wearing down of the tires on your tread as you traverse the course. And as Curtis always mentions, it's the most fun you can have is playing with a buddy. And it's sort of a pressure luck type game where, can you make it to the end of the race or around another lap on the tires that you've got, or risk breakdown. And the fun mini game where you actually pull into the pit stop and you've got your fuel guy there to fuel you up. You got you're changing the tires, you're fueling your car. It's a neat little diversion that breaks up the monotony of a racing game that I think really the tracks are a little bit too long to be truly exciting. But it's a solid racing title on the CoCo, and the fidelity of the cars themselves is much higher than on the Atari 8-bit or the C64 because of the artifacting and the way they were able to draw the cars. Which is pretty interesting. There are aspects of this game that actually outclass some of the more powerful 8-bit systems available at the time.
Yeah, I know you guys. Yeah, here's a side by side of. I think this is the Atari 8-bit version.
Yes.
So you can see like the graphics will scroll smoother and stuff here, but the cars look
a
toyish.
graphic tour de force on the 8-bit. It's I mean, you get green grass, you get a better picture in terms of the tarmac there, but I mean the cars aren't. I don't think the cars look better. I don't think it looks.
In fact, I think the cars look worse.
Yeah, I mean, have you tried this on the 8-bit before?
No. In fact, this is a game that completely passed me by.
Yeah.
So
I'm gonna have to try it out. But this is a game that sort of like, when we were talking about the Amstrad versus the ZX Spectrum version of Exelon that we did on the show just a couple shows ago.
Yeah.
There are more colors in this, but the drawings don't have the fidelity that the that sort of weird resolution, artifacting colors on the CoCo and the Apple II do. So this almost looks like it's like a child's drawing versus the CoCo version looks like a tracing of a real automobile.
Well, one thing.
Anyway, that's a really good review, as they always do. And there was a bit of a pre-discussion, like you usually throw those, loosely related to the game streams of thought at Aaron.
Oh, yes.
And he was quite enamored with your one on this one. I'm trying to remember what it was now.
I believe it was, what was your most memorable pit stop? So I'm sure everybody's got stories to tell in that regard. But yeah, and we are recording the next episode of the CoCo Show tomorrow on twitch.tv/Amigos Retro Gaming, which I believe is auto-hosted from the CoCoTALK Twitch channel anyway. And we're going to be talking about Mud Pies, which was a Game On challenge just about a month ago now on CoCoTALK. So I'm sure everybody's familiar with that. Should be a good time.
And it's about, I think you guys just rescheduled it today too. It's about 5 p.m. Eastern.
Yeah. We had to bump it back an hour. I'm actually getting an international exchange student. My wife and I are hosting one, and we have our final sort of meeting with the coordinator tomorrow morning. So we had to bump back the recording time a little bit, but we'll be ready to go at whatever time I said it was.
Yeah. And of course, for those that are into other retro systems and not just the CoCo, you've got your other shows being pre-taped tomorrow too, correct?
That's right. So if you're into other stuff besides the CoCo, which I mean, what kind of awful person would be like that? But if you're into the ZX Spectrum, we're going to be doing a review on Pajama Rama. That's going to lead the dance. That's going to be at 4:00. And then at 4:30, we do a show all about the Atari 8-bit computer. It's called 1200 XL. And we'll be talking about Star Wars Return of the Jedi Death Star Battle, which I believe is the longest single title of any video game I've ever heard. So, and that's going to be at 4:30. And then at 5:00, that's when we talk about Mud Pies on the CoCo Show. And if you're really, really desperate for something to do on a Sunday afternoon, you can stick around for Ask the Amigos, where we have a channel on our Discord server where people ask us random questions and we answer them. And so that's at 5:30.
Yeah, I will contest the longest title, though. I think Stu's game, ROTAB, has that locked down. What is the full name again, Stu?
Revenge of the Alien Bongo Beast in the Criss-Crossy Lines dimension.
That's got to run for the money right there, I'll tell you.
Anyway, so check that out on their channel. And like I said, like both said there, if you watch the CoCoTALK channel live, then it should actually automatically show up tomorrow. So just be around roughly 5 p.m. Eastern for the CoCo Show.
Yeah, thanks, Curtis.
Next up, we have Old School Games and Stories. We just covered him recently playing Downlands. So this time he did a playthrough of Megabug, which is the very first video game he has ever owned, ever had.
You think he'd be happy with that view right there?
Probably not.
Let's play another game for the Tandy colored computer. Of course, talked about that recently on the Retro Gaming Round.
Guys got an awful lot of Super
Haven't seen
Nintendo
that
stuff
yet.
on here to be a
What are you
CoCo
waiting
fan.
on? Go check that out. That was a lot of fun.
Yeah, he got into
So today
Nintendo
we're
after
gonna
the
play
CoCo. So
the first video game that I ever got. Game that I had with, or that Santa Claus brought me with it Christmas morning. Megabug. You'll see these games, the label on these also wrapped around to the end, so that you can see what they are when you put them in the shelf, or stack them up however you want to. This is sort of a Pac-Man clone of sorts.
hey, I'll let you guys actually watch the full review of the game there. He does have an interesting story because I guess he kind of knew he was getting a computer for Christmas. So by the time his parents woke up, they got woken up by the sound of Megabug with "We Gotcha" and all that kind of stuff happening because he'd already hooked up the thing and everything else even before his parents woke up. So kind of an interesting story. I'm hoping to have him actually on the show eventually too, because he started on the CoCo and he plays a ton of modern video game consoles and stuff too, and of course got a Nintendo later, as you can see by his back wall, as Boat mentioned. But his very first system at home, period, console or computer, was a CoCo. So that's where his gaming teeth were cut. Now, this one here was posted on the Dragon group on Facebook. And you guys probably know him better. This is the first time I've ever seen a video by him. So if you guys have a bit of background on him you want to mention before I play a little clip of it here. But basically what he did here is he's got a huge unboxing of a whole bunch of Dragon original software cassettes and some of them in the giant cases, some of them in just the single, cassette cases. It was funny because he released this just after we did Dragon Talk, and he was mentioning during that he was expecting maybe 6 people out of the entire planet to watch it and have any interest in it. And we had, over twice as many panelists of the Dragon Talk show alone running the Dragon, plus a bunch of extra people in chat. So obviously we broke that 6-person thing right off the bat. But Stu and or Ciaran, if you want to maybe mention who he is and any connections you guys have with him in the community.
I think Ciaran's away from keyboards. Unfortunately, I'm not on Facebook, so I'm not up to date with the Dragon scene. Sort of my contact with Dragon is sort of via the World of Dragon archive, the forum on there. So hopefully Ciaran will be able to fill us in.
I'm just back from being away. What's the deal?
The video we're showing on the screen or the big unboxing. Are you familiar with him?
I'm not. I'm afraid. I saw the video. He took some things out of a box. He certainly did that.
Oh, I've done that.
Way to upsell him, guy.
Who knew that was a way to get people to watch you on YouTube? Taking things out of a box, huh? I'm gonna have to try that sometime.
Sounds like a cool deal.
Just for that, I'm going to play the whole damn 19 minutes of it. No,
I think the things were good things.
Well, the fact it was actual original software. It's not a bunch of like copied cassette. Like most of the time you buy a CoCo group of hardware and software here, you get like 5 or 6 originals and about 10 boxes of discs or cassettes that are all copies, illegal copies of whatever else. And this is an unboxing of a bunch of original stuff here. So I'll just maybe fast forward to show a few here.
I think the attraction was that he would show these off later.
Yeah, he did mention on the Facebook group he was planning on doing a video of actually game playing some of this stuff. But he's got quite a few, and he's got some of the ones with the kind of cheapy looking cases that were sold forbidden, and also a lot of the fancier ones. But one thing I wasn't aware of, like most of the ones I'm used to seeing people having are these single cassette ones. Now, mind you guys did your labels and stuff a lot better than we did in the US. We just put really cheap cassette inlays and stuff in there. But he was showing some stuff. It looks like it's almost like a VHS cassette case type thing. Was that fairly common?
It's a standard compact cassette jewel case.
No, not cassette, but I mean, he actually has some later ones that are VHS. So let's get that here.
The library cases were more common early on, sort of the very early 80s. You'd get the very large sort of plastic boxes with a tiny little tape in the middle.
Like here's one of the bigger ones.
Yeah, I've got quite a lot like that in my collection, sort of quite large library cases. Some of them so big you can't even photocopy the or scan the inlays. You need an A3 scanner to scan them.
Because there he's comparing with an actual VHS box at the time, and it's not quite the exact same size. It's almost like they're custom manufactured. So was this common with other platforms at the time too? I would have to imagine.
Definitely. I've got other platform games up in the loft that are very like this.
But like the Salamander one there, he's showing actually has like a 3D textured plastic inlay with Salamander software kind of sticking out from the surface. Like they must have put some money into this.
Well, that's vacuum formed.
Yeah. But that's not cheap, especially back in the 80s.
No, you can do that in your shed.
Yeah.
Probably a different definition of the word shed I'm not previously aware of.
Yeah, I've got this is a the C64.
I'll stop sharing so you can show it there.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, this is a C64 mini. I mean, this is bigger than a cassette case, but it's definitely smaller than that VHS style case. But I've got quite a few ZX Spectrum and PAL C64 games that came into this. I don't know what you'd call. I mean, you folks across
the inside.
Oh, on the inside, it's just that's it. So, what do you call this kind of case of packaging?
Library cases.
Library cases. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sometimes if you being a Christian back in the day, you could order cassettes from different evangelists or whatever, and they'd come in a case just like that, only multiple,
multiple volumes, and they'd all sit up on your shelf nicely. Yeah, I can see the appeal, and I guess that it doesn't seem like it's much bigger than a regular cassette case, but what it does give you is it gives you the full back where you can write. You have a whole page of text that you can put in the back versus with a cassette case, you don't have that luxury. So,
a couple comments in the chat from Kevin Holloway and Tim Gilbert. They're calling them clamshell cases.
Yeah, I've definitely heard that in terms of with the VHS, VHS tapes. But I guess it fits with this too. So,
yeah, I'm just surprised there's so many different variations of the size. You figured, just to be cheap, they would have taken like a VHS case and just reused it, or a CD case later on, or whatever else it happened to be. But using a standardized one. But there seems to be a lot of little custom sizes that various computer platforms used.
It's not good for your OCD to line them up on the shelf.
Well, and you would expect there would be like a multiple of, A4 or whatever, which, letter here in the US. So they might be a little different, but so that the labels could be cut out nicely. But I heard someone just say you needed an A3 scanner for some of them. So
yeah, I've got some boxes where you pull the inlay out and they're too big for an A4 scanner.
So that blows that
get a tablet or something. Yeah.
It's just like everything. Everybody tried to be proprietary with their stuff, thinking that everybody would follow them. Then,
right? We're going to sell 1 million of these cases.
Because then you become the exclusive distributor of whatever size cases you came up with, and then you control everybody at that point. But
yeah, those are slick. We're going with those.
But in the UK, there was a big market for it was a bigger market for software on cassette. So maybe that was a custom size they made for that market. So because a lot of other companies that were selling software for 64s, for Amstrads, they probably also use that case size as well.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering, because Boat showed one size case, which is a bit bigger than cassette. The video actually shows multiple large size cases of slightly different sizes from each other. Like there's no standard from what I can tell. There's like 6 sizes that would roughly fit a VHS tape, but none of them are exactly the same. Some are thicker, some are a little taller, some are a little shorter. Like it looked like a complete free-for-all. And I'm imagining, especially back then, I don't think the profits, or at least I would guess that the profits wouldn't have been enough that was really worth custom making a plastic case, for every single company type thing. So I just was kind of...
Yeah, this is just one more example. This is a Strike Force Harrier for the BBC Electron. And it is a slightly larger than the library style case with the C64 game. So again, it's just like who were making all these. Now I can definitely see why you'd want to go with a larger case with a game like Strike Force Harrier, because you have this full instruction manual that you can stick in there, and you don't have to fold it a million times or whatever. But it is interesting, the variety of the sizes of the clamshell cases. I believe this is the only BBC Electron. I guess this is for the BBC B. Or no, it says BBC B OS 1.0 plus dash Electron. So maybe this is for the BBC Micro Model B and the Electron. But at any rate.
Don't forget, these came out before CDs came out. So there were no CD cases or DVD cases. A VHS case was too big to be selling computer software on cassette on anyway.
No, they did sell some with them.
On a VHS.
Yep,
yeah,
that's what we were showing on the video there. Yeah.
But these ones, though, these are a bit more customized for that market. They're a bit smaller than a VHS case. So I think it's just the market in the UK or in Europe, maybe. It was designed for that market of putting computer software in a case. And cassette cases were around, but they were small. They were too small. So maybe, they wanted something a bit bigger, but not as big as a VHS case. And
yeah, I would agree with that. I'm just surprised there's so many different sizes. Like there was no standards. It wasn't like there's 3 or 4 sizes that seem to be, common to everybody. It was like there's 19 sizes for one company in particular, or one platform. It's just all over the place.
I guess it depends on the company who decided to make the cases. It wouldn't have been a software company making it. It would have been some other creator who found a market for it and decided to make cases for that market.
Aren't the electronic books similar in that it's a big book and there's a cassette embossed in there, and then a pen and
Yeah, I mean the Color Computer Learning Lab, the custom cassette things with 8 cassettes, for the different parts of the tutorial, et cetera. Tim Gilberts has been mentioning, and he actually sold software back then from his company, Gilsoft. He was on the show last week too. Says we used to use that size for any add-ons to the main programs and the big ones for perceived value. It was $14.95 for the big one, $6.99 for the clamshell, and £5 for the system cassette, or $1.99. There were multiple suppliers that did a range of dual cassette and cassette and floppy, then with both 5 and 3.5 inch discs. Now 3.5 wouldn't have been around this early on, and they would do custom vacuum formed insides if you ordered over 1,000. So that Salamander software one, they would have had to order a minimum of 1,000 of those. And it was obviously the Dragon market must have been big enough. I know a lot of people say that it was not that common of a machine, but
it would have been used for Commodore 64 and Amstrad. Now there's a big market.
Oh, I suppose that's true. Yeah, because Salamander did publish for multiple computers. Correct?
Sinclair Spectrums and all that. Yeah, don't forget those markets. They were selling a lot of games. So yeah.
I got a question about cassettes. Did they always put the programs on both sides, or are there some that just did it on one side and then repeat, or how did
almost always?
What was the standard?
Well, the standard would be to put them on both sides, but sometimes not. And sometimes programs came with part of the program on one side and part on the other, like some of the bigger adventure games that were in multiple parts, like Return of the Ring and Ring of Darkness before it.
Also, Tim Gilbert's had another comment here. Smiths and Boots set some guidelines as well. It is why we had to use a different size eventually. So sometimes the resellers would dictate, for shelf space in the stores, we want this size of case, and don't muck around with these 15,000 different sizes, which, as Stu mentioned, your OCD would go nuts if every single game was on a different size package.
Right, because standard cassette, all you get's a J card. If you want anything more, you're going to need some kind of
well, what the Spectrum games, I've got about 500 ZX Spectrum games over here I'm looking at right now. They would print the text at a font that was unreadable.
Well, maybe not when we were younger, but
yeah, maybe I'm just old, but opening those games up now, I'm just like, oh my gosh, how did anybody read these? And a lot of the ZX Spectrum games, especially the puzzle games, we just got done playing a game called Heavy on the Magic, and they're so cryptic, and they do provide full instructions, I guess that you could say that, but they definitely made that font just to cram it on the J card, because you have the J card, and of course it folds out a couple times or whatever. But yeah, the VHS style clamshell is definitely the way to go.
Now the Color Computer had plastic bags with 8.5, 11 folded, and it was just shoved in the bag, and it had a clip-on folded piece of paper at the top, so you could put it on a rack.
Okay, at least you could read it though.
Oh yeah,
I never found where to get those baggies that would fit in a letter-sized page fold in half. I always wanted those. Because then
you're about to say something to her.
I was just picturing a brown paper bag, so nobody knew what you'd bought.
Depended on the game you.
That's for your X-rated games, I guess.
Yeah.
Well, there were elaborate folders like what is that sleuth game, or there's some kind of a game that was in a folder, and it had like your file for maybe it was for Model 1. I don't know. But it was rather extensive. You open it up, it had a folder.
Yeah, we had some CoCo games that rarely would go a bit above and beyond. Like I remember Seventh Link by Oblique Triad, which was a CoCo 3 Ultima style game. And it came in a Ziploc baggie, type thing. But it actually included a bunch of extra props in it. So they actually burnt some rope, and that was part of some electrical circuit that had, got on fire or something like that. They added all these little bits. They actually had burnt paper, which is supposedly some leftover notes that some scientists had left when the lab burned down. So they did all these extra little things to try to beef it up a little bit. But yeah, most of the time it was just a plastic baggie with a colored piece of paper to Xerox the instructions on, because Xerox machines would not copy colored sheets of paper, just come out all black. So that was their anti-piracy thing. And basically, the only advantage I think we really had in the North American market is you could reuse the bag if it was clean enough for a sandwich bag for lunch the next day. But other than that, I much prefer the UK version.
And the other unique thing was the scratch and sniff that Rainbow did, right?
Yeah, Rainbow did a couple of innovations like that. They did the Flexi disc with 3 programs on their 2nd anniversary show. The 3rd one, they had an adventure game where it'd say, you find something under the tree, scratch box number 3 to figure out what it is. And you scratch it, it's pine needles. Okay, so I got to get pine needles or whatever. Unfortunately, they wear off. So, I mean, my scratch and sniff no longer smells like anything but paper. One last comment from Tim before I go on to the next story. Yes, we used it on Spectrum as well as clamshell was supplied from stock. We always recorded on both sides. Sometimes we had a graphical game on the B side.
I am now remembering that what was the company? Automata, who did Plymania. They put the program on the A side and some sort of naff song on the B side.
That's better than the old game is on both sides that I see all the time. So at least you get something else for your money.
Well, I do remember one of the reasons they did the game on both sides, because it would use a cassette that was much longer than required for the game. So say it had a 10-minute cassette or something, the game takes 3 minutes to load. Having it on opposite sides at the beginning of each side meant that if the tape got damaged on one side, you could rewind it all the way back on the other side and it would still work. So it was like having a built-in backup copy.
That's a good point.
What is this?
This is copy protection in the old days, which I'm sure Ciaran or Stu can attune to.
Well, yeah, that'll be Manic Miner or Jet Set Willy.
Well, it's a good thing at work. There are no cracked versions of those games anywhere online.
So how did this work, Ciaran? Because I can't remember. I did watch the video, but I can't remember the details here.
Oh, it's just a color is maps to a number, and it prompts you for the code at a particular grid reference when it starts up. And so Manic Miner, all of those are stored in a completely unencrypted fashion in the load as you do it. So it's very, very easy to just get the codes out of it. For Jet Set Willy, it's a bit more tricky, I think. But of course, you can still just disable the check. It's not hard.
Because I noticed like here, like the vertical columns are A through Z, it looks like, and then you've got 1 through 40, basically. Well, they're doing sets of 10 with each page, but it would prompt you, like if you have H4, then you have to type in green or something like that. Is that how that worked?
Well, each cell has 4 colors in it, so you put in a 4-digit code.
Oh, okay. Man,
you'll probably find any cracked version you get if you just type 1, 2, 3, 4. It works. or anything at all.
I mean, that's still better than the dongle they used on a couple of games like Buzzard Bait.
Yeah. I hated Buzzard Bait only for that reason. Because the dongle, I had a perfectly legitimate dongle. In fact, I have several of them. And sometimes it doesn't recognize them and it's a long load.
Oh, ouch.
Did you ever figure out how the dongle worked, Ciaran?
I keep meaning to, but I think because it's so obvious how it works, it must just be an oscillator at a particular frequency, right? Must be.
Yeah, I've never looked at it.
So I've just never bothered. I will one day.
We'll have you back on to explain that then. Okay, next up, Rob's Retro Rambles returns with another Dragon game. This time he's reviewing Copta Snatch, which is actually a higher semi-graphics game again. Now, from originally showing videos of this before, Nick Marenetes and I have both come in, it looks like Scramble, but actually watching it in more detail here, it's not quite Scramble because you can go left and right, scrolling left and right. You don't have to keep scrolling right and just move up and down and right and left within the screen. So you have a bit more control. It does sound like the controls are a bit odd, that when you start rising up, it immediately goes to one side automatically, and you have to adjust for it by hitting the left or right keys to go the other way, which makes the controls a bit different. He does manage later on to make it right up to where you're about to enter a cave and then dies repeatedly as soon as he gets that far. So I'll play a little bit of the video here. So I'll skip. So there's your mission controls here. And it's joystick or keyboard.
Place fire to display the keys used. Well, I'll go with up, down, left, right, and fire if I can, please. QA, let's hope. I mean, the fact that it's saying fire implies that it knows the existence of joysticks. So, ooh, okay. Whoa, well, okay.
I love his reactions.
Oh, heck, this is a bit nippy. Oh, right. Oh, right. Okay. It's chunky, but it's fun. Oh dear. That wasn't. I wasn't pushing right then. I was pushing left there. Right. Okay. Let's. I'm not sure what. I was kind of expecting something a bit more scramble or Zaxxon. I mean, it is kind of scramble, but I was expecting, steady scrolling rather than you choosing like more like Fort Apocalypse. Whoa, the heck.
So I'll just pause it for a second. I wanted to point out one thing that I noticed only on this video. I've noticed on the previous videos because we haven't had as high fidelity. The shapes of the objects on the ground are a mixture of single scan lines of text characters in the orange color set, as well as the actual semi-graphics. You'll see little curved single pixel things, which normally would be impossible in semi-graphics mode, enveloping a certain shape on the screen type thing, which is actually, I think I've only really seen that used before in Protectors 2. Like here, you see like some of these little curves, like in that center piece just under the helicopter here, you can see that little curve piece off the right-hand side. And that's using pieces of text characters to draw that little curve. And that's not something I saw too often, which means this definitely would not look the same on a CoCo 3 if you do the poke patch to fake semi-graphics, which is too bad because this actually looks like a pretty fun game. Now, it does sound like it's hard to control. Stu and Ciaran, you can probably comment on that if you've tried it.
Yeah, I used to play this game back in the day, and it was very, very difficult. So my friend with his inhuman reactions could get a lot further on this game than I could. But the graphics are very creative on this game, I must admit. It was great to see a colourful game. I think colour was something which was underused quite a lot.
Yeah, I know we saw some of your higher semi-graphics games in North America, but way less than you guys did. You guys took it much further than we did, with a couple of exceptions. Guardian and Protectors 2, I think, did a really good job on the North American side. And then we had sort of average games like Cave Hunter and other games of that ilk, the original Pack Attack, etc. But you guys really pushed it. Ciaran, did you play this one when you were younger?
Yes, I think so. I've certainly played it more later on, and I love it as a good example of semi-graphics.
I will show when he finally gets up to the second stage briefly.
Sometimes I'll just hide at the top up here. Don't mind me. I'm just a tourist. Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's as far as I ever got.
These tourists are on a geology.
Did you get any further, Stu? Or I don't have no idea how big the game is. To be honest.
There's something which everyone calls the annoying yellow line, which I don't think anybody gets past, but I can't quite remember. I didn't do very well on this game. I remember that much.
How about your superhuman friend? Did he actually manage to get through a fair bit of it? Or?
I think he said he could get past the, in inverted commas, the annoying vertical yellow line. I don't know if this gameplay video will get that far.
No, he gets up to the entrance to the cave, and that's as far as he ever gets.
Yeah.
The funny thing is, you can tell he really likes the game because he says at one point, about 2/3 way through, okay, this is my last shot. We'll see if I can get up to the cave. And then he actually managed to get past that vertical moving line and at the entrance of the cave and gets in like another 10 pixels maybe and dies. And then he proceeds to replay 4 or 5 times because now he really wants to get past that further and never does. So it looks like the game is quite addicting.
I mean, it didn't need to be that difficult to play. It's a shame that it is difficult to play because it looks very appealing.
Yeah, and from the way he describes the controls, that you can't stay vertically straight. You have to be moving left or right, is what I understood.
It may just be drift because of the center position of the joystick. It may be the way the game was created, sort of expected the joystick center to be in a certain precise spot, maybe, based on their own joystick and
Oh,
didn't
okay.
really test it on other ones.
You can definitely stop because you have to land on those little platforms, as you can see, to refuel.
Yeah, so it may have been designed for an analog joystick, floating joystick, perhaps.
Okay. But this is one I wouldn't mind doing, on the Game On Challenge at some point in the future, because it's a brand new one to all of us in North America, and it actually is a pretty visually impressive one. Now, for us, with only have CoCo 3s, we might have to run the emulator. I will try the poke. I mean, we'll lose the score and a few other things and some of the details on some of the shapes, but the game graphics itself should play, so people could at least give it a shot, but I'll definitely try the emulator. Now that I know a lot more about it, because before it just looked like a brief scramble clone. Nobody ever even got far enough to see the meteors and the missiles coming up until this one that I've seen, or I didn't know there was a cave. So it's definitely looks pretty enticing to me. I'd like to try it. Okay, next is a demo from Mr. Dave 609, I believe is still in our chat. Now, we've been showing a couple of his updates. So he's more of a hardware guy. So he's done a ton of weird things for, driving HDMI, and he's got a Pi inside of his CoCo and all kinds of stuff. But he's been learning assembly language for about a year now. And the progress he's made on CoCo 3 assembly language and learning how to do the graphics and stuff is pretty impressive. So he's got some clips here using his new sprite engine. Now, this is 609 code when he describes here. If he's in the chat, he can give us any more details. The first part kind of looks like a rescue fractalist entering the planet type thing. And then he's got the similar to what we showed the last time, which is this kind of scrolling nebula background that has one palette shifting. So it kind of looks like it's glowing and pulsing like in, say, Star Trek 2 or something. But he's added some other sprite shapes that are like rotating around and stuff and moving a bunch of things. And he's got quite a bit moving on the screen for a 16-color screen. And for somebody who literally started assembly language less than a year ago, it's pretty impressive. Now, he doesn't have any sound in here, so I won't bother about the sound because it's just a lot of room noise. And unfortunately, the way we recorded it here, it's shrunk within the window. So this is as big as I can make it. So hopefully it's viewable. And he's learning how to use the hardware scroll registers and palette registers and MMU blocks and all that kind of stuff.
That animation almost looks like when they have little models, and little ships on strings that go along. And
yeah, and he's added some new shapes, as you'll see as it progresses here, that are scrolling across. The asteroids kind of see-through. There's a spinning one there that's probably could use a little bit smoother animation for a final version, but it's
has a nice look to it, though.
Yeah. And as he mentioned, because I asked him in the chat here recently, I said, when did you start learning assembly language again? And he said November of 2020. So to get that far, that fast, I mean, he's been asking us a lot of questions. I mean, what Stu and Ciaran had mentioned earlier, you had no real resource back then except for maybe a magazine. And now with the internet, I mean, anytime he has a question on anything, he just pops into Discord, fires a question, within minutes, some expert has already answered the question. So it is possible to advance this fast, but it's a pretty impressive engine he's got going here for somebody who's just started.
Yeah, it's really impressive. It also highlights to me what a very different machine a CoCo 3 is. It's a different machine altogether compared to what I'm used to.
Yeah. Now he is using 609, so obviously he's got some optimizations in here that you wouldn't be able to do in a regular CoCo 3. But we've seen some pretty amazing stuff on 609, like Nick Marenetes games.
So I'm thinking that's, sorry, I'm thinking that's got to be a hardware scroll.
Yeah, that's a hardware vertical scroll.
Yeah.
Yeah, but transparent sprites, just because why not? What the heck?
That's brilliant. I mean, the size of the sprites as well.
Yeah, I mean, the hardware vertical scroll, you can make a 2-screen high thing and kind of wrap it around, but you still have to map MMU blocks because now you're dealing with a screen that's 64K high just by itself. So you have to map in a chunk and redraw stuff as you go, and then try to figure out when stuff is crossing boundaries and when it's wrapping back. You have to wrap the shapes back too, and so it's not super simple, but yeah, the hardware scrolling definitely helps.
I just noticed when a sprite crosses behind a sprite, that also works. Which, see,
I hate to say it, but that's my kind of game.
Really? You're going to partake in the game competition when he gets this game done?
There's no numbers. There's no...
There's no scoring. No collision detection. This is a Ron Delvaux / Stevie Stroh game. No collision detection, no scoring. Sounds awesome.
I played it, and I can play it again.
Yeah, what I can tell in the demo, he's steering with a joystick, and then he has certain keys he can hit to drop extra sprites on the screen wherever he wants to, and he can vary the speed of the scroll with the joystick as well. So, but yeah, it looks really impressive. So I'm looking forward to see where he's going to go with this engine. He's got that other game he's been working on, which is kind of a Japanimation style that actually has a few people from the CoCo community, including Stevie, Mark Overholzer, myself, and others. He's digitized pictures, and somehow we're going to be part of the game. I don't know too much about it past that. Kind of scared actually, but. Once that one's done, if he gets into a space shooter, scroller like this, that'd be awesome. We also have horizontal scrolling on the CoCo 3 and hardware too. So if you actually set it up properly, you can have a game that scrolls in all 4 directions in hardware. It gets a bit more complicated, of course, because now you're dealing with a screen that's like 64K on a single screen, virtually mapping in the window. So if you're actually trying to do all that scrolling, you've got 120K devoted just to the screen itself, and you have to keep track of everything within it. But yeah, you can do some pretty impressive stuff. 609 definitely helps with the block memory transfers, though. This next one actually just showed up this morning, so I don't know too much about it. Didn't get a chance to read too much, but apparently there's a magazine online for retro gaming called Retro Magazine World, and it's in Italy. So the author, or one of the people at the magazine, I'm not even sure which, named Francesco Fiorentini. Hope I'm not mangling that too badly. They did publish a dragon game called Valley of Death, which is a text RPG style game. So it's not strictly a text adventure. It's more of an RPG style, like Quest or something. Are either of you two on the panel from the UK familiar with this particular game?
Nope. No, it's not one I've seen.
Okay. Because I did bring up the magazine here. So it looks like a very well done magazine. Now, of course, it's all in Italian, so I have no idea what it's saying. But the screenshots are in English. And it was apparently published in November 1983, Micro Adventure 1, which was that a magazine or a tape magazine or something? I'm not even sure. But it does remind me somewhat of Quest. The top half of the screen is kind of your map area, and the bottom half is your command and stats. It looks to be a pretty interesting one. Just part of the listing itself. Anyway, so you can probably try Google Translate to get a bit of translation to review of the game, but it would be an interesting game, I think, to try just to see what it plays like. And that's the end of the Game On news this week.
What?
Already?
Well, we got regular news yet, so.
Oh, Lord.
Don't listen to him, Curtis. This is my favorite part of the show.
Yeah, that's where you get your most sleep.
This is where I fuel up on booze, Curtis. Get it right.
Hey.
I thought you'd started already. That's your normal thing. Oh, there, I was right.
Where's the rum?
So,
that's a very good idea.
Commercial break?
Yeah, I would say so.
We'll return after these announcements.
What's going on, everybody? The Original Gamer Stevie Stroh here, and I want to talk to you about I'mACoconut.com. If you love the color computer like I love the color computer, then you got to visit I'mACoconut.com, your one-stop shop for all of your Tandy color computer links needs. There you'll find links to blogs and podcasts and project sites and emulators and downloads and groups and communities. If you love the color computer, head on over to I'mACoconut.com. That's I-M-A, Coconut.com. Tell them the Original Gamer Stevie Stroh sent you. CoCo forever, people.
Hey there, it's Andrew here with the Tandy speech and sound cartridge that I won from CoCoTALK Live. So next time, make sure to tune in. It may change your life.
CoCo2's got personality, lots of practicality, fun, it's sensational, learn it's educational. CoCo2's expandable, so easily commandable. It's programmable, so term exam grammable. Just you and CoCo2 do what you want to do.
CoCo2, the color computer with personality from Radio Shack. Sale price for Christmas giving from $149.95.
Radio Shack's CoCo2, do what you want to do. Just you and CoCo2.
A Boomerang Memory Board, BoysOnTech.com production.
They came for us in broad daylight. Hungry. Wanting. More memory, they said. More power. Proper design. At an affordable price. We took shelter. They unstoppable. They're coming back for more.
In 2019, what goes around comes around. Boomerang 512 Classic, $15, 2 megabytes for $49. Available now. Boomerang Mania is real.
Hi, this is Antonio Jimenez, author of such projects such as the Stevie Throw Devil and the SD Pack, and you are watching CoCoTALK. 3, 2, go.
We've replaced it with Ciaran's.
And we're back on here. You know what? Tell you what, guys, since we have quite a long news segment today, why don't we do the acquisitions and updates before we get into the news? That way,
that way they're still awake to present them.
Right. Doug.
Yes.
Think you had something to show us today.
Well, I came across an acquisition yesterday. It was up in Oklahoma City. I seen it on Facebook Marketplace. And is there a way of showing a picture of the ad on here?
If you can bring it up on one of your screens, you could share that screen.
How do I do that?
Green button on the bottom says share screen.
Okay.
And then you pick which monitor you want to show.
Okay. This is the picture of the item that was on Facebook.
There we go. We see it.
Looks like a CoCo 2 joystick drive, 3 cassette recorders.
3.
Okay, so essentially the ad said starting at $5.
The whole thing?
No, well, I read it as meaning individual items. So I went to the store. They said they'd be open 11. They wasn't open till 11:15. And finally got in there and I kind of looked at it and I said, okay, how much for all the CoCo stuff? I just want a blanket price for everything. I don't want to pick at it. And I negotiated a price and loaded it up, come home with it. But there's a couple of things there that was hidden. Let's see, how do I get back to, yes. How do I get back to me on this?
Well, you can stop sharing by hitting the up on the top.
I see it. Okay. Stop sharing. Okay. Let me grab the items.
Looks like a pretty good haul.
Well, not bad.
Dave's gonna pull out something here.
Did it include the disc?
And it was only 10 miles from me, apparently.
You must have been snoozing, Mark.
Right?
One is this.
There you go.
Yep,
In a
the
clean
Steve York
box.
designed high-res joystick interface.
Now, I took it out of the box, and the way it's wrapped, still in bubble wrap. I don't know if that's the way it originally came or not. But I kind of got the impression it's never been used. I don't know.
That's the way it comes.
It's got the instructions with it, so.
Yep.
Well, that's definitely never been used.
So that was neat.
No one uses instructions.
That's the first thing that gets lost.
No, if it don't work, you go look at the instructions.
Yeah.
Oh, and the white mouse.
Yeah, the 2
I
button
got
mouse.
this one.
Yeah, that's the rear one.
And so, of course, I got the color computer too, and it is the B model. So according to Ron, it has the lowercase capability.
Yep,
which
that's pretty
I was
easy to
not
check.
aware
There's a
of.
couple of pokes you can check to make sure. But
Interesting. He wouldn't have bought the high-res interface for the CoCo 2.
No, it did work in the CoCo 2. Steve York actually published a program how to use it in Rainbow.
Okay. Yep.
I did get the two CR81s. That other one wasn't a Radio Shack, and so I didn't get that with it. Got the deluxe joystick.
One button or two button model?
I'm sorry?
Is it the one button or two button model?
There's a one button deluxe joystick.
Yeah, that was the first one. It just had the red button, and then the second one for the CoCo 3 had the black and the red.
Interesting.
The two. Yeah.
The two.
I did
Yeah,
not
it's CoCo
realize
3.
that. Okay.
Yeah, the original CoCo 2 ones only had the red button. There was no black button.
Oh yeah, and they're missing the pin in the DIN connector. Right.
And then this is something I've never seen before.
Oh, yeah.
Ciaran
modem
Direct
pack.
modem. 300 baud modem, which you can upgrade to an R32 pack, by the way.
That's what Ron was telling me. I did plug it in and push the button, and a little red light came on, but I didn't go any farther.
It'll be fine, but it's a 300 baud modem, so there's that.
Yeah, I would upgrade it to being an R32 pack. To be honest.
Okay. I got OS 9 level.
Sorry. Well, that's the best.
And got
and that's been unused.
Got multi-view with the discs and
CoCo 3 stuff.
Oh, those brand new?
No, they were used.
No, I'm sorry for that person.
What are you talking about? It's all this RS-DOS crap that's unused.
It was probably a refund.
It should be dog-eared and well-worn with notes crammed in it and the whole bit, showing that it was actually used by real people.
Like,
instead of,
there's probably blood stains on it.
The suicide attempt.
Get this.
A 502.
Oh, yeah.
That's a double-sided 40-track drive.
That's good.
This did not come with the pack that plugs into the computer, but I did get one with one of the other drives. So I ended up with two drives.
Did you open that up and look inside?
Yes.
Okay.
It was open.
Now you should be able to, by moving some jumpers, and if you make a cable, you should be able to run all four or two drives actually off the same controller on the same CoCo. So,
right.
Sometimes people shove the this controller in the box. That's why I asked if you looked in there.
Yeah, I looked in there. There's no controller.
Okay.
So I ended up with one controller, and I've already tested it, and it does work. I haven't tested the drives, though. I just pulled the controller out and tried it on my drive on my desk. Also, one of the cassette players had this tape in it.
Oh, Bedlam. That's a good one. That's a classic.
So,
and one of the earlier adventure games that had different endings depending on when you fired it up type thing.
It does load too, so it's a good tape. And that was basically it. So,
did both of those tape players work? Recorded?
Yes, I tried the tape players. They do work. Now,
how much did it all cost?
One tape player had the cable to the computer, the other and the power cord. The other one did not. So I need to come up with cables for the other one.
So the question.
What did you say? How much did you buy the whole lot for?
200.
That's all right.
Wow.
Nice, that's an awesome deal.
Yeah.
So the question is, which disc controller do you have? Do you have the controller from the 502, which is nicer?
Yes. Yes. It's a 502 controller.
Ah,
okay. Good. Nice.
That's a smaller one with gold contacts, if I remember, isn't it?
No, it's actually the FD501 that's got the gold.
Oh, okay.
Right. The 502 had the AMF chokes and.
And do you think David Ladd would know?
That was it.
That's a wicked price for that entire lot.
Nice. That's very nice.
Especially nowadays.
That's it. Thank you.
Actually, who's next?
I had Ron on my list.
Okay.
Spotlight you there, Ron. Yep. All right. Go ahead.
All right. Show screen. I think it's this one. Are you seeing my
Yep.
webpage? Okay. I'm kind of crazy guy. I saw this on Marketplace. It's a neck for $100. Pretty good.
A 100 clone.
Yeah. Well, the
Wow,
100
yeah.
is a clone.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. But $100 is pretty good, and it looks like brand new. Anyway, if you go through the AGD games, there's this game which somebody spent a lot of time on the artwork as a Spectrum programmer, I guess, because these are converted from Spectrum. But look at all the artwork there, how cool that is.
How long is the game's title?
It's Zombo or something.
Oh, only one word.
Yeah. Then I've been which I currently have a tray of keys here out in the sun right now, in some hydrogen peroxide, and it works great. If you can pop your keys off really easy, and you can see how yellow this was, and I popped them all off. Actually, I just did the end ones at first to see if it worked, and sure enough, look at the difference.
Yeah.
And then I did this old keyboard and all the keys. Looks good. And then
Is that hydrogen peroxide just hydrogen peroxide, or
yeah, so the 2.3% or whatever that comes to the from the store.
Right.
Yep. And just put it in that. Go
The
ahead.
CoCo has the very best cheap keyboard keys you've ever seen. They're double shot, so the color is from the bottom, and yeah, you can soak them in hydrogen peroxide and they don't fall apart.
And the letters do not lighten; they stay nice and.
Oh, good.
Yeah, that was one question I had actually.
Yeah, here's what Joust looks like. The main screen, and the title, the outside edge keeps changing, probably just like the game.
Yep.
Yeah.
The arcade did that too.
Yeah, we never showed that today. And then, if you guys remember, if you bring up any of the magazines, Rainbow or Hot Cocoa or whatever, they had stuff like this that you could load in and play, and it would just show a graphic. But it was amazing back then. Those were all statements, I guess, in BASIC that drew it, which was pretty cool. And then here's my black machine with a keyboard I haven't lightened yet.
Vader?
Yeah,
the Vader box.
And then when
did you paint that black one?
I painted this back in the 1990s. This was like almost orange. It was so, turned, the color. And I figured I didn't even know what to do back then. So I just painted it black. I used the grill, the flat black grill, that you paint your grill with on it. And it lasted all those years. Doesn't really have too many scratches or anything on it. Anyway, I also figured out how to hook my SDC up to my Dragon, and I've been playing a whole bunch of stuff on what I could download from the archive, which was a lot of fun. And then my recent acquisition is this WordPak 2 I got from Mr. Bell that's on with us here. He sent it to me. He got it. I don't think he would. What, you weren't interested in keeping it or what?
No.
No. So I downloaded the drivers, got it working. It brought up a screen so it works. And I understand you can use it in OS 9?
Yep, there's a driver for it there as well.
Awesome. That's the next thing I'll probably do is try that. This is my 27B computer, the lowercase thing. But I don't think it uses any of that, right? Everything's in the magic.
Yeah, that's a 6845 Motorola video chip. It does 80 by 24 text on composite output.
And I got the downloaded the manual, and the manual's quite a few pages, and there's a whole bunch of things you can do. And then these AGD games, is that how you say it? AGD, yeah. Look at how cool they are, and the artwork on them is just so cool. This is with a regular TV with CoCo 2 I have. And, you know, I don't really play the games too much. I do play some, but I like the artwork. You know, that's, I really, I think the artwork's really good, even though it's transferred over. I've been playing the synthesizer too, using the Orchestra 90 pack. And I understand, yeah, I understand that the RGB screen is different than the.
Yeah, that program was set up for RGB. Never did anything for the composites. It just does the colors a little screwed up.
This is the composite version. And I was playing at first. I was playing the without the pack plugged in, and it was playing through the CoCo. And then I realized, well, gee, there's two RCA jacks here, and I ran it into my stereo, and gosh, it sounded great. So I played music while I had this little guy playing, dancing, which was cool on this one. And this is on my CoCo Pi. I also made the screen up. If you want, you can download this frame for your CoCo Pi, so it shows that instead of that bright green Raspberry Pi thing that you first get when you get the distribution, which isn't out yet, I guess.
No, they're still doing some tweaks on it, from what I understand.
Yeah, it works pretty good from what I saw. And then I saw this on a on the Dragon. It was a Dragon magazine. The first issue had this guy's picture in it, and I looked him up, and he's an actual person that was on the CoCo. His name's Dave. What is it? I forget.
Lindsay?
Yeah, Lindsay. And yeah, he mentioned, I don't think he has the original picture for this, but it's interesting to see it and then realize that the guy's alive and still around. It's cool. There's the Chuck Yeager version on the Dragon, and I played a whole bunch of things. I was just playing my heart out. There's all kinds of new stuff that I've never seen. Like we were saying today, you ever seen this? You ever seen this? Nope, haven't seen that. So that's pretty much
I'd say in the last 3 years that I've been covering Dragon game videos, just talking about games alone, never mind anything serious software. And I've probably seen over 100 games I've never seen before.
Yeah, this is what the SDC looks like on the Dragon. And, you know, I downloaded a pack. I had a Dragon directory on this. This used to be a CoCo SDC. On my CoCo SDC, it was an extra. And so I erased everything and then downloaded the pack, and I left my Dragon thing on. The thing I had with the Dragon software on it, none of them work. So I'm gonna have to take it off. I don't know why it doesn't. They're VDKs or whatever they are. They didn't work. So I guess that's it, guys. I gotta go stop share. Thanks. If you get a chance, visit Ron's Garage.
Okay.
Thanks, Ron. Anybody else have any project updates, acquisitions?
Yep, I got a couple things here I'll share with real quick. I got a hit with a big several boxes from UPS. So I have, and Curtis was aware of some of these. Probably one of the big things that I got was almost the whole archive of 80 micro. Yes. So, and I think Curtis you were telling me that this used to be Hot CoCo before it.
No, Hot CoCo sprung out from 80 micro as a separate magazine when the CoCo got super popular.
Okay.
So originally, up until 83, whatever month it was that Hot CoCo came out, 80 micro had a bunch of CoCo stuff in it. And then they split Hot CoCo out as a separate magazine for 3 or 4 years.
Awesome. So, and I also got almost every single issue of Hot CoCo as well. So, which was nice. Also got several dozens of Family Computing, which also had programs to type in as well. Curtis, are you familiar with this one? This came in the pack to the OSKer. You ever heard of that?
Oscar. That's what we called it.
I never would have guessed that. So anyways, I have a few of those issues as well too, which this one here was for the MM1.
Yeah, it was meant for the CoCo 4s, quote unquote. So it was the MM1, the TC70, and the System 4, System 5 from Del Mar is what it was kind of trained at.
Cool. Also, I've been looking for this one for a long time. This was made by the same company as the Rainbow, the PCM. You guys familiar with this?
Yeah, I remember it being advertised on Rainbow. I never bought it because I didn't have PCs at that time. Now, Lonnie did a third one on movies and stuff like DVD, or not DVDs back then, but he did another one. I can't remember the name of it. Because he had a whole magazine empire going. So he had Rainbow, and then he had PCM, which is for PCs. The Tandy 1000s is kind of what he's steering that towards. And then another one for, renting movies and stuff like that. I can't remember the name of it.
Huh, I didn't know that one. But I did find it interesting that even in this magazine, the Computer Plus was still the first advertisement inside the magazine.
Well, they did sell Standing 1000s, as you can see on the ads there. So
that is true. That is true. Also, I got a couple books here. I got 101 programming tips and tricks. I don't know if you guys have seen that one before. Yeah. Basic conversion handbook as well. Got that one. And this one I thought was interesting. It was the Kid to Kid on the color computer. Have you guys ever seen that one before?
that one I have not seen.
No.
Yeah, I haven't either. So, but
is it program listings or is it a story?
Oh yeah. There's definitely several programs and nothing too extravagant, but more or less for kids and school and stuff like that. But I'll have to maybe get that scanned into the archive. So, and there's, like I said, I have probably about 15 more boxes I got to go through. So,
Are you trying to be Brian Weasler here or what?
Yeah, I got lucky on this one. So, but I'm not going to waste any more time. But I just want to show you the highlights of what I got there so far.
Did you have to drive far?
Wichita, Kansas, which wasn't too far. It's only a 3-hour drive. So,
okay. Well, that was 6 hours of your trip.
Yeah,
well, only 3 hours.
You see any linesmen?
Linesman for the county.
I have no idea what a linesman is.
No, neither do I. But,
Wichita line.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, okay.
He's still on the line.
But anyways, that's all I have for today.
Cool, thanks. I'm looking forward to the other 15 boxes as you go through them.
Who knows what you'll find in it, Like I said,
and we're still waiting for Brian Weasler. He's doing some video presentations, everything else of that massive haul he got that required a U-Haul truck literally to grab it all. Wow. So expect that as a whole series, going on for a while. And he's got some pretty rare stuff in there from what I've seen.
Anybody else have anything?
Well, I've got something which it's not something I've got, but it could be.
How does that work?
That link I sent you, Curtis, I might mention it here.
Oh, go ahead then.
Because Ron showed us what he was doing with the hydrochloric, whatever it was, whitening the keys and on his CoCo and all that. So this is sort of related to that. I'll just try and share a screen, my main desktop if I can.
They talked me through it, so.
Yep.
Can we see your Discord?
You can? Okay. That's not what I wanted to show anyway.
Nick's new to this computer thing.
Well, what's this computer thing?
Oh,
holy cow, that's yellowed.
My.
Now this is an eBay ad here in Australia. Now, two things. One, it's a CoCo 3. You look at the price, $650.
Or 4 easy payments of $162.50.
Well, that's using some afterpay.
Well, what is that in real money?
Well, it'll be in America,
400?
it's probably about 400.
Okay.
So I guess it's not too bad. But what I want to highlight is look at the CoCo 3. Look how yellow and that the keys are, and look how white the CoCo is. So right. I thought, okay, it's one of two things. It's either a spray painted case or it's one of those CoCo 3s that were sold here in Australia towards the end of the life of the CoCo 3, whereby the CoCos CoCo 3s that were coming out were made from a different plastic that does not yellow. I've got one of those CoCo 3s, but when I saw this picture, I thought could that be one of those CoCo 3s? Because this picture shows very clearly how the case does not yellow, and look at the keyboard. So obviously this CoCo has been in the sun, and the keys have really
or the guy chain smoked. That's the only other thing
I can tell you this.
That.
They don't have to be in the sun to turn yellow.
No. So whatever's happened, look at the case. It has not even tinted at all.
If you double click the picture there, Nick, can you zoom it up? No, click. Yeah, there you go.
The flap is not gray.
Right. So the case could have been retro by AF and the keyboard not, because he didn't want to take the
or it could be that special plastic that the very late CoCo 3s in Australia actually did not.
Which is, if you look at it on the side, this tells you that it is one of those late CoCo 3s, because the flap on the side is white. They made white side plates instead of gray. If you see a white side plate, it is one of the last CoCo 3s that is made with that plastic that does not yellow.
So it's actually ABS, not.
Yeah, that's right. There's no bromine or whatever it is.
$600.
Well, I'm on the fence as to whether I would buy it, because I would only want to buy it because of the case. It's such a good case.
You're going to have to sell a fender off your car.
Pretty well. But yeah, look at the keyboard. So I guess someone could buy this and then stick it in that hydrochloric acidy whatever stuff.
No, don't stick it in hydrochloric acid. That's a bad idea.
Whatever that stuff
hydrogen
is.
peroxide.
Let's see the bottom. Show us the bottom.
Let's see.
That's how you can tell whether it's painted or not.
It's not painted.
It's fine.
No, it's the proper
under the label.
Yeah, non-yellowed.
What's that other label?
I don't know, but the later ones had that. And if you could see, you can't read it very well.
That's the warranty seal.
It says made in the USA, just here.
Huh.
Oh wow.
So it's US made, whereas most of the CoCo 3s were made in
Korea,
whatever it was, Korea. That's
Back
right.
when the US actually exported things.
Yeah, but this is a US made one,
Are
but you guys didn't
different?
get it.
Those feet look different too.
This guy may have changed it. I can't remember. It doesn't look like the original.
Plastic and round.
Yeah, they don't look like the original feet
Like
by the looks
stuck on
of it.
felt feet.
Yeah,
it looks like it.
Yeah, because in the lower right corner, there almost looks like some glue is leaked out from that. So maybe that he did have the feet on.
So he may have changed the feet, but it's made in the US, yet you guys didn't get this.
No, we never got that better plastic that I know of.
And it does not yellow.
The label is Color, so it was not made for the US, even though it might have been made in the US.
Actually, I didn't look at that.
Yeah. Well, he's trying to say that the
No, it says OR.
No, the label
on the bottom label it said OUR.
Oh, did it? Oh, there you go. So
We'll
the
look
top
again.
badge is the American badge. But yeah,
Look at the last one.
Yeah, all the way to the
right.
There you go.
Oh no, it doesn't.
There it is.
Oh, serial number.
Yeah, it still says OR, but yeah, custom manufactured in the USA, but you guys never got it.
The serial number is a bad thing because Radio Shack and Tandy restarted the serial numbers multiple times throughout the CoCo's life within the same line. And I don't know the rhyme or reason. I don't know when certain switches happened, which makes it super difficult for us to ever try to figure out how many were actually sold.
Yeah.
And it looks like the guy laying that thing out put that square there to just fill the space.
Yeah.
What use is that little square?
So it clearly says it's a PAL version, 50 hertz, but they never released this in the US, even though it's custom manufactured in the US by Tandy.
The two squares just means it's a doubly insulated class 2 device.
I thought it was a very, very early QR code or something. Maybe.
So this may be worth $650.
Well, that's right.
I am rare.
So, yeah.
Look at the side of that keyboard is good. Turn it back.
Oh, okay.
Go back. Look at it.
Slightly. Maybe if it was in the sun, maybe the sun hit it from the other side.
Yeah,
it all
isn't that
matched
weird?
at first.
Yeah.
Yeah. I would be interested in it just for the case, because that's a good case. And
Yes,
not
it
only
is.
that, not only does it not yellow, I remember back in the late 80s when I used to work for Tandy, and I remember towards the end of the life of the CoCo 3, the last batch of CoCo 3s we got, when I picked one up, I noticed the plastic was soft. Like if I pressed on the grill part of the case, it actually dented inwards a bit. It was more flexible. I thought, why is this so almost rubbery? And
It's PVC.
yeah, that's right. It's not as stiff as the other, or the original cases. It is that. That's how I knew it was a different plastic. And then over the years, I noticed this doesn't yellow.
Hey, maybe that other sticker says something about the plastic.
I just noticed something there. Go back to that picture a minute.
Yep, this one.
That'll work. If you notice, that thing's sitting flat on the desk like it doesn't have any feet on it.
Yeah. I think the feet have been changed. I reckon they're not the original feet.
Yeah, I'd have to agree, because that's flush with the table there. There's no room for.
Here's the back.
Look at the plug. The plug's different.
Well, that's our Australian.
Am I reading the RF correctly too? The RF channel select says 2 in 1, not 3 and 4.
Yeah,
like
2
we used
in
to?
1. That's right.
Is that normal for Australia, or?
Yeah, it is normally 1 and 2. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Sometimes it's 0 and 1. Yeah. Because this was a VHF. All our CoCos were VHF.
Unlike the Dragons, which were UH.
Which were UHF.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, and in the US, we lost channel 1 because something. So we have 2 and 3. There is no channel 1 on TV in the US.
All right.
Or Canada.
That was a very circumspect something.
Yeah, but look
It
how
got
yellow that
reallocated for some
keyboard
other
is.
purpose.
Aviation, I think it was.
That keyboard will turn perfectly white.
Yeah,
Well,
that's
gray
that's
and
why-
white.
Yeah. When I saw you doing your keys, I immediately thought that would be good for this computer.
I didn't notice, is the seal broken on it?
Oh,
No, it's not. That's another sticker that we were looking at.
You know, but if the feet are changed, it would.
Oh,
have
yeah,
to
of course, it's under the white.
Under the big seal, yeah.
Yeah.
But it is kind of off the side of the page, so
Probably
probably
slid
not.
it over to the hairdryer or something, maybe.
Right above his cursor there.
You know, it would be good to see another
Now with a
one.
picture.
It would
He hasn't got any other pictures.
It would be good to see another Color Computer 3 in the new plastic and see what the feet look like. You know,
Yeah.
it could be that that's what they did. But the
I
ones
don't
we have
recall
have a
that,
bullet
yeah.
through it, right? They have a
Yeah,
peg through it.
Well, I do have one of those cases. My CoCo 3 is in one of those cases, and it doesn't have those feet.
Oh, okay.
So
It
this
would kind
guy
of
has
been taller
changed it.
anyway to allow the ventilation to
Yeah,
work.
yeah, that's right. And they are taller normally. So this guy has changed it.
So for Pedro and others that are redoing like CoCo 3 motherboards that are going to be the exact same shape, so they'll fit into an existing case. If somebody can figure out, do they have 3D plastics that you can use in a 3D printer that would be this non-yellowing plastic? I don't know. Maybe
Tell
we
you
can actually do a
another
case.
that sticker over there is over 2 holes. So it must have been from like a Radio Shack. That must be a Radio Shack service sticker or something.
I don't
Yeah, the only issue with the CoCo case is they don't have 3D printers that big that any of us mortals can afford.
Yeah, that's true.
Oh, well, anyway, that's it. So it's not something new. It could be if you're prepared to pay $600.
It's only about $450 American. I think.
Still, it's a lot of money for a CoCo.
Hey, Doug, you got deep pockets, Doug?
Not that deep.
and in your case, you'd have to pay freight
Shipping.
if you want to have it. Yeah, shipping rather.
Oh, God.
So yeah, you can add to that.
No, my.
$1,000 CoCo.
But hey, look, it's 4 payments of $162.50.
Yeah.
Nothing.
Yeah, it reminds me of those old KTEL commercials or something.
It's a bit much just for a case.
Curtis, I have one question here for you.
Yes.
I found something else too. Is anybody familiar with this? The Color Computer magazine?
Yep. I got a whole bunch of them back over here.
Never heard of it before, so that was another
Came
thing.
out before Hot Cocoa by a few months. I think March of '83 was the first issue, maybe February.
Okay, cool.
It's one that has the famous interview with Steve Bjork where he's riding the quad, and there's that one little blurb that he hates so much. It said, "My favorite programmer is me." Which was taken a bit out of context. He explained on our show at one point, but he did not like the way that interview turned out.
All right, awesome. So yeah, it's like I have all the episodes. I mean, all the issues for that too. So I got a pretty good collection here now.
Yeah, I think the only one you're missing right now, the major CoCo magazines, would be Color Computer News.
Actually, I thought I had a couple of those somewhere, but I have to look and see.
And then there's a few like third-party ones. I would say they're not full magazines, but they're bigger than a newsletter style. Spectrogram, I think, is the biggest one I remember because that actually had about 100 some odd pages an issue at one point. Actually, had a 2-color cover.
There was a K-Power magazine that came out that had listings for various computers.
Well, Spectrogram was actually specifically CoCo. It was a CoCo only magazine, 100 pages plus, but it's not that well known.
Yeah, it looks like a lot of these magazines came from a library. So I'm assuming someone purchased them or got them for free whenever the library decided, get rid of them. So
yeah. Well, Color Computer magazine, I first bought here in Canada at Canadian Tire of all places. It's kind of like finding Dragon software at the chemists. It doesn't really make sense, but that's where they sold them. And Hot Cocoa we got here at W.H. Smith and at Kohl's bookstores for a while.
Anyone remember buying Computer Shopper, which was about a 450-page?
That thing was huge.
Sure. It had a CoCo article in it for a long time.
Yeah, running column. I do remember that.
Ready for news?
Sure.
From around the world, what you need to know. Get caught up on News with L. Curtis Boyle.
And now a Muppet News Flash.
Stu. All right, welcome to the news segment here. I see some people have already been prepared with alcohol, so they're all ready for the news, especially since we got 2 weeks to catch up here. So this will help your butts numb even faster, I guess, with the booze kicking in.
It's got to sleep earlier.
So, like I said, we got 2 weeks to catch up. We actually got a fair bit of Dragon news too, which will be a little bit further into the news part of the show. But okay, if you guys are seeing that. So first is Turbo9. We actually had one of the guys behind this, and this is their masters of doing a implemented 6809 core that is basically unhinged on speed. So they're doing all kinds of things like pipelining and caching, et cetera, to get the core running, lickety fast, and not worried about cycle accuracy in this case. So they're planning on having like the 6809 core being able to run up to like a gigahertz or something like that, which would be a pretty neat upgrade. If you think the games are hard now, just wait till they, increase by several orders of magnitude. But this is kind of their update out in here because they basically done it to the Theseus, and they kind of mentioned in a few videos they did about a year ago, and then they kind of disappeared for a while. And some of us are wondering what had happened. It's because they had to make some deals with the colleges and universities that they're going to get the rights switched over so they can continue to pursue it after college, et cetera. So it's back on track again. They're still doing the master thing. So they got a 1-hour presentation video here with a whole update. And they actually gave us a shout out at the very end because they mentioned the CoCo community, the CoCo Discord, and they also mentioned CoCoTALK. So that was kind of cool. Thank you guys.
Very cool.
And we eagerly, plan on still following your project. And I would love to see what kind of stuff we can crank out with the gigahertz. Nick, get on it. Next up, Sheldon McDonald's actually done a couple of videos here. The first one is an update to his RS-DOS tool utility. We've shown this before where you can disassemble off disk and dump the disk and hex and stuff, and you can copy files to and from, etc. So he's now got it so that he's got some, we've also shown his assembler where he's got these libraries of routines. And we've shown some of the graphics routines, like, draw a line or something like that. You just set up some parameters in similar language. You just do a JSR to it and call the library routine. It just does it. You don't have to write all this code yourself. So what he's added now is he's added in load and save to disks library routines now. So if you're one of those people that has always wanted to be able to save high scores to disk, but you don't want to figure out the disk basic ROM or worry about incompatibilities between different disk basic ROMs. But you also want to make sure, that it runs properly with, various versions of the controller, et cetera. So he's got an entire library of stuff that you can actually call directly in your code, not have to write the actual code itself. And it's almost 8-minute video. I'm not going to play it here, but he shows you like how to actually use the tool, some semi-language source code samples of it, and a good explanation. And he actually has a link you can go download and try it out. So if you want to be able to write some disk-friendly software without having to learn how to use all the DiskCon type crap, it's a really good feature. And that was from the previous week, so that's 2 weeks ago. And then this week he posted another one, and this one's like an hour long, so I'm definitely not playing all of it. But this is also, he's been getting into MIDI, and he's adding some assembly language libraries now for doing MIDI, and then he also goes through and explaining how to set up MIDI, how MIDI itself works at a low level. And he's actually got some library routines to call MIDI stuff, so you can actually program in full MIDI tracks. And if you have one of the MIDI cards, like the one that Jim Brain sells through Retro Innovations, you can actually play it on a real synth with 16 voices and whatever else. So I'll play just a brief clip so you can kind of get a little gist of it.
Okay, yeah, let's start talking about the MIDI file format. So we need to start off by creating the header. So I do have a little bit of a reference here. So it's talking about chunks, chunk types. So the first thing we need to do is make the method, okay, and then we're going to make the multi-track. Well, it's just going to actually just be a single track. So let's start off with the header. So let's go ahead, and we're just going to put.
Anyway, I won't play the whole thing here because it's a long one, but he goes into the intricate detail of how the MIDI format works, using that chunk style method that a lot of PC file formats, including WAV files, use. It's a common way of doing things. But yeah, if you want to actually get some MIDI software, and since he's incorporating this in the library, if you have one of these MIDI cards, you don't have to worry about writing all the low-level details of how to talk about all these chunks. He's planning on implementing eventually to. You just call the routine with your MIDI, notes and stuff ready in data statements, FCBs or whatever, and just go jam out a MIDI track. So he's really expanding the library. Like this is like a macro library on steroids type thing. It's not just macros. It's like entire packages of routines, almost like libraries of stuff that you can call with you. Now don't have to write yourself. Now, of course, if you want to, because you need to optimize it for specific purposes, go right ahead. He does have all the source code for his library stuff available on his GitHub, so have at her type thing. And but it's really cool to see all the stuff that Sheldon's been doing lately, because he's making the assembly language a lot easier for somebody who's starting to learn it, to not have to write all those routines low level yourself. Now, mind you, you will learn more if you do it yourself, of course. But if you just want to get something so that it runs fast without having to learn assembly language start to finish type thing, and how all the hardware works at the hardware level, what bits you have to turn on here and there, this is an excellent resource for getting going on a project. Of course, we had Sheldon on as an interview recently too. So next up, Daniel O'Connor went to the Adelaide Retro Computer Group meetup and met with a bunch of people down there, and then took some pictures too. So I'll show a few here of the exhibits that she put on. So she got the CoCo 1 and 2. You can see on the far left, you can see the Model 100 on the table there. You can see the CoCo 3 jammed into a model. I think it's a Model 4 case, not a Model 3, or is it a Model 3? I can't remember.
4 was white, 3 was gray.
Okay, so which one is this? This is white?
Yeah,
that's
I
white.
can't see very
Model
well.
4.
It's a Model 4.
Okay. But you can see like the SDC is actually plugged in, and it fits nicely within where the original numeric keypad was type thing. So it actually fits pretty good. And then eventually you can add drives or hard drives or whatever else, or other peripherals up on the drive bays. And running Remy's 3D texture mapped demo.
Sorry, can I ask a question real quick?
Yeah.
I just that is not that thing in the middle is not some kind of exotic CoCo, right? That's just a TRS-80
with a CoCo innards put into it. Yes.
Right. Yeah. Okay.
Which actually was no, I wouldn't say commonly done, but it was done by other people back in the early 80s too. Because I remember Color Computer News had an article taking a Model 3 keyboard with a numeric keypad on the side, and then how to exactly cut your CoCo case to fit the darn thing in it, and then you'd plop the whole thing in, and you had a numeric keypad on a CoCo. It looked like a complete Frankenstein monster, but
yeah.
Back then we had chiclet keyboards, so getting a real keyboard with a numeric keypad on top of it was awesome. Dragon people didn't have to worry about that. They had real keyboards right from day one. I'm also showing the CoCo 1 there on the side. Some little bit of audio, speaker and stuff tied in. It looks like a pretty good turnout. Lots of tables there. I've never been to Australia, never mind an Adelaide computer show. But Nick, is this one you're familiar with, or is this too far away from you to?
This is far away. Yeah, this is in Adelaide, down south.
Now you have one locally though, because you've actually broadcasted from there. If I remember.
Years ago there was an Apple one, yeah, but that was a while back.
Which is the one where we showed you the Nitrous 9 commercial that Bruce Moore did, where you did your live reaction?
Yeah, that was the Apple one, but that
was the Ozfest one.
Yeah, that was the Ozfest one. That was about 3-4 years ago.
Is it still going, or did it?
No, that was only just that year.
Oh, okay. I thought maybe it would be shut down for COVID right now, but maybe.
No. Well, that's what I'm wondering. This one was done on August 14, so we're running the COVID. We've got COVID running around at the moment, so I'm wondering, how they are holding a meeting. But maybe their state wasn't in lockdown at that point.
Yeah. Because this was literally, I think, running at the same time we were on the air last week. So.
Yeah.
Next up, and Ciaran might try to attempt to do a screen share on this one, but Sockmaster John Kowalski, the incredible genius that he is, decided to fiddle. Like, he's done high color before, which is basically palette flipping, page flipping, mixing palettes together to do incredibly high color images using the 320 graphics mode, 16 color mode on the CoCo 3. And now he's been fiddling with doing grayscale 640 by 200 using composite, where you can sneak in extra colors, because every gray pixel, if you go up with a magnifying glass and a CRT, is actually a little R, G, and a B in a triangular shape, right? So he's actually calculated the math of where you put a gray pixel at a certain level of gray, it'll actually light up this percentage of red, this percentage of blue, this percentage of green, and then interpolated all this. So the pictures you see here as samples, these are actually gray, nothing but 4 shades of gray. That's the only thing he's programmed them for, but they look much better than that because, of course, he's using all the artifacting with some, math that he understands and I don't have a clue about. But it's pretty impressive, and it does do a little bit of flipping between 2 different color sets, but very slightly. Like, it doesn't do very large color differences between the pixels on the 2 screens, because otherwise you get that flickering like mad thing. You get a very slight shimmer because it'll dim a little bit, but not anywhere near as bad. Any of you have ran high color have seen the effect. But this is using the grayscale composite on a 640 by 200. He's actually had some pretty impressive ones. Now I'll get to one of his other. Go ahead.
Is it composite? Because
it's composite.
Do you get 4 grays in composite? I didn't know.
Yeah.
I mean,
I've done 4 grays in composite.
Okay.
Mind you, I didn't do this. But he's done a lot. He's actually put the disk images up for these on Facebook. He's now got 4 disk images you can download. I think each one has 2 pictures that you can load in and take a look at. Now, Ciaran's going to try, and we'll see how this works over Zoom. I'm not sure if the bandwidth will be good enough for this, but we're going to try to see a live version of this. Are you ready for that, Ciaran, or should I keep rambling on for a bit?
No, go for it. Let's see what we can do. Unshare and let's see how this. I don't need sound this time. So, can you see that?
Yep.
So I don't think it's anything to do with the phosphors on the screen. It's the actual NTSC signal can be in exactly the same way as the CoCo 1 and 2 did in America Land, can mess with the color subcarrier, because, as you know, the relationship between CPU speed and color subcarrier is direct. And on the CoCo 3, you've got far greater control over how you sort of simulate that signal. So I'd already done NTSC code for that for the CoCo 1 and 2 and Tano, I suppose. And when he put these discs out, I thought, well, maybe I'll dig out the CoCo 3 code that I've been adding to XRAW and not been doing anything with for many, many years, and debug it and see if I can see what it actually looks like. And it came out okay. I don't know how that's looking for you. It's just loading the second part. Okay, it's finished loading the second part, and now it's sort of flicking the 2 screens.
Yeah, we're seeing it pausing a little bit, so it's not as good as it looks in real life.
It looks pretty decent on my
I mean, don't get me wrong. It still looks great. It's just flickery.
Yeah,
Okay.
that definitely smooths out on real hardware because right now we're getting like a frame every, 1.5 frames or something, so it doesn't look.
It sort of depends on the 60 hertz.
Actually, YouTube looks really
Swapping.
nice and solid. It's just in Zoom that it's flickery.
Oh, really?
Ah, well, there you go.
For once, YouTube
no,
did
there it
something
is.
right. Wow.
No, I guess it's coming up now. Just real long delay.
And so this serves as a project update for me, I suppose. And I'm happy to prove to myself that the maths I did to make the NTSC cross color work for the CoCo 1.2 translates pretty easily to work with the CoCo 3 stuff. However, actually generating the pictures is a sort of magic that only SOC Master really,
yeah, exactly.
really knows.
He does a lot of things I don't even understand. Now, he did a 4th disc update recently here, which he said are some of his favorite pictures that he's done. So I will switch my screen sharing back on to show that. Now, these would be screenshots taken with a camera type thing of a real CRT. So you're not going to see the shimmering, but you will see the picture. So the one that he did here that he was quite impressed with the detail of both color and detail of the pixels themselves is from Dragon's Lair, of course, which looks pretty darn good. Now, one thing he did mention, unlike high color actually does a bunch of timing of changing palettes every single scan line. So it's fairly CPU intensive. This is just doing 2 sets of palettes because it's all grayscale. You can fit 4 grays in the screen easily enough because that's what the mode's set up for. So in this case, these ones here, if you want to make a graphical adventure game using these super high color, high resolution images, it shouldn't take any CPU time at all. You could easily do this in BASIC with a very small driver, just change every 60th of a second. So these would be images you can use on a modern game and keep the speed of the game up without having to do all kinds of wanky tricks. So there's that one. And then this one here, Ron, you might remember what the original looked like on this one, but he said he redid this picture, and this is one of the pictures he included in high color as one of the samples. I don't know if Ron's still here, if he's still awake. No, he's off the thing. That looks good. He's there, but muted out. But anyway, once again, this is grayscale. Like it's a full color picture, but it's grayscale.
If you told me those were EGA, I'd buy it.
I wonder if this is related to the ham mode on the Amiga, because there's some sort of graphics mode on the Amiga that allows these very, very high resolution. Of course, it's much more high resolution than this. But we're talking about different sorts of hardware, but the same sort of trickery that ham mode uses. Does anybody, any Amiga fans, know if it's related?
No, ham mode encodes a sort of color difference thing as it translates that directly modifies, I think, the RGB values.
Yeah.
This is playing tricks with the NTSC encoding directly.
Okay.
So
I was just curious.
Composite.
Yeah.
It's really impressive to see in person. So, Bo, if you get a chance, you can just hit the Facebook group, or if you want, just ask me and I can send you the disc image because I'll just run. And you've still got composite on your CoCo 3. I think you can actually take
absolutely.
and see what they look like. But they're pretty impressive, considering our palette is only 64 colors. I think Sokka said that this technique he's using here gives the equivalent of about 2,000 colors. And I think the high color one does about 32,000 colors, which is using the 16 color palette, but you lose some of the resolution doing it that way. Next up, Richard Kelly. We've featured some of his stuff here lately. He's actually working on a font editor for Disk Basic, and because it's doing 8x8, this is perfectly tuned to the built-in font on the CoCo 3 graphic screen, which some of you may know. You can actually load over top of it with your own font, and a lot of games back in the late 80s, early 90s, even Rainbow and stuff did that, where you can create your own font as long as it fit the same size. It's also compatible with the 8x8 fonts on OS 9 Nitrous 9. So we have font editors on Nitrous 9, but I don't know too many on the CoCo 1, 2, and 3. As many as we had on the CoCo 3, including Mr. Jansen that does our assembly language tutorial. He actually wrote one of the earliest ones for the Nitrous 9 one. But this is just kind of a screenshot. Now, I don't know why his screenshots always end up being double pixel wide from what they're supposed to. I don't know what emulator he's taking his screenshots from, but I haven't seen anything that stretched for years, so he must be using an older one. But yeah, if you want to design your own custom fonts and you want to use them you can use them in an RSDOS game of some sort, or a word processor or whatever you want. You can custom make your own fonts with this. So it's a project he's working on. He hopefully will have it done fairly soon for available for download. He makes all this stuff freely available for download on Facebook. Next up, John Linville posted about the latest Retro Challenge 2021 for October. Now, the first part of this, there's two categories for this month. The first one is systems released between 1998 and 2002, which is kind of like the tail end of what they classify as retro. Since none of the CoCo stuff was produced in that near range, that one doesn't really apply to any of us. And that one's called the Millennials. But for those of you that actually have machines that were generated in that time, you can enter into that part of the contest too. The other one is, it is applicable to CoCo, and it's called Publish It, or the Dragon for that matter. It's called Publish Your Old Retro Computing Project. So this latter one is for people to document or put source code up for, or show a schematic, like depending on whether you're doing hardware or software, any retro project that you worked on that has not been previously shared with the public before. Now, we've seen a lot of these contests where it's just kind of a fun thing. You get to pick somebody for the month. These ones actually have prizes. And he's got a list of some of them here. So he's got a USB logic analyzer, an Arduino Uno, TL866 2 plus IC programmer, and hopefully some Retro Challenge mouse pads and some other things. So you actually can get physical things for entering this contest here. So if any of you have some projects you want to write about that you've never really published any details on how they were done before, which might apply to Ciaran and Stu on some of this stuff, maybe you can get some free hardware out of it. Next up, TJBChris, who we had on our guests on the chat a few times here. I don't think we had him on the show yet. Still trying to arrange that. Has put up a video tutorial on his YouTube page on how to program a custom program pack, and this is based on the Experimentos CoCo cartridge by Ian Maverick, who I believe is Australian, is he not, Nick?
Yes, yes.
And he also sells a lot of Model 1 and 3 stuff. So I'll just play a little bit of the intro here. I won't play the whole thing.
Greetings, everyone. Welcome back to the channel. TJBChris here. Thanks again for watching. I really appreciate all the views and feedback I get. And tonight we're going to do ourselves a video on the color computer. Nothing terribly earth-shattering, but something I've always wanted to do just because as a kid I thought it was cool that people could do this, and I couldn't really afford to, and I was a kid. So now I can, and now I will. We're going to make up for some lost time. So what are we doing tonight? We're going to make ourselves a program pack. So not really make. This is a board that I bought from Ian Maverick.
I like the booze that is readily apparent on the desk there.
He goes in great explanation of that too.
And you can see this has an 8K diagnostic ROM in it, but it has the socket for the other 8K ROM, and it's got a additional capacitor that will have to be installed for that. So I have the capacitor here. I have myself a couple of EEPROMs, and behind the requisite whiskey, I have some foil that I will be using to cover those EEPROM windows after I erase and program them. And what we're going to do is we're going to solder the parts on. We're going to go to the Color Computer Archive, and we're going to find ourselves a ROM. We're going to burn it, and then we're going to try it out in the Color Computer and see if it works.
Anyway, I'll let you go through the rest of the video on your own. And basically, it takes Tetris off there, and it works fine. So you go into the
soldering and booze go together so well.
Oh, for me, the booze would be optional. I solder poorly no matter what state I'm in, so it doesn't really matter.
More booze, the more hair you burn.
That started looking like David Ladd then. David's still here? Anyway, it's a pretty cool little project, and of course, these boards are readily available from Ian Maverick. You can order them up. You can order them in bulk if you want a bunch of them. You need an EEPROM programmer, of course, and he mentions a specific one that he's got that's a modern one that does a lot of different chips, etc. And goes through the point where he actually, plays Tetris, based on the ROM he just literally burned. So, good little tutorial on doing ROM burning. Next up here we have Jose Antonio Vacabello. So he picked up a CoCo 3, used obviously. It was in pretty poor shape.
Been through the apocalypse.
Yep. Now this has got still a white case versus the keys. Maybe that's special plastic. I don't know, but it's still covered in dirt and stuff. But it's in pretty rough shape. Of course, this one, the warranty sticker is long gone.
That's not the later one. The sticker looks different.
Yeah, it's a smaller warranty sticker. We sell in the
See what
States.
normal feet look like.
Yeah.
Yeah. But look at the inside there. It's just filled with
shit.
It looks like every computer I've ever bought has looked like that on the inside when I brought it home.
Is this from the what do you guys call your flea market?
Yeah,
Hillbilly flea market.
The hillbilly flea market. Yeah.
Now, he was surprised when he opened this up because when he bought it, he thought it was a 128K CoCo 3, but it's actually got a Performance Peripherals 512K upgrade in it. So like bonus if it works. And it was listed as non-working. And well, you can see it's kind of dirty, kind of been unloved, unused.
Gonna have to do some eviction first.
It's growing its own hair. I mean, this is maybe what I should have had when I was doing soldering because I just could have regrown it all back after I burnt it off, but I didn't know this time. He's even got an 87 gimme if you can read it through all the dust and crap on there. So it's a later model one. This is what it ended up look like when he was done cleaning it.
Wow.
He did an amazing
a lot
job.
better.
The 512K upgrade board looks nice and clean now.
Is that Performance Peripherals upgrade? Is that particularly rare?
It's not as common as a Tandy one, but I think it was, besides the Disto one, this would probably have been the second or third most popular 512 upgrade back in the day.
It was good because the chips were on top, so it ran cooler than the Tandy upside down monstrosity.
Yeah, and there was another one that used the SIPs, the sideways angled ones. Was that? I can't remember who did that one. They used those weird chips. They weren't like, dip socket stuff. Name is escaping me. Of course, later when we got sim upgrades from like Cloud9 and stuff, that became much cooler because sims just run cooler, period. And here's you cleaning all the individual keys, something Ron Delvaux is quite familiar with right now. Yeah. Except Ron didn't actually go right down to like removing those plastic springs, etc. He just went with
This is where he puts it into hydrochloric acid, right?
Nick, you're going to cause somebody to completely damage your CoCo beyond repair. We're talking about hydrochloric acid.
Hydrochloric acid.
We're going to have to censor you, man.
That keyboard shot did show the beauty of the CoCo keyboard, though, and that the keys don't press on the switch. They bang on that metal plate, and a little arm that comes off the side pushes on the switch. So you can't kill your Mylar by doubling up your fist and whacking your CoCo, because it doesn't run properly.
Yeah, they'd obviously have seen me trying to use my CoCo 1 and learn that lesson.
Just so. Yes.
When I got frustrated with games. Anyway, it cleaned up really nice. I mean, he's got a little bit of yellow in the keys, so maybe he's got to do Ron's trick and, hydrogen peroxide it, not.
No, that's right. Those are supposed to be yellow. Clear enter shift, F1, F2. Those are supposed to be.
Well, they're supposed to be a little more off white, aren't they? Not yellow.
Whiter. They're meant to be white.
Yeah, that's what I remember.
Well, they are white. And if you
can't even look because my
bottom
keyboard here is one of Zipster's, which is a brand new modern one. So
look between the keys, look lower down. You can see.
Oh, you can see the yellow stops.
Yeah, it stops at the top.
Okay, yeah, mine have the same issue.
And there's the newly cleaned one. Compared to the original pictures here, that's a pretty darn nice restoration, I have to say.
Yeah.
If he hydrogen peroxides the keys, I think he's pretty well got it done.
Yeah. Even the badge isn't too scratched.
Yeah. No, he did a really good job on this one. Okay, and the other ones here. Yeah, the underside.
Wow.
Very, very good restoration.
Scrape marks either on the bottom.
Yeah, it's one of the best restorations of something in that bad a shape to begin with, and apparently it works now too, I think.
It was probably a fairly unused CoCo 3. It's just that it was buried in the backyard.
Right?
Exactly. Yeah, buried under soft peat, and I can't remember how the hitchhiker's phrase goes, but
left running in front of an open
beside
window.
the sign that says "Beware the leopard." That's one part I remember.
Yeah.
I mean, actually, like you said, he bought it with the person that claimed that it didn't work. Well, obviously, with all that crap in it, but it works fine once he cleaned it up.
And then you put it on eBay for some ridiculous price and profit.
Well, the amount of work you put on it, this one might actually be worth it. I think this one, labor-wise, you might earn that. Next up, Jim Brain. Now, they had a Glenside Computer Club meeting here this last Thursday. And it's the first one I've missed in about 4 meetings because I actually have been busy with work. So I don't know if anybody on the call here on Zoom was attending that meeting and might know what exactly all happened. But one thing that came out of it that Jim posted up here is that they're trying to, for promoting the CoCo Fest at the beginning of November this year, is trying to get people to post photos from previous CoCo Fest so that people that have never been before kind of get an idea of what a show is like, booths and demos and seminars and whatever else type thing. And he's kind of put a public request both in the CoCo group on Facebook and on the Glenside Color Computer Club group on Facebook Now, I know, and I put a comment this morning about it. I know Alan Huffman used to have all the CoCo Fest because he used to take hundreds of photos every single CoCo Fest. And he used to do his CoCo Fest write-ups. And he used to have it as a side bit off of his DisneyFans.org site, where he also visits every Disney park known to man as well. And that part seems to have disappeared. So I did put it in a call for Alan Huffman to maybe see if he still got those available somewhere that he can put, because he had really good photos of a whole bunch, even the after hours activities and stuff like the jam sessions. But if any of you guys have been to CoCo Fest in the last 20 or 30 years and you have some photos that you've taken at the show, if you could please submit them to Jim Brain, then he can kind of get this whole, what is a CoCo Fest like for the people that have never been to one. So please post them up to either of the two Facebook groups, the Glenside Color Computer Club Facebook group or the CoCo Facebook group. Next up from Jim Gerrie. So there's a channel, and I did mention this in our Discord here, which I'll get into in just a second, but a guy named Matt Hefferman at Slithy Games decided to try to do a cross-platform port of a simple Mandelbrot set done at very low resolution just to see what an 8-bit in BASIC could do. So this one here is Jim's version on the MC10. And it's a fairly simple program, but basically they did versions of it for the Atari 8-bit. They did one for the C64. They did one for, what is the 8-bit guy's new C64 clone thing called? C16 or something? No. Can't remember the name of it off the top of my head.
Oh yeah, the Commander X16.
Yeah, that's it.
That's
Yes.
it.
Right. He also included some UK machines. I think he had, I'm trying to remember now, BBC Micro is one maybe. And basically he was doing timing comparisons, and he kind of tried to do them at the same resolution that he could. And he tried to pick the native color resolution of the platform so that he wasn't trying to stretch any platform too much. And basically comparing the speeds of the basics. And it ranged pretty wildly all over the place. TNN, I think was one. On most of the machines, except for the modern ones like the Commander 16, it was taking between 1.5 minutes to 4 minutes and some odd seconds. And the MC10, I think, came in around 2 something. And the MC10's basic is a little bit optimized compared to a CoCo 1. And then another guy published on the comments in the YouTube of running it on a CoCo, and they ran it at single speed, they ran it at the ROM speed up poke, and they ran it at the full double speed poke where you can't see anything on a CoCo 1 or 2 because the screen refresh gets lost. And he got it, between 4 minutes, around the tail end of the other ones, but ahead of a few other machines. And I think the double speed up getting it close to about 2 minutes, 3 seconds. So pretty decent. So I decided as a trial, I would try it in BASIC 9, and you have to go to our Discord to see that because I stupidly didn't load it in here. But basically I ran it in BASIC 9, and it took on 609 CoCo 3, and I was doing the 32 by 23 or 22 screen, basically, in the 16 color hardware text mode, the 40 column mode. And it took 59 seconds to do it on BASIC 9 on a 609. It took 35 seconds to do it on a 6309. And getting down to 35 seconds, I mean, the Commander 16 was getting like 16 seconds. And that thing's running at 8 times the normal Commodore speed. So our little 2 megahertz or 1.78 megahertz machine is getting, within spitting distance of a 8 times overclocked C64 for doing the same calculation, which is pretty darn impressive if I do say so myself. And I do. Anyway, if you guys are interested in the BASIC 9 version, I published a source code for it. Which I actually purposely crippled. I didn't do it as optimized as I could. I actually kept the line numbers. I based it on the Apple II Plus version that they'd used on one of their comparison machines. But I kept the line numbers in. I did one statement per line for the most part, like things you should not do in BASIC 9 if you're trying to write an optimized program, because line numbers slow it down a little bit, et cetera. So actually you could speed it up more than I did. So I think BASIC 9, that shows, I mean, for a BASIC written back in 1980, written before the CoCo even existed, can still match that kind of speed. That's very impressive. And kudos to Motorola and Microwave for creating that language, because it's still not bad to this day. I mean, it's structured basic with complex structures and all kinds of stuff. It's really good.
OS 9 plug over.
Oh, I could add more if you want, Nick.
No.
Request. Next up, and hopefully Tim is still in the chat here. Of course, he was one of our guests last week on the Dragon Talk show. But just after Dragon Talk, he was talking during the show about the Microdeal newsletter, which not too many people have copies of. So Microdeal, of course, was the main distributor for Dragon software back in the day. And they're the ones that basically cross-license a ton of stuff from North America, stuff from Atomic Software, stuff from Spectral Associates, Computerware. And they actually published a newsletter that they would release, just kind of saying like what's new and what's happening type thing, and also just general information for the people that had dragons. So he uploaded a scan of one of these little mini newsletters. This one, particular one's from April of 1983. So this is before the Dragon 64 even got released. So this is Dragon 32 specific. So they gave an update. They moved and got a new address and telephone number, and they're talking about some of the computer fairs they're going to be attending over the course of the remainder of the year. Information on joysticks, how the speed up poke works. Some bugs they found in the basic ROM, just kind of a general information thing. And I don't know if anybody else here has seen these newsletters. Did they ever get into discussing the games themselves, or is this more of an information thing for people with dragons? If are Ciaran and Stu still here, or are they?
Oh, I never had one of these.
Okay, Stu, same thing. You never had that?
No, the only thing I remember was you sometimes used to get a little insert in the microdog set saying something about the Cuthbert Club, which you could join, presuming to get these newsletters, but I never did inquire.
Oh, okay. Okay, well, maybe the next time we have Gilbert's on for a more full-length interview, maybe we can ask him a little bit about that, because this is something I didn't know about either. I do know Cuthbert had a little game-related thing that they sent out. Like, here's the little mini catalog for 3 months or whatever with the newer games that were getting released, but I don't remember anything informational like this. Next up, and obviously we're in Dragon News in case you haven't figured it out already. Tom Eric Anderson was actually, his question here originally on the Dragon Facebook group was, how long was the Dragon 32 made at the old Swansea factory? And you can tell them the labels here because it'll tell you where it was built on the second line. So it'll say Swansea here for the older ones, and then Port Talbot. And as far as I know, and you guys can maybe verify this if you know, the serial numbering continued between the two. So once they switched factories, they kept the serial number going where it left off, as opposed to starting over, which Tandy seems to have done multiple times. So they're trying to figure out where was the transition point of it. And then another thing, last week and even before that, we've been talking with some of the people in the Dragon community about how many dragons were actually sold. And up until that point, the highest serial number seen for Dragon 32, I think, was 320,000 something. So that was kind of the guess. It sold 320,000, and the Dragon 64 maybe sold another 50,000, whatever. But in the course of the conversation here, multiple other people have uploaded different stickers from different places. They've got stuff from, the Euro Hard Dragons and others showing up. But somebody also uploaded one with the serial number up in the 350,000 plus range. So obviously there was more dragons sold than a lot of us thought. So the combined of the two is at least 400,000 units at the very minimum, which, considering it was only sold basically in one area, that's pretty good actually. And we'll get into a bit more than that in a second too at the next story here. But have you guys submitted yours, Stu and Ciaran? Have you guys submitted your numbers? Because I know they're making a Wikipedia page off World of Dragon that basically is listing all the numbers submitted.
I saw that and I didn't know why they were collecting them. It sort of seeing this news article, it makes more sense to me now. But I submitted 10 of my own serial numbers.
You have 10 dragons?
Yeah. People were throwing them away in the 90s. I collected, all of my dragon collection pretty much was 80s and 90s, and people were giving it away. I'm glad I've hung on to it. And I found another 9 serial numbers just by looking on eBay. So I posted those to the Dragon World Forum. But now I know why they're collecting them. I had no idea. And I found one serial number on eBay, which was right next to one already in the wiki. So I don't know what the odds are of that. It's like 1,000 to 1 shot. Just find 2 consecutive serial numbers in a sample of 50.
Oh, wow. Yeah, I don't think I've seen that before. But the list is growing, and it's interesting both to figure out, like, when did they switch factories, which was the original question from Tom. But we've also got trying to figure out how many were sold. The same problem we're having the CoCo. I mean, even the Tandy guys that would know, they've refused to this day to tell us how many were sold. I don't know why. What does it make a difference of now? Like, I don't understand it.
There's a mathematical technique you can use to estimate it. They used to use it during Second World War. They used to, it's more reliable than witnesses. You just record serial numbers off of military equipment, and you could use that to estimate how many pieces of this equipment were made. Some
Yeah, in the CoCo case, that's really hard though because they kept restarting them, and I don't know the rhyme or reason. Like obviously, CoCo 1, 2, and 3 all restarted, but multiple CoCo 2s restarted. I don't know if that was based on manufacturing because some were made in Korea, some were made in the States. CoCo 1 sometimes they did it between board revisions. I mean, it's a crapshoot.
It's sort of ironic that the CoCo computers restarted their serial numbers more than German tanks did during the war.
Yeah, I do know there was one run of CoCo 2s that actually got up into the 2 million plus range. So we know that at least that one particular submodel of the CoCo 2 sold over 2 million units. But other than that, it's who knows.
And what you actually have in picture there is a photo of one of mine, which has got a different colored label, and it kind of looks like they also restarted serial numbers.
This was a Dragon 64 though, which I think the 64 they did restart from what I've gathered.
Yeah, because the 64 label was yellow, as I recall.
But I have one that's sort of turquoise.
Oh, that's interesting.
It's there on the screen. But also, on that one, the postcode is correct. On the vast majority of all the other labels, the postcode is not right, and I don't think ever was. Because it's like it's S13 rather than SA13 or something, which I'd never noticed before.
That's a bit of odd bit of history there. Why? I wonder why they didn't bother redoing it after they discovered it.
Yeah, because that DH, isn't that LT on the other labels?
Yeah, it was.
Yeah.
And of course, now if you go to the database one here, they've actually got the ones listed from Eurohard and stuff too. So here's the serial numbers that have been recorded so far. I haven't refreshed the screen since I loaded this morning, so there might be more, but you can see the original factory Swansea. We've got numbers down to 349.
Wow.
And sometime between 57,333 and 64,870, they switched the manufacturing plant. Now, if I remember the history correctly, that's when they were selling so many before that first Christmas that they had to expand and just to be able to keep up with orders. Is that correct? Or do you know?
Well, I think they over manufactured. I think that was the element in their downfall. At first, they couldn't keep up with demand, and then they expected the demand to keep going up and sort of had too much capacity and too much stock.
Yeah, I know Duncan Smith was talking about they ordered all the chips and stuff ahead of time and had to prepay for it all. And of course, the after Christmas rush finished and sales dropped.
Yeah, it's a shame. We might have ended up with a better disk controller. They could keep their act together for another year.
Yeah. But here, I mean, here's the one that kind of proves more than 350,000 were manufactured and made of the Dragon 32. And then for Dragon 64, and they got the yellow label ones here. They got Eurohard red label ones down here. So they obviously restarted the numbers. So that went up to 21,042 as far as recorded ones. And then it looks like they restarted again for the Eurohard ones. And there's at least 9,400 of those, the red label ones. And then you've got the blue label ones, which are lower numbers, it looks like. And then we've actually started getting some collections of some of the Tano ones. And there's 5,500 of those. So Dragon sales, I mean, for a limited machine that wasn't around that long, actually were pretty good. So it's just kind of fascinating. You guys are actually kind of finding all these things out. I didn't know there was all these different labels. I didn't realize there was multiple ones for the ones done by Eurohard in Spain. As Ciaran pointed out, there's some different color labels, even for the ones in the in not Swansea. What's the other one? What was the later one? Port Talbot.
I've got a Dragon question, if it's okay.
Yeah, go ahead, Doug.
Did they come out with their own floppy controller?
Yes.
I've never seen one of those.
The ROM, I mean, the Dragon Basic and CoCo Basic are very close to each other too, except for the disk. That is completely different. They're not even compatible with each other.
Huh.
Wait a minute though. The 3022 controller can just have the ROM changed out and it would work, from what I understand.
Which one?
The 3022, is that what the numbers are? 26-3022.
So on a hardware level, it would work, but the software, because they did sector based, we did triangle based.
But the hardware would work.
So does that mean the color computer version discs would not work on their drive?
No.
Yeah, they're formatted differently.
Yeah.
Yeah, the logical format is different. The actual sort of sector structure and everything is all the same. It's all 256 byte sectors, 18 sectors per track.
Is it true that the Tandy drives were 35 track rather than 40?
The original ones were,
The
yes, they were only 35.
Very
The very first
odd.
with that click button, the eject button, instead of just flipping the door, the one you actually had to push a button down to eject the disc, the full height gray ones, they were 35 track, period.
Right. Yeah, I've got a couple of those. I'll have to restore them at some point.
Yeah. Then they went to full height, I think gray ones, which are basically borrowed off the Model 3, essentially. They were 40 track single sided. And then eventually with the 501, 502, they started bringing out the half height and the half height double sided. So eventually got semi-modern.
Whatever drives were cheapest at the time.
Yep, Tandy's mantra.
But
Sorry, go
because
ahead.
compatibility, they were always 35 track single sided.
Yeah, they never upgraded the ROMs. I mean, OS 9 could take advantage of it, up to an 80 track double sided just fine. But RS-DOS, unless you bought a third party extension like ADOS or something, never did.
I don't think they could because they bought BASIC from Microsoft and they did get standard, extended, and disk. But I don't think they could really change anything until the CoCo came along and with that patch stuff after it boots idea.
Yeah, I guess maybe that's possible. Because, I mean, the disk format that Microsoft created for the CoCo was capable of handling a 40-track drive just fine. There's enough room in the granule table. There's enough room in the directory track. You could probably even go to 80-track single-sided or double-sided 40-track, pretty close to anyway. But they just never did.
The 35-track drives were the cheap ones of the day.
Yeah, but even Tandy switched to 40 tracks later, but they never updated the ROM to actually use it. So if you're in this BASIC, unless you bought a third-party ROM, you were stuck.
Right. Yeah, I don't think they could change the BASIC. I read some.
Actually, from what I've heard of Microsoft contracts, that's probably true.
That's why the Commodore 64, you had to poke everything into graphics because they only own standard BASIC. They didn't own extended BASIC or a disk drive. So the disk drive was like a separate computer that used deload to move stuff into the C64. It was an interesting read. I wish I had a link, but I don't right now.
Yeah, because Tandy would have had to keep backwards compatibility.
Yeah, but like I said, if you went to a 40-track drive, that didn't break compatibility at all.
No, but the software that you bought would have had to been limited to 35.
No.
Well, to work on the original drives.
Oh, the original drives, yeah.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Well,
backwards compatibility.
And any software that would have had the floppy routines built into it, like the Orchestra 90 pack, because the floppy routines were built into the ROM, and any other cartridge that had the floppy built into it, and games and software.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like the way the structure of the disc was set up, it could handle the extra tracks up to a certain point. 80-track double side was too much for it, but you could have done it backwards compatible. But yeah, if you were trying to sell a game to somebody that had an older 35-track drive, then yeah, they wouldn't have been able to play it. But some later CoCo games were sold that way. Oblique Triad sold Seventh Link, required a 40-track drive. You even said that in the ads because they couldn't fit it all in one disc, and they didn't want a player swapping discs just to load the player stuff. So they actually sold it as a 40-track. Because, I mean, Radio Shack had been selling 40-track drives since the very second generation. Full-height drives were 40 tracks. So, I don't know. The Microsoft not allowing you to change ROMs, I think, sounds as the best plausible explanation still for me. I could be wrong. Sorry, I just closed it off thinking that was the previous story. That was just to mention that Dragon Talk, because of the technical issues, which some of you are quite familiar with, that happened during the actual live show, where it actually ended up getting split into 4 parts. Stevie on Sunday after the show amalgamated it all back together, took out all the extra stuff, but we were trying to figure out what the heck was going on with the internet, and made a 6-hour, 5-minute episode of the whole thing, so you can watch it all at once. And if you go through part 1 combined with the combined episode, now we're over 500, or just about 500 views, if not over 500 by now. I haven't checked lately, but which is pretty good for us.
And this show is just going to just about be there.
Actually, by the time this show ends, we'll be ready for the next Dragon Talk.
When is the next super special, Curtis?
Don't have a firm date in it yet. The next one will probably be an MC10 special. And then Dragon Talk 2
that's
is
what I was
kind of
thinking,
in
the
planning.
MC10. You don't have a date for the MC10 special yet?
Not yet. No, I've been reaching out to some of the people that are potentially going to be involved. Jim Gerrie's already got back to us, so he definitely wants to be on. And we're trying to get a hold of some of the other ones here and trying to get everything straightened out to make sure what time date works best for everybody. And Dragon Talk 2 will also be, in the planning. We've got 5 or 6 people interested in that weren't on the first panel. And we won't do it quite as big. We're not going to do 15 guests this time. We're going to limit it down a bit so it doesn't take an entire day to run through the show. Next up, Tony Jewell. They've been trying to organize the next Dragon meetup. And of course, COVID's kind of, just like with CoCo Fest, has kind of screwed up the last couple here, but they're trying to shoot now. I believe the end of October is kind of what they roughly decided on, around the 30th, 31st at Cambridge, which I think is the same place it's been previously held. So I guess, first of all, if that does end up going through, Stu or Ciaran, are you guys planning on attending if that happens?
I'll definitely go. The problem is 30th, 31st, that's my wedding anniversary weekend, so I wouldn't get away with that. But this is the first
She's
time
not into the Dragon as much as you are?
Not even a little bit.
You can't even do a twofer there?
Well, Cambridge is a nice place to visit, I must admit. So this is the first I've heard of this because I'm not on Facebook, so I'm glad I turned up today. Yeah, I've been to every one so far.
And I'll go if at the time it looks safe to do so.
Okay. Yeah, because you guys are having a bit
Seems
of
a
a
bit
fourth wave
soon.
now too. Yeah. Anyway, we'll keep the details going on this here. It's not, last I heard, it was not confirmed yet. They actually hadn't booked it, but they were trying to figure out if there's any alternative dates. It looks like most people decided the last weekend of October. And then I think Richard Harding was going to try to actually book Cambridge, whatever part of Cambridge they use for the venue for that date. And I haven't heard anything back on that, but he's supposed to be getting back to me so I can mention on the news as well. I should also mention, if this does end up going through, we're going to try to arrange, at the very least, to have somebody who's attending the show kind of come on to CoCoTALK and kind of, say what all has been happening at it, maybe show off a few things. And if things work really well, we might actually have a live streamer wandering around with a camera phone or something like that to actually show us, North Americans and Australians exactly what's happening at the show live, like we try to do with CoCo Fest every year. So look forward to that if the show goes through in October. So we'll keep you posted. Next up, now, of course, John Whitworth was actually on our show last week to talk about the Super Sprite FM Plus board, which is actually going to work on CoCos or on Dragons. Adds a sprite chip, adds a sound chip. Should even work on the CoCo 3, though that has not been tested yet. Parasarat's been doing software support for it. Some of the AGD games have been ported to it already using the extra colors and background sound music stuff. So John has decided to create, just to make it easier to kind of amalgamate questions to try to read across all these other different groups, he made his own special group on Facebook for the Super Sprite FM Plus board. So if you have any questions for John directly, or suggestions or whatever else, or contribute software, that's the place to do it because it's specifically for that board and nothing else. So if you guys are interested in that board, and I know quite a few people were from the show last week, definitely go and check it out and join in the discussions there. Now, this next one I actually posted on the Dragon group because I was looking for something and I found this by accident. So there's a rather sarcastic online news magazine, I guess you'd call it, called The Register, that's been around for decades. And I've been reading it for decades. So I somehow missed this the first time around. But basically, somebody went through old magazines called Personal Computer News. And I'm not sure. I think this is more like an info world or something like here. It's not one for the consumer. It's more meant for people that are selling computers and resellers and that kind of stuff. And basically what they did that was a bit unique at the time in the UK was that they actually published charts of the top 20 brands of computers by sales that they would do for 2-week periods. And they started doing this, the 2-week period of July 9th to the 23rd, 1983. And this particular chart here, the guy from the Register accumulated, goes through then till December. So basically the last half of 1983. And it's kind of a little bit hard to follow, but you can see on the guide in the bottom here, they've got all the different machines that they mentioned on the chart. and you can kind of follow the sales. So if you look at down here in 20th place on the very first one, you can see the Tandy color computer. So it started off in 20th place. Yay, CoCo. And then, it kind of gradually went up, and then it went back down. And then it went back up again and kind of went down. And by the end of the year, it was up to 17th place. Now, people, including Dragon people, have told me that, not many people had Dragons and it didn't sell well and all this other stuff. But this chart directly contradicts it. And these are supposed sales figures from the companies themselves, at least during this time period. So the Dragon started in second place out of all the machines on here: the VIC-20s, ZX81s, Atari 400s, Atari 800s, TI-99s, C64. Now, C64 is just getting released around the time, so that's probably a bit of a cheat. But Dragon started in second place, and in the first 5 two-week periods, it was in second, 4 of them, and third for 1, which is briefly when the VIC-20 went ahead and then fell back behind again. So this was the second best selling machine in all of the UK for that 10-week period in mid-1983.
I'm sorry, Curtis. I can't believe that this chart is true. Because you're telling me that the Lynx was outselling this. What year is this?
This is the second half of 1983.
Okay, the Lynx wasn't even out yet. The Lynx didn't even come out for like 7 more years after this. So why is that on the chart? Maybe this is a different Lynx.
Is it a specific? Yeah, Lynx 48 is this particular model.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, does this jive with your personal experience? I mean, this just seems crazy to me.
Now, I will say by the end of the year, the Dragon had tapered off to 7th place. And of course, I think most of the people on the panel that have Dragons at that, in the UK bought them towards the end of this chart or into the next year, which is when, sales kept going down. Because this initial burst is when Dragon had to expand and start running 24/7 just to meet demand for the Christmas season. And I think they had a really bright surge of sales there the first 6 to 8 months of the Dragon's life, and then it just fell off a cliff. But during that time period, they were definitely in the top 10.
So this is sales to stores, not sales to customers.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's possible. I'm not really sure.
And they had a Christmas buildup, so big sales because.
Yet, if you look at closer to Christmas, that's when it tapered off down to 6th and 7th.
Oh yeah, because the stores all had as much stock as they could move. I'm being facetious.
So that's a good question. Is this reseller to the stores only, or is this actual, finished through sales?
There's something else that we also don't know. Like, for example, there are a lot of computers that were big at the time that aren't on here. Well, for example, like where are the XL series of Atari computers? Looks like
those even out in 83?
Yeah. I mean, the 1200 XL came out in 1981. And then the 600 and 800 XL, I believe, came out in 1983. So I see the
now,
600
were those sold in the UK at this time period, or did they appear there a few years later? Because I know some machines got delayed a couple years between North America and the UK.
Well, the 600 XL is on the right side of the chart. It's right below the Dragon.
And if you take a look, you follow that yellow line from 600, it only started getting on sale November 25th.
Again, yeah, that's right. I wasn't thinking about this being from the UK market. So, yeah, that makes sense.
There's more of this chart we're not seeing anyway.
Yeah, well, this is basically just the top 20 during each 2-week period, and you'll see some disappear and come off or come on from nowhere type thing because the machine just went on sale, the machine got discontinued, etc. So the left side and the right side aren't exact duplicates of the same 20 machines because obviously some machines dropped out, some machines got introduced. But the Dragon 32 stayed in the top 10 this entire 6-month period and was second for the first, 8 out of the first 10 weeks, which the guy who wrote the original article, and unfortunately I don't think I have the link of it here on, handy, but he actually was mentioning, some specific machines that he was surprised about when he went through all these sales figures through the magazine. And the Dragon is one he particularly pointed out. He had no idea it sold this well at the very beginning of its life. And I think just from the way he worded it, I think that it did sell really well. I mean, they sold 350,000 before the Dragon 64 even came out. So I think it was a pretty good seller. The Dragon 64, not so much. That one seems to be a bit more rare. I mean, the serial number seemed to indicate between 50 to 75,000 maybe, versus 350,000 for the Dragon 32. But the Dragon 32, I think, was this first 6-month period when the C64 was announced, just got released during this time period. And I know it was delayed in the UK for a few months. They didn't have many units for sale until fall, even though it was announced the exact same time as the Dragon was. I think they actually did do fairly well.
Yeah, this is a really interesting chart. There are a lot of systems like the Sword M5, which is number 17 on the list. If you look at it's a little bit difficult to read because the purples sort of overlap, but I believe that it sort of climbed up there and it got to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It was like the 12th best selling computer, which is, I mean, that's unbelievable. If you've ever seen the Sword M5 in action, you would agree. So this is really neat. Thank you for sharing this, Curtis. This is super cool.
Yeah, if you're on our Discord, actually, the news links to all this stuff here, the links directly to these are on there if you guys need them for any reason or just want to go through it. You can also go through the article itself too. So where he kind of picks out a couple that he was surprised by what the sales figures were. But this was a surprise to me. I mean, I had heard that, just from watching the interviews where they had to go 24/7 on the factory because they couldn't keep them in stores. Like I do know they specifically mentioned this wasn't they stocked stores and they sat on the shelf. They were running out constantly. And that's why they built the second plant. That's why they were running 24/7 because they could not keep up with the orders that first year up to Christmas. And of course, then it started to dive bomb because they had more competition. But I think if like Stu, if you'd started writing your games right in this period, I think you would have been well off.
I would have cleaned up. But 1983, it's an interesting year to pick because there was a mad scramble to get a product to market because the home computer sort of market was taking off in the UK in a big way. But you can see the C64 was late to the game, but you can sort of see it sort of inexorable rise towards the end of the year, and it was probably top of the pile for years after that.
Yeah, I mean, right at the tail end here, you can see that on the third last 2-week period, the C64 actually was number one ahead of the Spectrum, then dropped back to second, and then it kind of took over from the Spectrum again afterwards.
Yeah, the C64, I'm pretty
Would
sure
you,
that was.
Stu, would you say that 1983 was sort of the peak in terms of the variety, the number of computer systems on the market in 1 year?
I'm pretty sure it is. You could pick up a computer magazine and there'll be reviews of new machines every month. There's just no end of them. You couldn't remember them all. There's so many appearing. But of course, only a few could survive in a market like that.
I would say it's the same in North America too, because I remember like 82, 83, like the video game crash of 83 is when the console market kind of died, but the home computer market was just going gangbusters.
We never had the variety in North America that they had in the UK.
Not like
I mean,
this.
there were never the number of systems available. I mean, it's just it's incredible. I mean, something like the Jupiter Ace, whose big selling point was that it ran fourth, in the Anscomb 3, which was a kit computer. We just didn't, by the time that, 83 rolled around, the major players were in place, and then it was just who was going to survive. You didn't have upstarts. It's one of the things that's so fascinating about the UK and the Europe computer market is that the dream was still alive of, you could put a machine into the market and sort of cast your fate to the wind, versus in 83 in America. We probably had 5 or 6 total. And how many are on this? 20 different systems total. Incredible.
Yeah. Like I'm trying to remember 83 for me, like the ZX81 was out in North America. Of course, the Tandy CoCo, Atari 400, 800, and some of the earlier XL models. TI-99 4A, obviously. Apple II Plus, maybe the Apple III if you want to count that, or 2E at least. I don't remember what else would have been around. Yeah, there was basically like 5 or 6 core companies that did like 90% of everything. And you might occasionally get a contender who would try to show up, but they couldn't do anything because there was so much entrenchment in the big name companies like Atari and Tandy, Radio Shack, etc. They had a few UK ones come across. Like just looking at the list here on the left-hand side, the Spectrum, did that ever really get sold in the US? We had the ZX80, ZX81 were sold here. But the Spectrum,
MX had a knockoff, but it wasn't really a Spectrum.
Okay. The Dragon, we had the Dragon 64 very briefly from Tano. It lasted maybe 6 months, really. The VIC-20 obviously was a big hit. The ZX81 was a big hit here. BBC, nope, never saw that here. Atari 800, 400, definitely yes, because that's where they originated. Orc, nope, I don't remember that one. New Brain, nope. Lynx, nope. TI-99, yes. Color Genie, I don't remember that one. C64, yes. HX20, I'm not sure what that is. Epson? Might have. There was some Epson independent stuff I do remember here briefly. Apple IIe obviously was here. MZ80A. That's a Sharp. I don't remember that one. M5. Don't remember that one. That's the sort of one you're talking about. Anscomb, nope. Jupiter Ace, nope. Tandy Color, yes. So I mean, maybe at most 2/3, but probably about half this chart we actually saw in North America.
I remember the Jupiter Ace as a mail order thing that looked kind of like the ZX81. It was just a little, it never showed it with anyone's hands or other things near it, so you wouldn't see how small it was.
Kind of like a Spectrum, but white.
Yeah.
And as you say, running forth.
One thing I find interesting here is a lot of the success stories are the more expensive machines with the mechanical keyboards. I mean, the Spectrum bucks that trend, but you've got the Dragon 32, VIC-20, BBCB, C64. These all became very popular machines because they had good quality keyboards. Most of the other machines have membrane keyboards.
Good point.
And a lot of these machines which ended up not doing very well were actually quite low cost machines. It's quite interesting.
Yeah, well, I like the low cost machines, except for the original ZX80, ZX81 when they first released. I mean, Tandy tried to put out the MC10 as a low cost machine, and it bombed. I mean, they quit selling it within a year. I think a lot of those cheaper ones, people figured they're underpowered, find out they couldn't type on them because the keyboards are too small or their membrane or whatever else. And we kind of like the Atari 400 kind of went to the wayside way before the 800 did for the same reason. The keyboard sucked, even though it could play games well.
I mean, the thing which held the ZX81 up there is it was sold as the only computer you could get for less than £100. I think that's what helped to that machine in particular.
Yeah, I remember when they sold it in the States, Creative Computing used to carry ads for it. I think the original ZX80 was $199 at the time, which was like half of what anything else was.
Right.
And the ZX81, I remember being $99, and I think it actually fell to $49 at one point.
Right.
What's the start of this chart? What year does it start at?
This whole chart is 1983. So it starts.
Yeah, see, 83 is
in June and goes to December.
Yeah, so 1983 is after the ZX80, 81 rush. Because I remember when they came out, they sold really well. It was the only way to have a real in quotes computer at that low price. But that was 1980, 81. I think after that, people probably then thought, yeah, these little flat keyboards are rubbish. I'm going to buy a real computer. So from 82, 83 onwards, we saw the ZX80s and 81s actually drop off. That's why you're not seeing it here. Whereas if this chart did start from 1980, you would see the ZX80 and the 81 would have been pretty high.
Well, and I bought an early ZX81 kit, and it was on channel 36, and it had a beautiful display despite the bad keyboard. And then the ZX81s and all of the Timex after that moved to channel 2 and 3, and you could barely see what was on the screen. So that just killed it dead here in the States.
Yeah, and the ZX81, I think, came out in the States. If I remember, it came out a little bit later than it did in the UK. I don't remember it coming out in 81. It would have been very late 81, maybe 82.
Oh, no, I got a mail order kit from Science of Cambridge, and that's how I got one.
Oh, you ordered it directly from the UK? Yeah, because they were reselling them here in the States and Canada. I do remember Creative Computing selling them. But
right, but by then they had, because of FCC rules, they were channel 2 and 3, which was a horrible place to put the display on that computer. It couldn't be there.
Anyway, this is a fascinating bit of history for me. I wish we had a chart like this for the US or Australia to compare, because I do know there's some regional differences, obviously. But also to see how the big players, were they as good of a seller in Australia as they were in the UK or as they were in the States? I don't know if such a thing exists, but if I ever find one, I'll definitely be posting about it. And the last one here, this actually just happened recently too. So Mail Day, the case of the smelly dragon. This is Noel's Retro Lab. So he's received a Dragon's even wearing a Dragon 32 t-shirt. So I'll just play the very beginning of it because he's got a whole bunch of unboxing he does. A lot of it's not CoCo related, or sorry, Dragon related. But the very first part is about the dragon. So it's, I'll just
hello and welcome back to Noel's Retro Lab. Today we have a really odd assortment of boxes, little ones, big ones down here, and I think they're all completely unrelated, so it's going to be a total mishmash. So let's get started. let's start with this box coming from Spain. And no, don't worry, this is not a modern computer. Oh, there it is. Very nicely packed, by the way. This box is not actually touching any of the sides. Well, it's touching those, but it's very nicely protected. Now, let's see if I can get it out. So it looks like the box is in pretty beat up shape, but actually it's mostly rips. So I think this is a place where I'm going to be able to apply some of the box restoration techniques that I've done before, and it will probably look a lot better. Yeah, oh, too bad. There's a whole chunk missing, but still, I think I can make it look better. It's actually a dust cover. It's interesting. So obviously you can't notice that, but I'm smelling something there. I'm smelling some burnt smell. So I was told this one is not working. So yeah, I think something blew up inside. Probably some of the voltage conversion happening in there. So we'll see. Other than that, it's in really great shape. Is this sticker original? This is plastic. I thought the original stickers were like paper, and maybe I'm thinking of the Dragon 32. I'll have to check with my other Dragon, but that looks different. That should be fun and exciting. Yeah, so this was made in Euro Hard in Spain. So that will be part of what I will talk about when I start covering Dragons, which is going to be happening pretty soon, I think. Maybe with Sep Tandy coming up. I know this is not Tandy, but it's somewhat related to Tandy. And actually, that's one of the questions that I'd like to answer is how close were Dragons and the CoCo 2? I just noticed that it looks like it came with something else in the box. Oh, these are cartridges. Drago logo in Spanish. So is that the logo?
I'm assuming that's the logo language, because I know in the CoCo we had about 4 or 5 versions of that.
Language, I guess. Another Drago logo. I'm curious about the very home-looking label, but I doubt there were copies being a cartridge. We'll see. Very cool. So next.
Anyway, that's his covering of the Dragon stuff there, and that was the last of my news items, but I thought that was kind of cool.
The bottom of that cartridge said "Made in USA."
So the bottom of what?
That logo cartridge. There was just like a 2-frame flash of it.
I think it said UK.
Okay.
I'm just rewinding here on
that
my
would make
end.
better sense.
Well,
Dragon Data
I think-
copyright 1984 is what it says on the bottom, and it says important switch off computer before removing cartridge.
It was embossed on the backside.
Yeah, it was embossed.
Weren't the Dragon 64s more grey?
Okay, when he flips that cartridge over real fast.
When I was looking
Drago
at that,
logo.
Okay, not that flip. The second cartridge.
'84.
Yeah, when he flips that over. Right.
Yeah, I saw 84 there. Just
There.
Made in the UK. It said UK.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
yeah, I thought Dragon 64s were grey, not so yellow. I thought the 32s were the yellowy type colour.
yeah, I'm with you, Nick. I was looking at that and I was thinking,
Yeah.
that's not a Dragon
Were the
64.
Euro Hard ones a different color though?
Well, I guess they must be. So Dragon 64 was grey, and
Yeah.
that was a Dragon 32 colour. And then the sticker looked funny to me, so I thought, oh, this
Yeah.
is a 32 with a fake sticker on it. But yeah, when Euro Hard was mentioned, it sort of made sense. I guess they just made them a different colour.
Or it was old stock that, old Dragon 32s that they thought they'll just badge them or recreate them as Dragon 64s.
That's very possible. It's possible they overstocked on the cases and everything.
Yeah. Yeah, because that looked like a Dragon 32 case for me, for the colour.
Well, the 64 has an extra DIN plug to fit, but doesn't mean they didn't
Yeah, I've got a
Make
Dragon
some,
32 that has the Dragon 64 shape.
And if they are just reusing Dragon 32 cases, maybe that's why it has a different looking Dragon 64 sticker on there, because it's not an original Dragon 64. It's new stickers put in on a Dragon 32 case.
Tim Gilbert's mentions in the chat here said this reflects upgrades. It might be an early one using all the leftover bits they got from Swansea. So just when the transfer cases and motherboards and stuff was going over to your hard.
It's a Franken Dragon.
Somebody should copyright that and make a duplicate dragon without it.
TM.
Anyway, that's all I had for news. We were finally caught up.
What a drag.
What a dragon, you mean?
All right, are we ready for the outro?
Yeah, I think so.
That
And
was
then I'll
everything?
do a little closing thought at the end.
Okay.
This concludes another episode of CoCoTALK, the world's leading live talk show featuring the Tandy Color computer. For all things CoCoTALK, visit us on the web at cocotalk.live. We'd love to hear from you. Send feedback, suggestions, even segments via email to cocotalk@cocotalk.live. Consider supporting the show with a purchase of merchandise from our retro swag shop at 8bit256.com. If you'd like to become a patron of the show, click on the Patreon link on our website, cocotalk.live. CoCoTALK would not exist without the community, its cast, crew, and contributors. Thanks go to Alan Murphy, Bill Noble, Brian Joyce, Brian Weasler, Curtis Boyle, D. Bruce Moore, Danny O'Connor, David Ladd, Eric Canales, Grant Leighty, James Diffendaffer, Jason Reichert, Jim Brain, Ken Reichert, Mark Bosley, Mark Overholzer, Mikey Furman, Mr. Dave 6309, Nick Marenetes, Nick Marotta, Nick Marotta, Nick Marotta, Paul Fiscarelli, Richard Lorbieski, Rick Adams, Rick Hewlett, Rob Inman, Ron Delvaux, Samuel Gimes, Sloopy Malibu, Steve Bjork, Terry Steggy, Tom C., and many more. Please help support the CoCo community. A list of various contributors and resources are available at imacoconut.com. That's imacoconut.com. The original CoCoTALK theme song is copyright 2008 by D. Bruce Moore and Greg Sheeler. The new CoCoTALK theme song is copyright 2020 by D. Bruce Moore. Both are mixed, mastered, and produced by D. Bruce Moore. CoCo forever, people!
Okay, we're back.
Okay, so one quick comment from Tom Gilbert's talking about the different cases and stuff. He says later 32s all had the extra place with a blank plate. So it looks like they standardized their cases. They must have been selling the 32s and 64 simultaneously, I'm guessing by that comment.
Yeah, that way they could use one mold.
Yeah. Be cheaper for sure. And of course they overordered chips like crazy. So at that point they wanted to make everything cheaper, I'm guessing.
Well, I should think they changed the 32 mold to the 64 design, and that was the only mold after that.
Yeah. Anyway, I just want to give a big thank you to Stu for joining us as our guest today and going through his history of developing games for the Dragon, and alerting us that there's cheat modes enabled in his games we have to find now because they're impossibly hard to get through legal play. And also a big thank you to Ciaran for coming on and help guest interviewing Stu and asking some questions we wouldn't have thought of during the show there, and demoing some of the games themselves off of XWork. So big thank you to you as well. And we'll have to have you on for an interview at some point too, and then we can have Stu come on and question you.
Thanks for having me. It's a real pleasure. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. And then thank you for all the games. Like I'm serious. If you decided to sell some of your games, especially the ones you're working on now, you could make some money on them. Whether you want to or not, that's your choice. But I don't think there'd be a lack of sales that you'd be able to make some money off it.
I can do you a deal on some very rare early demos.
Okay, we're ready to push the button.
Unless anybody else has got final closing thoughts, I'm done.
Not push it.
Going once.
Push it real good.
Going twice. All right. Say goodbye, everybody.
Bye, everybody, and see you next week. Glenn Dahlgren's on next week, so come by for